Check 1, 2. Would the translators be able to test the English and the French? Just a quick count to 5 or 10, please. Thank you.
English 1, 2, English 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. English 1, 2, English 1, 2. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I heard you in English. That's great. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to start in about 1 minute. Bonjour tout le monde. We're going to start in about 1 minute. Thank you. Bonjour tout le monde. Bienvenue. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us again today. We're going to get started. And I'll just walk through quickly what's going to happen today. We're going to resume the delegations, starting at number 41 on the list. And we will go through all of the delegations all the way up to number 86. And then we will have an opportunity for committee members and councillors to ask questions of staff and of the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group. And then after that, we will move to the motions. But before we get back into the delegations, I will ask the committee coordinator to do a roll call, please.
Councillor Luloff. Councillor Dudas.
Present.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
See?
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Here.
Councillor Johnson. Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Councillor Brockington. Councillor Menard. Councillor DeRuse.
I'm here.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Vice Chair Gower.
Here.
Vice Chair Kitts.
Here.
Chair Leeper.
Good morning.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
And I'll note that Councillor Johnson just arrived as well. So she's here too. Okay. Good morning once again, everyone. So let's go to the first delegation of today, which is Michelle Grue from the Ottawa Coalition of Business Improvement Areas. And following that will be Liam McDermott and David Ross. So if you could be ready to go as well, please.
All right. Good morning and thank you, Mayor, councillors and city staff. Before I go ahead, I'd like to echo Joanne Polak's sentiments yesterday. I love Lansdowne. My name is Michelle Grue and I'm the Executive Director of the Ottawa Coalition of Business Improvement Areas. In the Glebe BIA, there are 370 businesses who contribute to this 15-minute neighborhood's vibrancy at the city core, housing Lansdowne Park. For decades, Lansdowne has been a landmark in Ottawa, serving citizens and tourists of all socioeconomic backgrounds with events and attractions deemed as world-class. Without question, this landmark is a representation of the quality of life in our city. The surrounding small, locally owned businesses benefited from the added foot traffic that such attractions brought. It is no secret this activity also brought conflict with Lansdowne's neighboring residents with parking and transportation. This has been an issue for decades prior to Lansdowne 1.0 that has still not been resolved. Lansdowne 1.0 was developed in partnership with Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group as it was in desperate need of revitalization and restoration to bring quality events and entertainment back to the city's core. This partnership was a means to alleviate the cost burden on tax-paying businesses and citizens. I would like to say thank you to OSEG for revitalizing this landmark. This was a huge investment in Ottawa and a great one at that, so thank you. Our city continues to experience these amenities to a lesser degree than the days of Rolling Stones performances, but still attracting people from near and far. Unfortunately, what you heard from delegates and what I heard from businesses is that Lansdowne is empty during the week. The current events and activities do not result in an optimal, vibrant, diverse 24/7 destination for live, work, and play. Our small businesses need people 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to survive, to thrive, and to grow. After experiencing 8 years of operating losses with the current offerings in 1.0, it's apparent that Lansdowne, our Lansdowne, needs to fully restore its original world-class stadium offering and also diversify to thrive 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The Lansdowne 2.0 proposal comprises of a fully revitalized stadium and event center to increase the volume and scale of events, supporting a daytime and nighttime economy. It also includes additional retail space. But most importantly, it includes housing, addressing a crisis the City of Ottawa acknowledged years ago. 15-minute neighborhoods are served two ways symbiotically, a variety of goods and services and local businesses to serve residents, and a growing number of residents to support the businesses. In today's economy, local Main Street businesses in our neighborhoods need densification to thrive. They are surviving on razor-thin margins while sustaining families and their employee families. I want to thank and acknowledge the owner of Sunset Grill who delegated yesterday and shared this sentiment. The addition of housing is critical in all parts of the city, but most importantly in places where the cities of 15-minute neighborhoods exist. The opportunity to add housing on City of Ottawa owned land needs to be seriously considered. With the proposed housing and retail, the city could also exercise levers in offering affordability to the units. Affordable housing is critical. In relation to small businesses, affordable housing provides better access to staff nearby, so they don't have to drive in from outer city limits. And I can appreciate the motion put forth yesterday regarding this, and also Katie Burkholder-Harris's delegation as Ecobia fully supported the Starts with Home campaign. Additionally, other cities are using levers to introduce affordable retail space for equity-seeking entrepreneurs. This is a subsidized or discounted retail rate to support entry-level local entrepreneurs. To the motion put forth, I believe by Councillor Johnson, was somewhat addresses this. Transportation has been the hot topic in delegations as it impacts neighborhoods and businesses, and that it needs urgent attention. The issues will only be exacerbated with densification, and I hope that working with the NCC on Queen Elizabeth Drive and Colonel By with public transit access will take traffic out of neighborhoods. So the City of Ottawa is committed to the following: addressing a housing crisis, 15-minute neighborhoods, nightlife economy, music strategy, thank you, Aaron Benjamin, and the transportation master plan. With the rollback of Ottawa's urban boundary expansion, all of these above commitments need to be followed wholeheartedly as our great city is set in writ. Our businesses depend on it. Lansdowne 2.0 is a project that has been presented that aligns with the city's commitments and should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Councillor Johnson.
Good morning, Michelle. I didn't know you were the first delegate. I was saying, oh, I'll wait a while before speaking this morning, but here I am. So it's great to see you here. I always enjoy working with you. I'm looking forward to all of the efforts we're going to take for College Ward. And I know that you believe very much in the, the social justice aspects of the project and of what businesses can do to advance our larger social goals. So thank you for that. I wanted to know from you, from your experience, do you have a sense of within the retail ask, what the spaces at Lansdowne would contribute to the overall retail landscape? Because perhaps you can comment on sort of class A, B, and C retail spaces overall in the city and in the glebe, what Lansdowne would be offering and what the demand is for that from your perspective.
I think what we're seeing with the glebe, with what's coming in, we do need a variety of big business, small business. So when I talk about big business, what the core is needing are, you know, the type of hardware stores or home renovation type of support. So that is possible in Lansdowne. But I don't see really anywhere in the city, and it's kind of diminishing, is affordable retailer for entry-level entrepreneurs. And so with what is being presented retail wise, I'm not sure how they're looking to fill that. Certainly, I heard the report yesterday that retail is in high demand, the market, and I'm seeing that larger spaces aren't being filled, and it is the smaller spaces that are being taken up. And so we're seeing that in main streets that have smaller size retail or restaurant places, there's almost no vacancies. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you. I will be looking to staff to comment on the sensitivity of the projections for retail with the types of spaces that we would be invested in at the City of Ottawa, because I do think that sensitivity is important. Class C, from what I understand, as you say, those small, affordable, entry-level spots are those that kind of reflect how Lansdowne 1.0 was first pitched with the urban village and so on. And so as we try and make this project more economically viable, what are the trade-offs that we're making in the types of retail spaces that we're offering, and what are we looking to invest in as a city? So I appreciate your comments on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Michelle, thank you for your presentation. Much appreciated. We'll go next to Liam McDermott, followed by David Ross, and then Isla Patterson. So Liam McDermott, when you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to Lansdowne 2.0. So again, my name is Liam McDermott, and I am a law student at the University of Ottawa, who also has a Master of Public Policy and Public Administration of a concentration in Indigenous policy from Carleton. But more importantly, to the subject, I'm a longtime glebe resident. I went to Muchmore, I went to Hopewell, and I went to Glebe Collegiate for my primary and secondary education. And I remember the construction of new facilities at Lansdowne quite well. As a numbers guy, I'm of the opinion that Lansdowne 2.0 is another corporate gravy train. We are paying for new sports and entertainment infrastructure by selling off public air rights in our park to luxury developers with zero commitment to affordable housing at Lansdowne. And we're also spending money, which I think to developers, when they could do without the money, as we have seen with the airport hotel subsidy proposal. The hotel got built anyways without funding from the city. Developers do not need our air rights to build these spaces to see new market housing get built in this market, and they do not need a redirected property tax and redirected affordable housing dollars to build the new arena and stands that they want to benefit from. We are simply spending money on projects that are not a priority. Certainly not in a winter city where a task force has just been struck to try and prevent people from dying on the street this winter. I'm of the opinion that Lansdowne 2.0 is a project for the few and not the many. A plan to make Lansdowne a playground for the wealthy run by the wealthy. Chair, every day when I go to school, I see more houseless people on Bank Street every day, and yet this plan does not address their needs. These neighbors of mine are real people who deserve to be recognized as such. They deserve to have a roof over their heads, and that these are people who deserve our tax dollars. While some may argue that increased supply of units will decrease the cost of housing, this is not true, because demand for housing as a financialized asset crowds that demand and prevents market solutions to houselessness from succeeding. This idea that supply will trickle down to all of us as affordable housing is a market fundamentalist position that's at odds with the facts. Also, according to the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, you need to make $32.77 an hour to be able to afford a 2-unit apartment building in the glebe. If we really want to spend our tax dollars on apartment buildings, we should be demanding that one of those buildings is a non-market or public, so that those without fancy jobs can live in our neighborhood too. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any hands up, so we'll move to the next delegation, which is David Ross, followed by Isla Patterson and Juan Pedro Unger. David Ross, go ahead whenever you're ready. Oh, Mr. Ross apparently is having technical difficulties, so we'll come back to him. So we'll move to Isla Patterson, who is here with us, I believe. Welcome. Good morning. Go ahead. Just hit the button on the microphone and there we go.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. I want to thank you for the marathon sessions yesterday and for showing up this morning. My name is Isla Patterson. I'm a resident of the Glebe, and I'm going to look at the issues around the event center. What is the estimated cost of the event center? We are told it's about 250 million, and this is a C estimate. Now, in my experience, when you're assessing big projects, it's good to have a reference for comparison. So I was searching around for this, and I found that in 2021, the city of Gatineau completed a new 4,000-seat arena event center at a cost of 101 million. 101 million. It includes 3 full-size community rinks and a parking garage, and in addition to the main arena. Compare this to the single rink in Lansdowne 2.0. Something is seriously out of line. Yes, the Lansdowne 2.0 has an extra 1,500 seats, but it doesn't have 3 community rinks and parking. So what I liked about this project was, first of all, the cost. If the taxpayers are going to be spending money, we could get approximately 2 of these kind of facilities in the city. It's what Councillor Leeper said yesterday, it's clean capital. There's no property tax uplift, there's no expected retail, there's no air rights, there's no subterranean rights. It's got a simple administration, the city and the facility. It's fully used. The community rinks are fully booked, and then you have the arena. There's no dead time when there aren't events. It's fully accessible for parasports. How people get there is thought about in the design. And when I think about the city situation, which I read about in a local blurb, and Mr. Chenier can confirm this, our local hockey and ringette associations teams have a shortage of ice time. The Nepean Girls Hockey Association, which has 50 teams, has difficulty getting enough ice time for their schedules. You can check this with Mr. Chenier. He knows more about it than I do. But the excitement of finding a facility like this as a comparison makes me to ask why the city never considered this as an option. Well, if we need a new center or arena, let's discuss this. Let's have a good discussion about this, and then let's decide where it's located. You know, I've often wondered about the mystique of Lansdowne Park. I wasn't born here. I came here to work. And what I find about the history and the stories and the personal attachment to Lansdowne Park are well known and they're very real. But because I was born elsewhere, I enjoy these stories, but they don't mean much to me. Councillors need to keep in mind that except for the stories since 2014, when OSAG took over the park management, these stories of Lansdowne came before the amalgamation in 2001. And that time the city council was much smaller. I think maybe 10 councillors around this table. Now we have 24. Our city now spans 2,796 square kilometers. We're larger than the cities of Calgary, Edmonton, Toronto, Vancouver, and Montreal combined. And we have a unique sense of urban, suburban, and rural communities. So you've heard about the transportation problem. I think if we build the new event center and refurbish the north stands, we've just given ourselves a massive health problem for the next 50 years. Lansdowne Park will be a new heart with clogged arteries, Bank Street, Sunnyside, Queen Elizabeth Drive, Colonel By. 75% of people who come to the events under 6,000 by cars. There's no parking. And our massive events have to have shuttles from 15 different parking spots in the region. I'm asking you as a council, does Lansdowne Park as the city sports and entertainment destination still make sense now in 2023 and for the next 50 years? It made sense in 1967 when we were a population of 500,000, but doesn't make sense now. So my recommendation is pause. Let's look for other options. Keep our facilities in good repair.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I understand we've resolved the technical difficulties for David Ross, so we'll move to that presentation, which is online. Good morning, David Ross.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep, go right ahead.
All right, thank you. So two thoughts on the matter. One is more on a personal level. 2 years ago, my wife and I, my family moved to a new community here in Ottawa, and is near the airport. And we went to our very, very first community meeting shortly after that. And we had to smile a little bit because there were 3 complaints from the local residents. One was that the business park had too much business. The second complaint was that the roads had too much traffic. And the third complaint was that the airport had too many airplanes. And, you know, it's kind of interesting thing because the airport had been there since it was called an aerodrome, long before anyone was born. And now you take a look at Lansdowne, and it's been there for 150 years. Anybody who moved to the area knew that it was a destination. And all this, I used to go to the X in the 80s and things like that as well. I mean, it was always packed. It's never changed. So I think we need to keep that in mind when people are saying, is this the right place? Second point I really want to make, and by the way, I'm glad it's not livestock that they're talking about putting back in there. So it's a little better than that. The second thing I want to say is, I don't know if you're familiar with my company, Ross Video, but it's a pretty major tech company here in town. And what the business that we are in, interestingly enough, is helping cities and stadiums and sports teams all over the world create top-notch world entertainment venues. That's what we do. We're all about the fan experience. We're all about the big screens. We're all about the ribbon boards. Yeah, we help the Senators. Yes, we help the Red Blacks as well. And I can tell you that stadiums in a city define a city almost more than anything else. And so what do we have here in Ottawa? Well, we have the Sens, which has no place to live, no place to go afterwards and everything else. And then we have Lansdowne. Lansdowne is basically the only place that we have where you can exit a fantastic event and go and get some food, go do some shopping, have a drink, go to a club, do things like that. We have no other place like that in the entire city. And the idea that we can sit there and go, is this the right place? Maybe we should think about this some more. It's already a stadium. This is what you have. It just boggles my mind that it's like, maybe we should use this for something else. Maybe we should be rethinking this. It's 90% done. It's already there. And what they're trying to talk about is let's make it better. When I look around the world, sadly, I have to tell you that Lansdowne, as it stands, doesn't even match the quality and the level of colleges in the United States. They have bigger, better stadiums, more advanced activities. This place is falling apart. If a stadium represents our city, this is not a really good representation of who we are and what sort of a city we need to be. So we need to take this stadium and finish it, make it a world-class facility, do the things that is the vision of what this is. And for the scale of what we're talking about on a world-class level, personally, as a guy who's in the business of doing this, this is nothing. I can't believe we're arguing about this. Anyway, so from that point of view, I think I'll give you your extra minute back. You have a question?
Thank you for the presentation. Councillor Curry.
Mr. Mayor, I really just want to say thanks to David for coming and expressing the voice of so many people in Canada that I've heard from over and over again. So thanks for taking time out of your busy day to come here, David.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll move next to Juan Pedro Unger, followed by Joel Harden and Gawain Harding. So Mr. Unger, if you're ready to go.
Hello, good morning. Can you
Hi,
hear me?
good morning. Go ahead.
Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. Please don't start the counter yet. I just got the prompt to connect the microphone. Please. Thank you. Well, anyway, good morning. When I worked as a contraband intelligence analyst, I learned, and don't worry, this isn't secret stuff. It's a logic approach and public knowledge, just not very well known. I learned that when a contraband attempt is deeply flawed, too costly, too risky, or not worth the money, you have to look elsewhere to find what was the real deal there. Where is the real money deal? Where is someone gaining big? The classic example is the drug mules. Most are individual travelers recruited by drug trafficking organizations who stuff their clothes, their bodies, or their luggage with drugs and go through airport controls, questioning, x-rays, and sniffer dogs. Many get caught, their lives are completely ruined, and all for a fairly small amount of drugs. So why would drug trafficking organizations do that if there's such a likelihood of failure for little or no gain? Because they draw the resources and attention of authorities towards the mules, while the big show, the real deal, is going on elsewhere, like ships that take off from small ports or cargo planes that fly at the same time as the passenger ones. Which led me to think, why on earth would the city even consider such an outrageously unaffordable flawed plan for the stadium and arena? Why does it even own and fix venues used by private sports businesses? Why not divest from the arena and stadium? It just doesn't make sense. But it has worked as a distraction to divert attention from a big dirty deed. It riled up everyone, caused outrage, and diverted attention away from where the real deal is. Land from our most valuable park is being given to wealthy, well-connected developers to build highly profitable luxury condos, justifying it as being about housing. The luxury condos deal is no different from Doug Ford's Greenbelt giveaway to developers. It's exactly the same, but perhaps some of you don't see it. It's being given away as air rights, I know, but it's parkland, not meant for development. And air rights for 60 years means for the rest of our lives. So it's essentially the same. Lansdowne is land donated to be used only as park, not to be used for development. Just like Doug Ford, it's being given to well-connected developers for building high-profit things under the excuse of we need housing. How is it any different? The only big difference is that you have the $460 million arena renovation as a smokescreen, which has worked. Residents like myself got outraged by the absurd price tag, sidelining the sellout to developers of this precious parkland. Aside from that detail, it's identical. And just like the RCMP is investigating Doug Ford's meetings with the Greenbelt developers, maybe the OPP should be investigating your meetings with the OSEC developers about opening more parkland for luxury condos. Not maybe. Which leads me to my second point. I believe the city is getting very bad legal advice. The first Lansdowne waterfall deal, the multiple LRT fishy deals, including contracts to brothers-in-law, sole source contracts with train purchases from corrupt companies, being prosecuted at the very same time for municipal corruption, provisions to allow an unqualified bidder to win contracts, land expropriation deals with secret price tags, the Tiwin urban expansion surprise, and the list goes on. I think for decades now, you have been getting very bad legal advice, harmful legal advice. We have seen the results. We are living with the painful results. So I ask you to please replace the city's legal counsel, and soon. You have heard the saying that politicians are like diapers and need to be changed often for the same reason. I think the same is true about senior city officials. So to conclude, stop the madness of owning and paying for private sports and show business venues. Divest the city of them, sell them, anything. There are so many truly urgent, important things our city must look after. 2, replace the city's legal counsel and start getting good legal advice elsewhere for this issue and everything else. And lastly, the Lansdowne land was donated exclusively for use as a park. Don't do what Doug Ford did with the Greenbelt. Don't give away our precious park to well-connected condo developers. Do not use the excuse of a housing crisis to justify it. Just don't. Discard the entire proposal. Start working to divest the city from the arena and stadium liabilities and protect our parkland as you should. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. We'll move next to Joel Harden, followed by Gawain Harding, and then Matt Lorty. So Joel Harden, if you're available, go ahead.
I certainly am, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yep, go right ahead. Good morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I appreciate your work as the member of Provincial Parliament for Ottawa Centre. I was at Queen's Park for the week. I got in late last night. I heard you had a busy day yesterday, so thank you for including me for today. It's not often that I delegate to municipal committees, but this particular project at Lansdowne not only sits in Ottawa Centre, my own family lives very close to this project, and we followed the discussion closely in the community. I wanted to share a few thoughts that I think follow very much in the footsteps of what Katie Burkholder Harris has tried to say to the city, to you, to the committee. I have been watching the debate on not only the housing crisis in our province, but the housing affordability crisis. And my worry, my friends, is that this particular proposal that's been put forward at Lansdowne does nothing to solve that particular housing affordability crisis. I want to talk particularly about, as I understand it, with the evidence been released and that I'm familiar with, I want to talk about the significant investment this represents, as I understand it, from a recent community meeting. This particular project would represent the second biggest infrastructure project the city has embarked upon after the LRT. And I don't see in the project before me any significant movement around creating affordable housing for our community, which is so urgently needed. As I understand it, staff have recommended that the requirement for this project to allocate funds for affordable housing in the magnitude, as I understand it, of almost $10 million has been reduced to $4 million. I regret to mention, and it's something I think you are familiar with, the province of Ontario has also reduced the revenues to municipalities across Ontario with Bill 23 and the ability of municipalities to assess development charges. So increasingly, we are dealing with a shrinking pie and of revenue to be able to create truly affordable housing. And what I think Ms. Burkholder Harris and others have said very convincingly is all of the resources that we have available to us at all levels of government have to be marshaled now, immediately, to make sure that neighbors, all neighbors, have truly affordable housing. I know through this winter, we are going to be seized with the same debate we have been every winter, the amount of neighbors who are sleeping outside in a frigid Nordic capital. Our shelters, despite their best effort, filled to capacity. And the fact that in our city right now, in the downtown core in particular, we have publicly funded buildings sitting almost completely vacant or largely vacant. We have capacities like we have at Lansdowne, where we do not have, at least in the design that I'm familiar with, any provision to have deeply affordable housing on site. It would seem the only affordable housing that's at Lansdowne is the $1 rental agreement to the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group to operate the facility for a year, which, as I understand it, has already operated at a deficit in excess of $150 million. And this particular project, as I understand it, represents an almost $500 million investment. While I absolutely respect the fact that business has to be supported in our city, particularly through the difficult times recently of the pandemic and the recovery since, my priority and my accent that I'd like to share with you this morning, again, following on Ms. Burkholder Harris, is the need for us to marshal any and all available funds available to every level of government for deeply affordable housing, to look at Lansdowne as a model that we could use to create that kind of affordable housing. And Mr. Mayor, I will leave my comments at that. We'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time this morning.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. We'll move on to the next one from Gawain Harding, followed by Matt Lorty and Michael Minot. Mr. Harding, if you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you're there. I keep
All right.
looking for people online. Okay, go ahead.
So my name is Gowan Harding. I am the president of NCAFA, the National Capital Amateur Football League, the oldest continuous youth football league in Canada. We're 68 years of Ottawa history, 68 years of creating bonds. We don't exist because we play football. We exist as a byproduct of our larger community, looking for activities with other families, much like TD Place. I was at a youth football meeting in Toronto recently. It came to my attention that in the area of Toronto that has 1.5 million residents in the downtown core, there isn't a single youth football team or high school football program at the moment. In Scarborough, which is close to 700,000 residents, there isn't a single high school team playing this year. To make matters worse, there isn't a club football program operating for kids over 13. As for kids under 13, there's simply a single solitary club providing a mere 140 spots. But in Ottawa, it's a different tale. We have a robust high school league with 15 programs. NCAFA is enjoying its best numbers in years. We have 15 clubs with over 4,000 players. So why the stark difference? Few things, of course. I'm lucky to have one of the largest volunteer bases in the city with 700 volunteers. And they're passionate. The second thing is that we have a pro team that is engaged with the community. The support our league gets from the OSEG Foundation is the envy of the rest of the country's youth football community. Our kids and families go to games. They take in the wonder that is a stadium. For most of these kids, that first trip to TD Place is the first step in realizing they're part of a larger, inclusive community. There is a cultural significance in going to a stadium and being with people you've never met, people who live in the same place as you do and cheer for the same teams. These locals invest their passion into teams with Ottawa on the shirt, win or lose. It's a moment of bonding and the creation of an idea that you belong, regardless of who you are. It's a place where a 9-year-old can share an evening with their grandparents, where that 9-year-old can hear about Tony Gabriel and the catch. Our kids, in fact, NCAFA's community buys over $140,000 a year in red black tickets. Our families are committed investors in TD Place, and there's nothing wrong with that. I was around when Ottawa had a crumbling, condemned stadium and a CFL team was non-existent. They were tough years for youth football. Football had no footprint locally in the media or in people's consciousness. It was like the sport didn't exist. So imagine if that CFL team went away, or the soccer or basketball teams having no place to play. Imagine a city with less active kids. There's something wrong with that. TD Place is a key ingredient in Ottawa's identity. We're past the crumbling infrastructure of 2010. The city has a pro soccer team, a pro basketball team, and an historic junior hockey team, along with the Red Blacks, all inspiring kids to be proud of where they live, inspiring kids and families to be proud Ottawans, inspiring to be active and to pursue healthy, long-term active lifestyles. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Recently, I was in Seattle. On Saturday, I took in a game at Husky Stadium with 70,000 other locals. The next day, I was at an NFL stadium with another 73,000 people, and there was very limited parking at both places. And that's in Seattle. And they like sports because they realize what these entities bring to the city. It makes you whole. It doesn't rob you of anything. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for what you're doing in the community.
Yes.
Much appreciated. Thank you. We'll move next to Matt Lorty, followed by Michael Minot and Virginia Gaffney. So if you can be ready to go if you're coming up soon. Okay. Is Matt Lorty here or online? Okay. We'll move to Michael Minot then.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You can see me okay?
I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Oh, start video.
There we go. Now we can see
Okay.
you. Go ahead.
Good morning. Michael Minot, owner-operator of Minot Construction. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you in support of Lansdowne 2.0. I am here to express my sincere support for the next phase of the redevelopment for Lansdowne. As a devoted Ottawa sports fan who has been attending Ottawa 67s and Red Blacks games for years, this investment will allow me and millions of others to experience more events in a modern setting while building more memories at one of my favorite places in Ottawa. Moving to Ottawa at 15 years old, I am grateful for what Ottawa has provided our family. Licensed electrician by trade and a small business owner of almost 30 years, we fully support the next phase of the redevelopment of Lansdowne. Minot Construction has been a season seat member since day one of the Red Blacks, and we've had season seats previously with the 67s. Quite often we purchase additional tickets as required. Lansdowne 2.0 will also bring a larger walk-up crowd, in my opinion, than currently with the 1.0. We also attend several other games, concerts, events, business lunches, dining out at Lansdowne each month. We often entertain clients, preferred subcontractors, and gift tickets to assorted charities and kids' sports teams. And the time spent out of the office with clients and tradespeople is second to none. Quite frankly, we see a much more diversity at Lansdowne that we do not see here amongst the delegations. It's amazing to see or seeing all the young children's eyes light up at these highly sought after community events and charities. The Breakfast with Santa Christmas event has been a huge hit year after year and one of my all-time favorites. Lansdowne is an important asset for the city of Ottawa and one that we need to continue to invest in. Just like we invest in roads, sidewalks, community centers, and libraries, we need to do the same with Lansdowne. It's a good deal for the city, as we heard earlier, and it was quite detailed. What other assets or city assets can generate over 75% of the cost for its own replacement? Lansdowne 2.0 brings a much needed investment in affordable housing for the city of Ottawa. The site also creates jobs, contributes to the economy, and adds vibrancy to the city. As the capital city of Canada, we need to have interesting and fun things to do for both our residents and tourists. Lansdowne 2.0 has it all in one stop. The aging infrastructure of the dated Civic Center and the North Stands is at a critical point where we need to take action to provide our city with an accessible, sustainable destination and reduce high maintenance costs. We fully support Lansdowne 2.0 and hope you all will support it as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we will move to Virginia Gaffney, followed by Ali Shafai and Paula Walker. Virginia Gaffney, if you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good morning, and thank you so much for allowing me to speak to you today about Lansdowne 2.0 and the tremendous impact this city space has had on me. I know you've heard lots of stats and research over the last day and morning, so my remarks are switching gears similar to Michael's to talk more about the emotional side of this project. I can honestly say that I, like many other Ottawa residents, grew up at Lansdowne. My relationship has easily spanned more than 50 years, which I look good for over 50, but anyway, just kidding. From being a 67s fan in grade school to the first of many, many concerts to years of visiting the Super X. I don't think there's a year that I haven't visited Lansdowne multiple times, easily coming in from Barrhaven without hesitation. Since OSEG has become a steward of the space, I have seen Lansdowne flourish into being more of a destination space, embracing not only sports, but all arts, culture, retail, dining, recreation, taking the city asset to the next level for everyone. Grow hockey and football while supporting soccer and basketball teams.
Virginia, I'm going to jump in just because we're having your Your feed is cutting in and out, unfortunately. Perhaps if you turn off your video, we'll be able to hear you more clearly.
Sure.
Okay, give
There we
that a
go.
try.
Is that better?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, thank you. As an avid sports fan, seeing OSEG invest in and grow hockey and football while supporting soccer and basketball teams has been wonderful to experience, offering fantastic entertainment for families, friends, and corporate audiences. Most of all, the CFL, and namely the Red Blacks, have my heart. I've met some incredible new friends, including wonderfully friendly football players, and that never would have happened without a space for the team to play. OSEG goes above and beyond with fan and customer experience, inviting fans onto the field after football games, which is actually something that other teams in the CFL have now started to emulate. Not to forget, the space also allows for numerous OSEG-run programs offered to the community, from mentorship to girls in sports to school programs, and the list goes on. With all of the stress and anger in the world today, people do need an escape, and the programming offered by OSEG does just that and can only continue if the city invests in 2.0, making a safe, accessible, attractive, and modern entertainment destination for Ottawa residents to experience for decades to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your presentation. We'll go next to Ali Shafai of Live Nation Canada, followed by Paula Walker and Nick Grover.
Good morning.
Go ahead whenever you're ready. Good morning. Yeah,
Perfect.
Go ahead.
Perfect. Good morning, Mayor Sutcliffe and City Council members. My name is Ali Shafai, and I'm the Regional Vice President of Live Nation and the co-founder of Escapade Music Festival in Ottawa. Live Nation is the world's largest concert producer, and in 2023 alone, we hosted nearly 100 musicians and artists at Lansdowne Park through various events at TD Stadium, TD Arena, the Aberdeen Pavilion, and the Great Lawn. I'm here today to speak in favor of the Lansdowne 2.0 project, which I believe is critical in ensuring that one of the country's most historic and central entertainment destinations can continue to meet the future demand of a booming live music industry. I've grown up in Ottawa, and I've been working in the music scene for over 2 decades. I've always believed that there's a larger opportunity for growth in the live music space here in Ottawa. Ottawa is considered a secondary market, meaning that it's not as big or as competitive as Toronto or Montreal. However, that also means that it has a lot of potential to attract a broader range of artists, which means more visitors and more revenue to our city. I joined Live Nation last year to help Ottawa's concert and music festival scene reach its full potential. Our focus is to add elements that the Ottawa market needs to compete with the major markets in Canada. Some of those elements that are needed to attract more concerts to Ottawa would be a new world-class event center and a stadium stands at Lansdowne, as proposed by the Lansdowne 2.0 project. The existing arena complex is aging and deteriorating and is now becoming a challenge to produce more concerts inside the existing arena. The new event center will not only improve the quality and accessibility of the facilities, but add a critical venue size to round out the capacity options in Ottawa. TD Place will be able to host different types of musical performances, from small intimate shows to large outdoor concerts, and offer more of the premium group and mobility experiences that audiences expect and deserve with their ticket purchase. While these improvements will not only benefit Live Nation to produce more concerts and festivals on the site, it will also benefit smaller or local promoters, artists, and festivals that use Lansdowne as their home base. By modernizing the supporting infrastructure at Lansdowne, this project will help the industry as a whole to grow and thrive for years to come, providing residents and visitors with more options and opportunities to enjoy live music. In closing, I'd like to note that as residents, we talk about Ottawa wanting to be a world-class city, a music city, a lively city. But as it stands now, we're nowhere near close to having the facilities to achieve this. And for this, I support Lansdowne 2.0 as an important investment for the city of Ottawa and our community. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Much appreciated. We'll go next to Paula Walker, then Nick Grover and Rachel Wilson.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Paula. My family are longtime Glebe residents, and my husband and I have returned to the Glebe, more specifically, Lansdowne. We chose condo living in this vibrant community specifically for the walkability of local amenities, for the access to the canal pathways, and for the sports and entertainment, especially the football. As North Side supporters for the Rough Riders, now Red Blacks, the inequity of the experience became evident after the South Side stands were transformed into a fan-friendly, very accessible, efficient sports oasis. The little ditty about the South Side sucks no longer applied, and gosh, didn't we know it. Perhaps the Civic Center rebuild should have been a part of the initial Lansdowne proposal. Wasn't it showing signs of deterioration already? What cut the vision short? Money, I'm sure. What's that other saying? Oh yeah, you get what you pay for. Anyway, the time has come and the Civic Center is in dire straits. Functionally obsolete is what I've been hearing. It's failing and there are leaks. The fan experience is affected, but so is the athlete experience. There's so much happening in that arena area with the basketball, the hockey, and oh gosh, the curling, I can go on. Moving the rink to the end of the football field is thoughtful and enticing. Enticing us with a green roof was forward thinking. Making that happen perhaps should be revisited. I'm sure it's been done successfully elsewhere. I'm not quite sure about accessible green roof, but a green roof would be lovely. Speaking of forward thinking, perhaps considering further increasing parking by digging twice as deep underneath the Civic Center. Good engineering precedes good economics. This is Ottawa's, is it the oldest community center? And as such, it's becoming such a wonderful destination to visit, not only for the Glebe folks, but for all of the greater Ottawa community and beyond. The experiences to have at Lansdowne are increasingly varied and increasingly successful. The cheers this past Saturday at the race were encouraging to hear. The screams from the Halloween thrill seekers were telling, and the practices on the field were energetic. There's always so much to do here at Lansdowne, but there can be more. Heck, I'm still remembering the Escapade group and the energy that they had. Very impressive. Living at Lansdowne and living in the surrounding communities means embracing Lansdowne. Let's be good neighbors. Let's support each other and welcome Lansdowne 2.0 and beyond. New and improved stadium experiences will benefit everyone. Ottawa is not the city fun forgot. How can it be with our population so increasing? And Ottawa is growing, and so it should. All neighborhoods should look to accommodate our population growth. Why aren't there 3 or more residential towers? Can Ottawa afford to withhold? Gosh, I hope Ottawa does the right thing. Lansdowne 2.0 is exciting, it's progressive, it's modern, it's about time. Please do not wait any longer. Vote to support the vision of Lansdowne 2.0 now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for the view behind you. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for Paula for coming out today. And thank you for your support on a green roof. I do have a motion on that. I don't know if you've had a look at it, but
I haven't looked at yours, but it sounds amazing.
Okay, so that'll be coming forward. But I just wanted to say thank you for that. I think that's one of the things that got cut in terms of the community experience on this project. So this is one of the things that, as somebody who lives there, I'm sure you appreciate, as well as the rest of the community, to have some green space.
I'm not quite sure what you mean by community experience on a roof, but I appreciate the greening of of roofs. That sounds amazing, but I'm not quite sure about the accessibility on a roof.
Well, it would be another step, but at least it's green, and in terms of just making it more positive for less asphalt, and we need more green.
True,
sure.
True. I don't think it's going to be asphalt roof. Perhaps even maybe to explore, solar or wind, something else. Have something else maybe to cover it. But as it is proposed in the renderings that I've seen in white, are also very, very pleasing, very wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Thank you for your energetic presentation on a Friday morning. I think you have a lot more energy than some of us around the table. I just have
I'm
a quick.
sure. You've had a long day.
I just have a quick point of clarification. You mentioned Escapade and the energy. I just wanted to confirm that you indeed did say that as a resident on Lansdowne that you enjoyed the atmosphere of Escapade.
The atmosphere, the energy. I'm just jealous. Okay. My goodness. It's amazing. You know, whether you see the incredible outfits and camaraderie, when I'm shopping around, picking up lunch or dinner, or then obviously from my view, seeing seeing the fun, the energy, the singing, the dancing. Maybe it's not my cup of tea of music, but gosh, I like to be involved. It's wonderful. That's why we chose Lansdowne.
Excellent. I just wanted to confirm that, and it's really refreshing to hear somebody that was so excited about that. Thank you very much.
Love it. Hope there's more.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I just want to state you probably don't need a TV. You probably just need to look out your window and keep yourself entertained.
Wonderful.
I wanted to ask about, there's been some comments from some delegations about how Lansdowne has dead periods where it's very quiet, that, the retail isn't drawing or attracting people to it. And as somebody who lives on the site, who chose to live there in that new building, what do you find in regards to the retail that is currently there, and what are your hopes for what would arrive with a 2.0 project?
Gosh, big question. I do shop here. I mean, yes, we live above an LCBO and Whole Foods, but there's also the farmers market, the 613. You're constantly in and out. It's absolutely wonderful, as well as the Glebe and Ottawa South for shopping. Gosh, was it just, wasn't yesterday because I was following you guys, but the day before we even tried out the new little French pastry restaurant here. There's a wonderful eclectic mix of shopping and entertaining and food places here, which I very much enjoy. Yes, there's a turnover. There's a turnover all across, the Glebe and Old Ottawa South, moving venues and whatnot. So I'm hoping I'm getting to your question. I mean, I do love the experience here. I am not wanting for anything. I'm really not, as a resident here who can walk accessibly to anything I wish to purchase. I don't have to go to a large mall or anything like that. It's quite wonderful, and I welcome all sorts. I really do.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And hi, Paula. Thanks for being here. I wanted to ask you about the transportation in and around the site. We sometimes get complaints. In fact, we get a lot of complaints from residents, mostly from outside the ward, about the cut through traffic in Aberdeen Square. The drive-throughs when people are on patios and trying to enjoy the square or walking through. I wonder your view of that, your own experience of that. And then just secondarily on Bank Street and the improvements to transportation that we're trying to bring to Bank Street to make it less congested and more efficient. Would love to get your views on that too. Thanks again.
Okay, so I've got two there. So the driving around, I mean, we chose to live here. We knew that there was going to be mucho, entertainment. There's going to be, it's a venue, it's a place to come. So yes, we don't have a private laneway. We share. We understand that. Understood. You're talking about driving around. Is it Lac Leamy Square? Is that what it's called now? Yes.
It's not called that anymore, but yeah, the Aberdeen Square.
The Aberdeen Square.
That one little cut through spot. So
yes,
how you can drive through that one. Yeah.
Yes, many times, with caution, of course, because the pedestrians come first, and so they should. Yes, perhaps there have been, I witnessed, whether being on a patio or walking and whatnot, that some people don't realize that you can drive through there. And sometimes, that it's a little, not I'm going to say a conflict between cars and pedestrians, but there's got to be a little heads up. But I love the fact that that is blocked off during wonderful events where the community takes over that section. Is absolutely fine, because you can access the parking or Lansdowne through two different ways. So I'm okay if the city chooses to cut off that drive through or simply maintain it being blocked during certain events or leave open, whatever suits. Your other question about Bank Street, I guess it took me by surprise. Of course, living on my other view here is of Bank Street Bridge, going from 4 lanes to 3 was a little bit of a, gosh, what happened? Understand the bike lanes and widening of the pedestrian walkways and the things like that. It's wonderful, but it's quite a pinch point when accessing Bank Street, either north or south. So I perhaps, in my personal opinion, maybe it was a bit rushed. Maybe it's a bit more.
Paula, do you find the pinch point when there's parking on the street when there's only 2 lanes versus 3 a pinch point as well?
Oh, parking on the street in Lansdowne or in the Glebe?
Yeah, we haven't had any problems on the bridge at all. The issue since it's gone to 3 lanes, there's been no issues there. In fact, people love it. But
really?
the issues have been more so where there's only 2 lanes on Bank Street on a regular basis where we see congestion.
But since my family's from the Glebe, it's sort of always been the 2 lanes, so you can nip into quickly to park and pick up your, Glebe meat, and you can pick up your Tiggy Winkles back in all these. I think is important. You've got to be able to park in the community. You're not there for hours. You're in and out. I'd rather park on the street than in front of a laneway or the residential buildings.
Okay, thanks for your feedback, and happy to hear there's very little congestion that you're seeing. Thanks.
Oh yes, true.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to hop on and thank the delegate very much for her presentation. I always enjoy hearing Paula speak, and I just wanted to acknowledge that she came today, and I really appreciated hearing from her.
That's very kind of you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Much appreciated. We'll go next to Nick Grover and then Rachel Wilson. Nick Grover, if you're ready, go ahead.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here. I wanted to speak today on the issue of how we actually get to Lansdowne. No matter what plan we vote on, getting there is an issue for some people. I think we all know that whether you're driving or busing or cycling on Bank, it's a bit of a slog. And as bad as it is for cars, it's even worse for buses. Buses are relegated to second-class status in most of the city, and Bank Street is no exception. And so I think there's limited ability to accommodate both on a place like Bank. And so if we have to pick one, let's pick buses. And I think we already agree to that because we allegedly want to improve transit. We want to improve affordability. We want to lower emissions. We want to lower traffic. So let's find a way to improve bus service on Bank Street. We have to give it some kind of competitive advantage over driving. And one way to do that is through one of the motions submitted yesterday to make the 6 and the 7 free. I totally support that motion. I think it would expedite people's ability to say, hey, why don't I hop on the bus instead? It costs me nothing to do so. Why don't I do that? And by doing so, you get cars off the road and you actually improve the quality of that bus service because there's less cars and you can actually traverse Bank Street in a reasonable amount of time. And I think it would be good, not just for getting to Lansdowne, but for getting to the rest of Bank Street. And that would really help with accessibility because not everybody can drive. Not everybody is able to, nor can they afford it. And so if we make the bus a viable, attractive option, people can actually get on and they can visit Bank Street. They can visit all the businesses and the city life that's there. So I think making it free is a simple, effective way to get people on the bus. Another way is transit priority. There is not a lot of ways to get out of traffic if you're a bus. One way is bus lanes. There's some 4-lane sections of Bank Street, not the whole street, but some sections that I think if we replace street parking with a bus lane, you would see better transit ridership. You would see better ability for more people to get to that area. We know from cities around the world that Street parking is something that a very small percentage of customers make use of. Most of them are walking, biking, taking transit. So let's go all in on that. Let's figure out how to expedite that mode even further. We can also do this with traffic signal priority. And if you don't want to paint the whole lane, you can at least do queue jumps. I was in Hamilton, Ontario recently, and they've done this all down their main street. It's queue jumps for buses so that they can actually get through the light much quicker. So it's a basic investment, and I think it would go a long way. And I'll add to this, even better than better transit, the best way to get people to go to your site is to let them live there. And so I would like to throw my support as well on the motions to have more housing, especially more affordable housing at the site. I think the city should have investigated doing public housing if really serious about affordability and accessibility. But any measure for more affordable housing, I think, is the way we should be going. I know there's questions about, well, how do we pay for affordable housing? How do we pay for free transit? Well, look at this, look at the budget for this project. You can find a way. It's a pretty minor cost all told. And if we actually want a future where we have better transit, where we have affordability, we got to do stuff now, or we're never going to get there. So thank you for your time.
Nick, thank you very much for your delegation. Councillor Troster has questions for you.
Hi, Nick. Thanks for
Hi.
being here, and thank you for all your advocacy on transit. I guess when I'm struggling, I know I did put the motion forward to make have a reduced fare, a very cheap fare or a free fare for the buses that go along Bank Street. Now, there is already a shuttle, or your ticket includes the fare for large events. But the thought in putting that motion forward was to make it easy and accessible to take the bus there at any time. But beyond cost, because I know that can be a bit of a debate about what is the actual linchpin that gets people to take the bus versus not taking the bus. Have you put any thought to the kind of infrastructure you'd like to see on Bank Street, like a dedicated bike lane or something like that, or bus lane? I'm just really struggling because when the traffic backs up on Bank Street in the Glebe, it backs all the way into Centertown, and it affects the entire spine of the city. And it's already tough enough to get to the site.
Yeah, totally. And it's not an easy question. Bank Street, you know, there's limited space. And so if you really want to put dedicated lanes in, it's you know, it's a tough question. But fundamentally, I think the 4-lane sections, a lot of the 2 outer lanes are being used for street parking. And I think if we're like cities around the world, only 7 to 10% of patrons are actually driving to those businesses. So let's give infrastructure to the people who are most patronizing the area, which are bus drivers and pedestrians. And so I think it would be a better use of the space, because, you know, we have to decide what do we prioritize here? Do we prioritize cars or buses? And if we're picking one, it should be buses. And so I think that would be fine. I would caution against the kind of peak hour lanes that we have on Rideau Street because they just get ignored. And so you do need something that's more permanent and a little more obvious to drivers, and red paint achieves that. And also the traffic signal priority I mentioned is a big help too. So yeah, even though you have limited space, I think it's worth using the space for that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I think a good chunk of the delegates who have come to speak to us have been really concerned about the lack of a transportation plan. So thanks for getting us thinking about these things.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Menard has some questions.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, Nick, for being here. I was wondering if you were aware that you know, OSEG also supports transportation improvements in this area, and indeed have also supported free transit on Bank Street as one of the critical ways to reduce congestion and get people to and from the site. I wasn't sure if you were aware of that or not.
I wasn't aware of that. That's good to know.
And then just in terms, did you also know that for large ticketed events and some mid-size events as well, there's a reimbursement through OSEG and the partnership to the city, and that transit is included, as I understand it, on their tickets. I know Councillor Troster raised that, but just want to make sure you were aware of that piece as well.
Yeah, I wasn't. Good to know, though.
And I think so, there's like 200 events a year on site there. Depending on what it is, some are small, some are large, but basically almost every day of the year there's something going on. And even when there's still difficulties with congestion through there. People talk a lot about economic drivers. Do you see reducing congestion and getting people on the bus as an economic driver as well?
Yeah, I absolutely do. My priority is always access and equitability. But if we're talking about economic drivers, yeah, as I mentioned, we know that the way that people tend to get to small shops, like on Bank Street, is largely by walking and busing. And so we need, if we encourage that, you can actually deliver a lot more people per hour with a good bus route than you can with cars, because it just fits more people. It's spatially more efficient. You can get more people there. And so if you really remove the burdens, the fare burden, the burden of being stuck in traffic, yeah, I think you will get a lot more people there, from people who probably never considered going to bank, because if they have mobility issues, they're not going to walk there. If they have they can't afford a car, they're not going to drive there. So you're probably going to get people who've never ventured that way because they see what's the point, or they don't like hanging out there because of the traffic. That's my problem. I like going to bank, but if I'm just meandering around, I can't talk to my friend because the traffic is terrible. So reduce the traffic and invest in the bus service, and you'll address a lot of problems at once.
Yeah, no, and I think FCM agrees with you too. They've done a ton of research on the billions of dollars of waste based on congestion that we've got in our cities. So, really appreciate your delegation. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councilor Menard. Nick, thank you very much for your delegation today. I don't see any further questions for you. We're going to be joined next by Rachel Wilson with the Ottawa Food Bank, who will be followed by Abbas Mahmoud and then Sam Hirsch. Ms. Wilson is not available now. Abbas Mahmoud is going to be followed by Sam Hirsch and then David Fleming. Neither?
Yes, hello. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes to address the Joint Committee.
Good morning, Mayor Sutcliffe and City Councilors. My name is Abbas Mahmoud, and I'm the president and founder of Dream On Hospitality Group, a company with deep roots in the hospitality entertainment industry in Ottawa. I'm extremely proud to be a new tenant in Lansdowne, and I opened up one shop last week called Delizé Luxury Desserts that I've brought to Ottawa. And I'm also opening up a world-class supper club called Med. I have opened a variety of restaurants in Ottawa's downtown core over the last 30 years, partially as a way to share my passion for authentic food and nightlife. I chose Lansdowne as a location for our premium Med and Delizé brands because of its central location, its accessibility, and its vibrant atmosphere. I can't wait to bring these quality brands with international Michelin star chefs that I've moved to Ottawa and sommeliers from Montreal and New York. Successful projects are never one and done. As an entrepreneur, I know the importance of continuous innovation, collaboration, and most importantly, adaptation. These are the same qualities I see in the Lansdowne 2.0 project, which will bring on the success of the initial Lansdowne transformation from parking lot to a vibrant destination attracts millions of visitors. This proposed redevelopment offers the opportunity to increase on-site residential density, visitor volume, and which will in turn attract more and more unique retail and hospitality brands to both local residents and tourists, with exceptional shopping and eat experiences that complements the rest of what Lansdowne has to offer. Lansdowne is a place of connection and celebration where people come from across Ottawa and around the world can come and experience concerts, world-class sporting events, while at the same time enjoying some of the city's best restaurants and culture without ever leaving the site. Given its proximity to the canal and its capacity to host vibrant markets and events, Lansdowne is a rare gem. I urge the city as both a businessman and a taxpayer to ensure that there's an adequate density entertainment infrastructure to continue to showcase what it has to offer. And I hope that you support this presentation today. I'm actually hopefully planning to find a place to move in Lansdowne as well. And I think it's a beautiful, beautiful site for Ottawa where you could just do everything in one place. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your comments. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you very much for joining us today. Our next speaker is Sam Hirsch, who I believe is joining us online, who will be followed by David Fleming and then Marnie Peters. Good morning, Sam.
Hi there.
You've got 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you. So first, I want to begin by acknowledging the sheer number of delegations that have and are speaking to this item, but especially the written submissions that were sent in, 93 of them, which weren't really mentioned. That means that, there were almost 200 people who wanted to speak to this. Additionally, I want to also recognize the almost 20 motions that were put forward around this. Surely a proposal and project that were complete, that we, quote, got right, would not have this much concern or emotions toward it. We need to do better, and we need to take more time. You councillors, I'm happy to be here today to speak out against this egregious proposal, a proposal that to me seems like the most unpopular project in recent memory since the Chateau Laurier expansion, despite what a last-minute marketing science exercise with biased questions paid for by the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group might say. Though I hope that unlike the Chateau Laurier expansion, councillors, vote against this proposal. I think there is one main argument that needs debunking before making this incredibly significant decision today. OSEG, as they made clear in the questions throughout their ECOS poll, and as I'm sure clear to all of you here at different points in the past year, want you to believe that the choice is either between approving Lansdowne 2.0, or as they put it in their biased poll, putting an end to the sports, entertainment, and cultural activities that take place at Lansdowne. They want you to believe that this is between their proposal, or as they put it in their poll, demolishing the city's football stadium and selling the land to private developers. Of course, when you put it that way, who wouldn't say yes to approving Lansdowne 2.0? They want you and the residents of Ottawa, as they made clear in their poll, to believe that absolutely no alternatives exist, so they can fulfill their profit motive as well as the profit motive of wealthy corporate developers. But as we know very well, this isn't true. We know that alternatives exist, and we know that better alternatives can be found when actually put through a deliberative process, not a process that was almost unilaterally drafted by OSEG, wealthy developers who some of you took election donations from, like John Ruddy, or billionaires like Roger Greenberg. The vote today, councillors, is not a vote to bulldoze a football stadium and sell it off to private developers. It is not a vote to end the partnership with OSEG, who are still legally obligated under an agreement with the city for the foreseeable future to manage Lansdowne unless they default, and is certainly not giving up on Lansdowne, but simply a rejection of the current proposal, which residents have said loudly that they reject. Instead of thinking of the cost of doing nothing, councillors should think of the cost of actually approving this plan and the significant financial risk associated with it, just as we saw in Lansdowne 1.0. How much debt are we willing to put the city in just so OSEG stops seeing net losses under the waterfall? Because this is what it's about at the end of the day. Not to improve public space. Indeed, there is no financial commitment to public realm enhancements as part of this plan. It was about improving public space. If it was about improving public space and realm enhancements, public housing and an adequate transportation and public transit plan, then that would have been reflected. And in 06 poll, they actually left that out. But if they had included in their poll that there is no transportation plan, I reckon that the results would have been very different. Ultimately, this proposal is about selling off public parkland to finance new sports and entertainment infrastructure that our for-profit private partner wants, so it can be financially sustainable. We need to understand this proposal for what it is, a corporate handout. A no vote doesn't mean saying no to Lansdowne, but it means going back to the drawing board and empowering residents to improve a public space that they love and want to be better. If OSEG defaults in the meantime, fine. We can run it publicly, doing things in-house where possible and contracting with the private sector where necessary, which is what OSEG already does for certain services like retail management. On affordable housing, just briefly, we of course know that there is none proposed in this plan at this current site, and I don't think it's enough to just shove $3.9 million off to somewhere else in the city. Sure, we want to, that to go to other projects, but by doing this and moving it elsewhere, we are essentially saying that only certain types of people can live in the glebe and that affordable housing shouldn't exist there. As it stands now, the housing at Lansdowne only exists as a cash cow to fund a sports stadium, but we need real, deeply affordable, non-market housing there. Building more housing is good, more density is good, but having more supply that no one can afford will not solve this housing crisis. We need real affordable housing there, and we need to take more time on this plan, as I've said, because the decision isn't between approving Lansdowne 2.0 and Lansdowne disintegrating into dust. It's between approving this plan or taking more time and exploring alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. I don't see any questions for you. Can I ask one, though?
Sure.
We have a variety of permutations and combinations with the various motions that are on the table. It could end up that we don't add any more money into the Affordable Housing Fund from the air rights. We don't dedicate the tower, the third tower, if built, to affordable housing. I'm wondering whether to vote in favor of the third tower, regardless of whether it is put to the service of deeply affordable housing or not. What are your feelings on approving the third tower for the sake of more housing?
Like I said, I think that more housing is good and it's important, and I think that we certainly need it. But I think there's a sort of false dichotomy here, where we're sort of putting the cart before the horse and just saying, let's approve whatever housing comes our way. But I think, a lot of it is density comes in different ways. It's also about unit count as well. And I think, some of these aren't as dense as we'd like to see them. And also, like I said, the average cost of these units, like I said, would be about $2,700 per unit, and that's not affordable. I mean, we've been seeing it. It's good to build more housing, and we've seen more housing being built, but in many cases the price of rent hasn't gone down. So I'm a bit wary of that. Of course, like, we need more housing, but like, if it's not affordable housing, then it won't lead to tackling the housing crisis. So I think we need to really think about that and consider what that means. I think that at least one of those towers should be committed non-market housing, because otherwise we won't move to tackle this crisis. So
Fantastic. Ms. Hirsch, thank you very much for your comments today. I don't see any further questions for you. Appreciate your being here.
Thank you.
Mr. Fleming is joining us in person, followed by Marnie Peters and then Joshua Maddox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is David Fleming, and I'm Chair of Heritage Ottawa's Advocacy Committee. For more than 50 years, Heritage Ottawa has advocated for the preservation of our built heritage. Our interest in Lansdowne Park goes back to the 1980s, when we led a successful campaign to preserve the Aberdeen Pavilion, which was subsequently saved, preserved, and designated as a National Historic Site of Canada. Because of its significance to Heritage Ottawa, an image of the Aberdeen Pavilion has, for the last quarter century, adorned our organization's letterhead. 12 years ago, during the planning of Lansdowne 1.0, we issued an Ontario Conservation Review Board challenge to a city decision to repeal a heritage designation of the horticulture building so that it could be relocated to permit the construction of an underground parking garage. Although we won our case at the CRB, the city was not bound by the decision, and the building was subsequently relocated after 20% of it had been demolished. And here we are again, defending Lansdowne Park's historical importance to Ottawa's heritage. Heritage Ottawa is not opposed to changes to Lansdowne Park to ensure the ongoing sustainability of the site. But as a unique location overlooking the Rideau Canal UNESCO World Heritage Site and its historic significance to the city, certain issues need to be addressed. We welcome the proposal's recommendation that needed repairs and upgrades be made to both the horticulture building and the Aberdeen Pavilion. However, we are concerned that given the uncertainty of many aspects of the financing for Lansdowne 2.0, much needed maintenance, operating and restoration funds for these important public assets might be given a lower priority in a need to cover cost overruns. We hope that the final agreement will strongly emphasize the city's commitment to preserve and protect these buildings as an integral part of any approved development of Lansdowne Park. We support the proposed improvements of the view plane from Bank Street to the Aberdeen Pavilion along Exhibition Way based on the 2012 Heritage Conservation Easement Agreement between the city and the Ontario Heritage Trust by the proposed setback of the podium for the apartment towers. We disagree, however, with the conclusion of the Heritage Impact Assessment that the proposed development will not have any negative impact on the heritage buildings. Even with the removal of the easternmost tower, the two remaining high-rise buildings will continue to cast a shadow on the Aberdeen Pavilion and to a lesser extent, the horticulture building. The proposed development will also adversely affect the view planes from the Rideau Canal UNESCO World Heritage Site, protected by the 1993 cost share agreement on the Aberdeen Pavilion between the city and Parks Canada. It is unfortunate that Parks Canada does not seem to consider this a potential problem for the UNESCO designation. We therefore look forward to a final proposal that emphasizes the importance of the site as a viable heritage asset and as a community gathering place. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, David. And I'll just remind members that Monday we'll have the heritage aspects of this in front of us at the Built Heritage Committee with the Chair King. I do see a couple of questions for you. First will be Councillor Gower, please.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, David. Can you remind committee about the City of Ottawa's legal responsibilities as it relates to the horticulture building and the Aberdeen Pavilion because they are recognized as heritage buildings under Part 4 of the Act?
That's right. The city is responsible for the upkeep of the buildings and to make sure that any changes that are made, any additions, abide by standards and guidelines for heritage protection. And the horticulture building is an interesting one because it's probably the only heritage designated building in Ottawa and perhaps even in Ontario that has been designated 3 different times under the Ontario Heritage Act and had its designation repealed by the city twice. So, but the moving the building, we fought against that. They moved the building, and as I say, but the price we paid was to demolish the back 20% of the building. It's now been restored and is a useful asset to the city, and we want to see it continue.
There is a motion to add the 3rd tower back into the plan. Does that present any specific concerns for either of the heritage buildings on site?
Well, it really overwhelms the Aberdeen Pavilion. You know, you're widening Exhibition Way so you can see the Aberdeen Pavilion from Bank Street. And, you know, in the first proposal, they had the easternmost tower that was 18 meters from the building. So, you know, I think it would be better if the 3rd tower wasn't there. But that's a completely different issue, I think.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gower. Welcome, Councillor Desroches.
Hi, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and agree Councillor King's doing a good job on Built Heritage to ensure we are preserving our Built Heritage. Thank you to the delegation. A question, and I know you've been you know, a longstanding advocate on behalf of your organization. And I certainly understand, you know, the comments on the horticulture building and the Aberdeen Pavilion. But I guess I'd like to know why I never hear advocacy that the site has an important kind of cultural heritage for concerts, for sporting. You know, we could go and walk in the Sports Hall of Fame at City Hall and point to various sort of athletes and events that happen there. The Archives is setting up what I'm sure will be a popular kind of rock and roll exhibit, believe it or not, at City Hall that will showcase some great historic, I think historic events that came to City Hall. So like, why do I never hear that narrative, that the sports heritage and the cultural heritage is important and I think has been enjoyed by decades of Ottawa residents.
Well, we think that is important, and that has happened at Lansdowne both before the changes, and it continues to happen. So we support that, and it's something that that continues to happen. During the debate over the first Lansdowne 1, I appeared before a committee wearing a Tony Gabriel football jersey because people didn't expect that somebody who supported heritage would be supporting the sport aspect of it, and it got the attention of a lot of the councillors who ordinarily wouldn't listen to a heritage advocate. So it's very important, I think, that we look upon our sport history and our social and cultural history. And, that's a very important part of what Lansdowne has always been and what continues to be. And we want to make sure that it continues to happen. And we have 2 really excellent venues there now that are heritage buildings. And we want to make sure that the funding that the city allocates for that doesn't get lost in trying to promote some of the other things that are being proposed.
Thank you for that. That's a very helpful comments, and an important decision to be made. The heritage aspect is obviously very important, and I think we are on the verge of more history, sports history at least, with the Women's Professional Hockey League being introduced to Ottawa and across North America. So again, I appreciate the answers this morning. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor DesRoches. Councillor King.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Fleming, for your presentation today, as well as your presentations on a regular basis before the Built Heritage Committee. They're much appreciated, and the contributions of Heritage Ottawa are much appreciated. I won't belabor this point, Chair, because I know that this will be before us on Monday, but I was just wondering if you could elaborate as to your concerns around the built heritage features at Lansdowne in terms of their maintenance, and maybe point out your concerns and the organization's concerns about ongoing maintenance, whether it's general or specific concerns.
No, we're quite pleased with the way the city has looked after the 2 buildings in the last 10 or 12 years. I think there are some challenges there. We have the Aberdeen Pavilion, which was never a building that was heated. And we have winter activities in there. And if you go in, you see all of these heaters. Well, one of the challenges in heating a building that has steel trusses is that there can be moisture. And I think that's a challenge that the city has to deal with. My understanding with the horticulture building is they don't have air conditioning, and it makes it very difficult to rent it out for events in the summertime. But that is being addressed as well. And when these things can be done, it doesn't mean that because the Aberdeen Pavilion was never heated, that it shouldn't be, but there are ways to do it so you don't adversely affect the heritage fabric of the building.
I appreciate those comments, and I expect that there will be more such comments on Monday during Built Heritage Committee. Thank you so much for your delegation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Councillor King. David, thank you very much for your intervention today. I'm sure we'll see you on Monday.
Sorry I was late, Chair. I just, if I could just jump in very briefly.
Please.
Thanks for being here, David, and all your expertise and work in Ottawa. I did want to just ask about the Ontario Heritage Trust, and are you aware if they've weighed in or not yet on this? I think staff are waiting for some time now to get feedback from them.
My understanding is that that city staff met with the Ontario Heritage Trust. I think it was last last year or early this year. In fact, the day that they had met with them, I ran into a member of an employee of the Ontario Heritage Trust at St. Bridget's, and he said that they were discussing it. I think the early plan documents mentioned that the OHT had signed off on the easements, and that Parks Canada had signed off on the view planes.
Okay, I think I haven't seen any public statement from Ontario Heritage Trust yet on it. But I'm gonna wait and ask staff during the question period on where we're at with their own feedback on the proposal.
Yeah, my understanding is that that's all been done.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councilor Menard. Thank you very much, David.
Thank you.
Next up, Marnie Peters will be joining us, followed by Joshua Maddox and then Brandon Bay.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Marnie Peters. Today, I stand before you as a proud Paralympic gold medalist and world champion, but also as the president of Accessibility Simplified, a company dedicated to creating accessible, universally designed, and beautiful buildings and urban spaces. With over 25 years of experience, I'm here to provide rationale for supporting the Lansdowne 2.0 development, in particular, highlighting the importance of inclusion and accessibility for all residents of Ottawa. Mayor Sutcliffe has rightfully declared that Lansdowne belongs to the people of Ottawa. While this is an accurate and important statement, the unfortunate reality is that Lansdowne and TD Place in particular are not truly accessible or welcoming to all people of Ottawa. As things stand today, individuals with disabilities do not enjoy the same access to facilities and services as otherwise, quote, able-bodied family, friends, staff, performers, and athletes. A glaring inequality that must be addressed. First and foremost, we need to acknowledge the disconnect in the fan experience at Lansdowne. It's crucial to understand that these experiential disparities affect fans differently depending on their abilities and access needs. Unfortunately, for those who have access needs, the fan and visitor experience requires a greater effort and is less satisfying. A glaring example of this inequality is evident in the Northside stands, which lacks a range of accessible seating options, with only a limited number of seats available in each end zone for individuals with disabilities using mobility devices. Adding to the challenge is the lack of an elevator access, which renders the upper levels completely inaccessible to anyone not fully ambulatory. This not only closes the door on options for viewing experiences, but reinforces an inequality of experience by fans with mobility disabilities. In the arena below the north stands, there are 47 wheelchair accessible seats, restricted to just 2 segregated locations. And these seats offer subpar views compared to the majority of seats due to stadium supports blocking sight lines. These seats accommodate only 2 people per group, resulting in fans using wheelchairs and mobility devices from being able to attend games with larger groups of family and friends who don't require this accessible seating. Of major concern is the exceptional shortage of accessible washrooms, both in terms of numbers and being easily and fully accessible. Designed to meet codes long out of date, the facilities currently are too small. Accessibility is about more than simply providing larger stalls. Arena and stadium facilities such as this need to include the provision of universal washrooms with adult changing tables. Their current absence perpetuates an unfortunate situation that many individuals with disabilities who require additional personal care assistance face when visiting public facilities. At the ice and field level, the athlete locker rooms, coaching and referee facilities, and press facilities are all inaccessible, making it challenging for parasports to use the facilities for events like sledge hockey, wheelchair basketball, wheelchair rugby, and curling. It's a stark reality of the challenges fans and athletes with disabilities face at TD Place. While there are existing accessibility features at TD Place, their location, approach, and use are far from intuitive or easily located. In addition to a lack of accessibility for people using mobility devices, a number of hazards exist for people with low or no vision. Accessibility is about more than wheelchair access. Existing facilities also fail to provide adequate features to meet the needs of people with a range of sensory disabilities such as vision loss and hearing loss, creating additional hurdles for fans who cannot hear and people who cannot see low and unprotected support beams or read menus from far away. The Ontario Human Rights Code guarantees the human rights of people with disabilities to have equitable approach, access, use of, and egress from facilities otherwise made available to others. People with disabilities have the right to enjoy City of Ottawa owned facilities without limitations, rights that are protected by legislation that supersedes all other provincial legislation and municipal policies. Lansdowne 2.0 is not a new arena and stands for the sake of newness. Contrary to what so many delegates have indicated, TD Place is not functional and is not safe. TD Place and the arena are not a venue that meets the accessibility needs or safety needs of staff, clients, fans, or athletes with disabilities. TD Place, as it is today, is unable to provide an equitable experience or opportunity for participation and engagement by fans, athletes, and staff with varying accessibility needs. The Lansdowne 2.0 development proposal finally offers an opportunity for the city to address current and long-standing facility shortcomings and create an arena and north stands that can provide an equitable experience for all fans and attendees. We have the potential to create a Lansdowne sports and entertainment facility that truly belongs to all of Ottawa, where no one is left behind or excluded due to their accessibility needs. It's a chance for the City of Ottawa to demonstrate a commitment to inclusivity and embracing accessibility as integral to creating and supporting a vibrant and diverse community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marnie. Councillor Menard has questions for you.
I think Councillor Carr had their hand up first.
Just following the convention.
I'm not a member.
Okay. I hate that rule. I think whoever raises their hand up first, we're all councillors. We should all ask questions. It's literally
I'm going to answer all the questions anyway, so it doesn't matter to me.
That, I think it's just a silly rule. But anyway, Marnie, thanks for being here. I do want to just ask that if council decides not to go forward with 2.0 because of the exorbitant cost to the city, there was a option that staff had put forward about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, and it was for refurbishment of the north side stands and civic center to improve accessibility. And I wonder if it doesn't go forward now, if that's something that you would be interested in the refurbishment and repair of the issues that exist now, because staff have certainly said in the recent past that is a viable option, that can be done. And I'm wondering your take on that.
So realistically, it can't actually be done to meet the current accessibility standards in the Ontario Building Code. It doesn't meet the spirit of the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. So a thorough accessibility assessment was actually done on the facility as Lansdowne 1.0 was underway. And at the time, numerous substantial safety and accessibility features were identified, and there's no means to remedy them, in large part because of the structure of the building, just the way the beams are that come down that support the north side stands, the way they cut through the washrooms, the way they cut through other spaces such as the locker rooms. It's just the way the structure of the building is. It was never designed. It was designed to meet the needs at the time. There's just not a way currently that you can make those changes.
Okay, we've heard differently from staff about 2 years ago on the refurbishment of that building and the increasing accessibility that could come with it. I appreciate you being here, and your concerns are certainly noted. Have you also raised concerns about the staircase that was proposed in 2.0? I know there was some concern about that, and at the Accessibility Advisory Committee to reform that kind of grand staircase that they had proposed in 2.0.
With all due respect to the staff, the city hires me quite frequently actually for their accessibility needs. So, I've worked with the staff on different projects, and the perspective between the staff and an expert such as myself who've done this for 25 years is probably going to vary on what's actually achievable. In regards to the conceptual designs of the grand staircase that go up to a building, conceptual designs, often show things like that, but the design process, goes through, functional programming, schematic design development, construction documents. It's about, 10 to 12 phases. And so what we see now in terms of, here's some stairs and this is how we'll get up to the podium, is probably going to look vastly different by the time it's completed. And for sure, there'll be an accessible route that provides a great experience the same way a grand staircase would. It's part of the process, and it's been highlighted as, an issue. And so I have no doubts that there's ways to resolve that, because it's not built. It's a concept at the moment.
And just lastly, Marnie, thanks for that response. Have you worked with the city or others on the lack of accessibility within affordable housing in the city? I know that there's so many OCH buildings that I go to, some in my ward as well, where there's difficulty with either elevator access or not having enough rooms that are retrofitted for accessibility. Is that been something that you've also worked on?
I know that the city is actively working on it. So accessibility to the built environment is a really sort of large topic. I specialize in large commercial institutional type buildings, where there's other accessibility consultants who specialize in accessible housing. And so I don't do a lot of work in the housing fields. I do more focus on the other part of the built environment. But I know that there's work ongoing. I've seen the RFPs, and it's just not a field that I'm involved in.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Menard. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, hi, thank you very much, Marnie, for your presentation. I really appreciated it. I am the council liaison on the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and I know that we've discussed Lansdowne there several times, including some of the issues right now with the current situation with patios encroaching on wayfinding strips and some of the access issues. I specifically, when I went out to staff to ask questions on the accessibility front for Lansdowne 2.0 and what was possible, they outlined a whole bunch of possibilities to me that I was really excited about. Not just things such as door entries and an accessible shuttle in case that you couldn't park close to the center, not just things like the communications in Braille, auditory beacons, but also things such as sensory rooms for people with autism and dementia and PTSD, and also, interpretation. And I just wondered your thought about other facilities in Canada or elsewhere that attract the number of visitors that Lansdowne does. I think we're 4 million a year, and I think we're a city of 1 million. How important some of these new introductions would be. And I also believe that when I spoke to staff, there was also mention of including things such as prayer rooms and other things. And I wondered if you could talk just a little bit about some of those other best practices that you could see being included.
Sure. I don't even think we have to leave the city. I think if you look at the new Ingenium, the old Science and Tech Museum, now called Ingenium, over on Saint Laurent Boulevard. So when they did their reconstruction, they actually have an area which is for people who are neurodiverse and have different sensory needs, such as people with autism, on the autism spectrum, ADHD, PTSD, where it's a quiet space. They're able to, it helps with anxiety. It's just a place where they can go if they're feeling overwhelmed. That facility also has a large universal accessible washroom with an adult change table with a lift installed. And they just, they also have another quiet room. I think they use it, it could be a prayer room. It could be a place where just people need some quiet time, which is different than the sensory space. So I think there's examples there, but I think also if you go to another sort of similar sports facility, so the Ability Center in Durham has all of those facilities as well. They have a proper snoozlin room, and so snoozlin room is like a sensory room for people on the autism spectrum. And I just think we need to think of some of those best practices that are starting to go into public type facilities, such as this one owned by the City of Ottawa.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'll admit, when I started to see recommendations that we revert back to the post 2021 council decision and we retain the north stands instead, that is something that really concerned me, because I do feel that in a city that is so big and we want to be able to have a city space that welcomes everyone. And I was really excited about those features. Thank you very much for speaking about it. The Science and Tech Museum is in my ward, so I'll have to go pay a visit to those sites. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you. Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for your presentation, Marnie. So, you know, when I'm looking at the functional obsolescence report, it notes a lot of accessibility deficiencies within the civic arena and the north side stands. You know, despite these being functional and not structural deficiencies, these are still incurable. So it's not things that can be accommodated within the building. And yet we've heard a lot of delegations that have spoken to, they've said, no, this building's fine, we don't need to fix it. So with the accessibility arguments seemingly being overlooked in that sense, like how does that make you feel as both, an advocate and as a human?
So I am a person with a disability. So I have over 35 years of lived experience of as being a wheelchair user. I find it really difficult that people still revert back to, oh, they can manage. You can just manage with what's there. And quite often people think disability and the first thing they think of is wheelchair, and that's it. So, 22% of the population of the city of Ottawa has a disability of some type. And of that 22%, only 10% are wheelchair users. The rest are people with vision loss, people with hearing loss, people who live every day with like pain and strength, stability, and agility issues. So our seniors. And it really means that what they see is it works okay for wheelchair users, but they don't consider the needs of anybody else, anybody with a sensory disability. So how do people who are deaf and hard of hearing communicate when they're there? There's no assistive listening systems. What do we do for wayfinding for people who are blind or have low vision? There's no wayfinding. There's a lot of head hazards for people who have vision loss in that facility due to the structure and the way it's designed. These are just things that you can't fix in an existing building. They were identified many, many years ago as being challenges for the amount of money that it would take to bring the accessibility and safety up to date. That's not the best accessibility bang for your buck. And it's really discouraging when people say, well, it functions okay. Well, I guess it functions if you can walk, you can see, and you can hear, but it really doesn't work for 22% of the city's population. So that's almost 1 in 5 of us who don't enjoy or want to go to Lansdowne. So right now, if I want to go to Lansdowne, I have to think, do I want to go see that event or do I want to be able to go to the bathroom? Because right now I can't have both. So if anybody else on council has to decide about whether or not they go to an event based on whether or not they can use the bathroom, that's not equitable. And that's not meeting my human rights.
Thanks very much for that. And I'm somebody without any disabilities, and I still think about I still think about like bathroom accommodations and any sorts of other things whenever we go to anything really like Blues Fest. So no, thanks very much for that. And I think you said you were involved in the 1.0 process as a consultant of some sort.
I was.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. And when the city and OSEC at that time came to a joint decision and said the building was okay, despite the concerns I'm sure you would have raised, I'm assuming you felt the same way.
So when it was raised at that point, everybody knew it still wasn't okay. And some changes were made and some accessibility improvements were made at the time that they could be made. But there was also a decision made not to touch the structure of the arena and the north side stands at that time. So it's been deferred since then. The issue was raised, it was acknowledged as being an issue, not repairable at the time, and the issue was deferred. And now we just continue to sort of, kick this accessibility can down the road. And accessibility standards improve, on a 5-year cycle, like all building codes do. So the longer we kick it down the road, the much more challenging it becomes to address the needs of people with disabilities. It often used to be that people with disabilities were expected to sort of stay at home, or you didn't go out independently, that's for sure. And now, we have people using a full range of mobility devices, not just manual wheelchairs, but people who get around in scooters, either because they're seniors or they're have knee problems, our healthcare is not the best at the moment, or maybe they're people living with bariatric or obesity conditions. We have people using power wheelchairs that are getting larger because they do different things like tilt. And so, you know, there's a much broader range also of the types of devices that we see, which is why the codes are requiring larger spaces. And it's just not possible to do that in the existing facility.
Thanks very much. And thank you for your insight from this point of view.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Much appreciated. We will go next to Joshua Maddox and then Brandon Bay and Ken Rubin. Okay, we don't see Joshua Maddox online, so we'll go next to Brandon Bay, then Ken Rubin, then Chris Pyfinch. So Brandon Bay, if you're there, please go ahead.
Are you ready?
You can go ahead anytime.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I didn't hear you. I was
Yeah,
rejoining as a panelist. Good morning, everyone. I'm here to say, as I'm sure many of you already know, that we need more housing. We need more market rate housing, not just at Lansdowne, but in every corner of the city to house the students and the job seekers and the new Canadians as they come to our nation's capital. We need to house our growing children as they move out and our aging parents as they retire and downsize. We also need more truly affordable housing funded by every level of government to help our most vulnerable residents. Today, they number in the thousands, and many can spend up to a decade waiting for a unit on the current wait list. We need more diverse options to house people, family-sized apartments and condos, missing middle, low, and mid-rises, and accessible homes and senior living facilities. The city has pledged to build 151,000 homes by 2031, but has only seen about 6,000 developments started this year. And in fairness to this room, many elements of housing starts are beyond council's control. You know, costs of materials remain inflated, qualified workers remain in short supply, and debt is very expensive right now. So some developers are just waiting for better conditions. But there's always going to be other factors at play that cause projects to be delayed or abandoned. So all the Planning and Housing Committee can do is approve more projects and expect some amount of attrition. We have the ability to approve nearly 1% of that 10-year target in this single project if it ultimately includes 3 towers. We have a developer that desperately wants to move because their financial viability is hurt by delays. The project is going to move forward if it's approved, but it might not, you know, hit the timeline that we've set for 2031 under the current schedule. But we're not going to stop needing houses in 2031, even if we build 151,000 in time. When I signed up to delegate, it was in opposition of the plan. It proposes 770 residential units today, expensive enough that 135% of average rents in the glebe were considered affordable in the previous version, and a few stories of retail. And these units were the only net new addition to the site. And while the arena and the newsstands will be improved for accessibility, we do have them already. They're not a big public gain except for residents that needed that extra access. And so since the housing is most of what we're going to get for our money, the cost comes out to about $500,000 of public funds per unit. Meanwhile, Ottawa Community Housing's Mikinak project is set to add about 270 units for the same price to the public, and those will remain city-owned and will be affordable and accessible to our most vulnerable units. Dream is able to build 600 at Loretton Flats, including 250 that'll be affordable with just a modest $27.5 million loan from the CMHC. And instead of affordable or mixed income housing, Lansdowne 2.0 will just pull the roof off the north side stands and shrink the Great Lawn. You know, a few housing units and a worse football experience. The rest of the existing development site will remain low density, single use, and struggle to draw people in outside of game days and events. Retail spaces are too large to support the small businesses that are beloved in the glebe. And so the financial fix at its heart is going to be residents. If people live on the site, people will be on the site. This plan today falls short. If we want to see a return on our investment, we need to do something to increase the number of people on the site outside of game days. And I was an Atletico Ottawa season ticket holder this year, and our soccer team pulls in about 5,000 people to a game, which wasn't enough to make Lansdowne feel full. So admittedly, even with 3 towers, 2,000 new residents won't solve Lansdowne, certainly, but it's a significant improvement over 0. And Lansdowne 2.0 doesn't preclude a 3.0 to replace the existing low-rise commercial with mid-rise mixed-use structures in 10 or 20 more years. But I was extremely pleased yesterday to see a number of motions brought forward from a number of councillors that could give us our money's worth here. There wasn't much brought forward I didn't strongly agree with, but in particular, I'd like to express support for Councillor Tierney's motion that restores the third tower, Councillor Kavanagh's motion that proceeds with the green roof, Councillor Troster's motion to use ticket fares to subsidize transit to the site, and praise for Councillors King, Kitts, and Menard for their efforts to get more money and more units into the supply of affordable housing. I think if we adopt most of the motions on the table here today, this actually could be a project worth proceeding with. And so I'd like to urge everyone today that whether this is going to go forward or not, you support most of the amendments on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Desroches.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Brandon. Nice to see you. We've
Nice to see
chatted
you.
before, and I'm sure we'll talk again. I appreciate the thoughtful comments that you made, and my questions were very much on Councillor Tierney's motion, which I think there's been several comments from other delegations that touch on that, and I guess I just want to give you an opportunity to just elaborate on that. That what would that look like, that third tower? If you could just sketch that out. Overall, would it be the third tower? Would it be sort of changing the other two to provide some different arrangement? Just would be interested in sort of what that looks like, if you would sketch that out.
So my personal preference, honestly, would be to replace some of the existing 2-story commercial buildings that we built last time around with, 8, 16-story mid-rises that are more mixed use, that host people above the different buildings we have and add more density to the site on the whole, rather than crowding towers in around the historic buildings. But we've only got one set of motions on the table today, and the third tower is the one that does add density to the site. And the more people we can get in there, the more financially viable it's going to be, the better the chance that we're going to recoup our investment in the long run. So whatever version of the plan adds density is one that I would support. But I think if we can adopt the affordable version of the third tower, that's also wonderful. And I think we should go as far as we can on this.
Okay. Thank you, and I'm also intrigued by your 3.0, right? That and I think we've heard from staff that as the city manager puts it, there'll be some off ramps down the road to make changes and what have you. So I think that's the first delegate that talked about a 3.0. So I think it's very interesting. On the no fare zone, how do you think that would be funded?
It could be funded from any number of things. We have the motion on the table from Councillor Troster to fund it with a ticket subsidy. And as someone who buys tickets to sports at Lansdowne, I would totally support that and pay a few extra dollars to help both improve access to the site and reduce congestion for the people that continue to drive. I think we could fund it with support from other levels of government. Right now we've budgeted for 20 million, but if we can include this as part of the plan, maybe we can get some more support from other revenue streams to help pay for the transit access to it.
Yeah. Okay.
I hate to suggest to increase parking rates again after I tried last year, but that's also an option for us here, that we could use those to help support transit access. There's lots of options on the table for us, and I think
thank you.
Staff is probably better suited than me to figure out how that should work best.
I think that's helpful. I just as a comment, I think it's important that we make the ask to the federal provincial governments. We'll make a strong case, but when the federal government makes decisions, like we see on Queen Elizabeth Drive, that doesn't really help the site. I'm not sort of optimistic about them coming to the table very quickly, given the kind of their political inclinations. But we'll put in a good ask, and I appreciate your comments, Burst, both in terms of the increasing the density, the 3.0, and it's not free transit in the sense that it's coming out of all the taxpayers. Like you said, it would be through the ticketing, which we currently do. So very helpful today. Thank you. And again, I'm sure we'll talk again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thanks for being here, Brandon, and for your
Absolutely.
presentation. I just wanted to ask you about the buildings on site as they're currently structured, and to just get your feedback and your take on it. So right now, as it stands 75% of those property taxes for those units would be diverted. That could have been spent otherwise for city revenue. There is no current affordable housing being mandated for a developer in the buildings. Obviously, we've got a motion on the table around that. And then there's no, the developer that would purchase these lands would also not have to pay any cash in lieu of parkland. So it's highly subsidized units from the city of Ottawa. I'm wondering your take on that.
I do think that we can probably do better for our money, but I also think there's a reluctance from many developers to move right now. And I think the opportunity here that, OSEG really wants to get this done to help fix the finances on the site, which also affects the city because it's so publicly owned, give us an opportunity to get things done. And if some of, your and other councillors' motions are adopted to improve the revenue streams to help build a more affordable housing now, or to make some of those units on site be affordable today, I think that is an improvement over the plan as it exists. And I hope that those motions are adopted. But as I say, we need market rate housing as much as we need affordable housing right now. And we need more residents on site to help recoup our investment in this site. So I think even if those motions aren't adopted, the housing is a good piece. There's just, many other concerns that we've heard from many other delegates that remain a contentious point for you to decide whether we're moving forward or not.
We had a delegation by Katie Burkholder-Harris that spoke about, the potential for private sector investment into affordable housing, and that she's come to the conclusion that just doesn't seem to work. It's for short periods of time usually, and is usually not affordable. I'm wondering your take on that.
I agree with Katie wholeheartedly on that front, that affordable housing by its nature can't be profitable for developers, and it really needs to be something that's funded by all levels of government and publicly owned and supported. And so, we see programs like the Housing Accelerator Fund and Make Housing Affordable proposed a housing plan to help support city in its access to those funds. And we need to build more affordable housing ourselves. And if we can get more money from the developer and support the 25 or 40% that's been moved for funds and your motions to include affordable housing at the site, that goes a long way on those fronts.
Thanks for that. And then just lastly, there's a proposal for parking that the city would build parking, 140 of the 340 parking stalls proposed for the site. 140 of them would be built by the city in the proposal, with the city taking a loss of $600,000 a year. I'm wondering your thoughts on the city building those 140 parking spaces at a loss of $600,000 a year.
So speaking personally, because Make Housing Affordable doesn't have an official position on parking, other than that we should eliminate parking minimums across the city, I don't think we need those spaces there if we're willing to support the motions to improve transit access to the site, and we can get more for our money that way. But right now Ottawa's very much a car-centric city, and it's the primary way most people get around. And without improvements to other access, we can expect people to continue to drive. And so investments in transit means maybe we don't need to spend so much money on parking spaces, but without it, it's going to be tough to expect people that live on the site to get around.
Thanks so much for your delegation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard, and thank you for the presentation. All right, we will move to Ken Rubin, and then Chris Pye Finch, and then Alex McDonald. So, Mr. Rubin, if you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you. The not very transparent 2.1 concept plan for Lansdowne has opened up deep wounds and needs to be challenged on several grounds for the community to heal. First, if the OSEG initiated plan is left to stand, Lansdowne would become more the playground and home for the wealthier. 2 high-rise luxury towers would become the dominant narrative that showcase Lansdowne Park as not being a regional park accessible for all. This must change. Second, the sketchy financing of the plan does not inspire confidence. How the multi-million-dollar city debt loan and our loans really works is not clearly shown. This must change. Third, Nearly $250 million are proposed for a relocated event center, mainly to satisfy OSEG's interests. But the center is hidden underground, is ugly, and potentially unsafe. More details are needed on how, in emergencies, the event center would be a safe place. And its anchor tenant, the Ottawa 67s, is projected to be an income loser. Green space is lost with an unattractive eyesore white concrete mound with no functioning space on top. This hardly inspires civic pride or acclaim or the park's beauty or heritage value. The location, looks, and uses of the event center needs to change. 4, there's no traffic transportation plan accompanying Lansdowne 2.1, and one where OSEG shares in the costs. This needs to change. 5th, there are just too many uncertainties that remain unexplained. That's because of too much secrecy and not enough public consultations. It's hard to pull back the behind doors dealings. Recently received documents show, for instance, the one option was to lower the height of the 2 towers to over 20 stories, where the number of units could go down to 500 to 600. The point is that all options brought out in the open, council still has flexibility, and with foresight can direct that the worst aspects of this plan be modified. And 6, it's not too late to generate alternatives. The Glebe Community Association, for one, has presented a more modest, scaled-down alternative design plan that uses the existing civic center or area site building, a center with space for community services and housing. That's better than ripping down the current center site, putting a parking garage there with very high towers. The Glebe Community Association design is more in keeping with the park while retaining and enhancing Lansdowne's green space. Best not to rezone and reshape Lansdowne in the way 2.1 suggests, and rethink and put forward after more thorough consultations much better design parameters. A hidden ugly event center, luxury out of scale high-rise towers, and the city financially and technical oversight failing the grade on such large projects tarnishes the city of Ottawa and its credit rating. Councillors, mayor, it's better to get it right and pause than to buy into a deeply flawed plan for Lansdowne. It is useful to have multi-changes proposed by councillors that highlight a decision requires more time. The bottom line is just to say no today and move forward to a better plan, more in keeping with a public urban plan that benefits all. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We'll move next to Chris Pyfinch and then Alex McDonald and Sharon Katz. So Chris Pyfinch, if you're
Hello. Yep.
ready to go. Yeah, please go ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Chairs, Council members, and fellow delegates. Lansdowne is a place that holds significance for my family and our community. I still vividly recall being a 10-year-old seated between my uncle and father, operating their spotlights, eagerly awaiting the Rush concert. As Neil Peart's drumming began and the lasers illuminated the arena, I was captivated. What made that memory truly special was my father operating one of those spotlights, creating a bonding experience that stayed with me to this day. More recently, I found myself operating a spotlight while my own son sat next to me, following in the footsteps of generations before him. This passing of the torch symbolized the deep connection my family has with Lansdowne. You see, Lansdowne has been the common thread to my great-grandfather, grandfather, father, uncle, and now my son's working lives. We witnessed the highs and lows, the triumphs and challenges of Lansdowne. It has played a pivotal role in bringing sports, entertainment, culture, exercise, family events, and arts to our beloved city. When the Aberdeen Pavilion faced condemnation, we invested in its restoration, breathing new life into this historic venue. Today, it's a place where people can discover new culinary delights, enjoy live music, participate in cultural events, and find unique treasures at the flea and Christmas markets. However, before OSEG entered the scene, Lansdowne had decaying buildings and a sprawling, desolate asphalt landscape. It was essentially a large, grimy parking lot. But today we behold a beautiful crafted cobblestone area featuring distinctive restaurants, boutique stores, gardens, trees, water fountains, a dog park, a skate park, basketball courts, a school, and one of the city's finest playgrounds. The Great Lawn at Lansdowne has become a hub for exercise, open-air concerts, cultural celebrations, festivals, yoga sessions, and a place to savor simple moments like a game of catch. Nonetheless, there's an element of Lansdowne that has seen better days, and that's the arena. While it has served us well, the time has come to bid it farewell. We owe it to our basketball team, the 67s, our professional women's hockey team, and visiting artists to provide them with a world-class facility, complete with enhanced dressing rooms, accessibility, and amenities. The spectators too deserve a world-class experience. Let's not overlook the festivals that bring life and vibrancy to Lansdowne. It's high time we provide them with the power and water hookups they need to thrive. Yet, perhaps the most crucial opportunity lies in the creation of affordable housing. People who wish to reside close to their workplaces, schools, and universities deserve a community that is convenient, vibrant, and accessible. Lansdowne can offer them everything within a short walk or a quick bus ride. Across generations, my family has held a close connection with Lansdowne. I can still vividly recall its earlier days, characterized by neglect, unattractiveness, and an industrial Cold War ambiance. Even as a 10-year-old, I found the arena and the football stands far from appealing. The arrival of OSEG marked a turning point in the revitalization of Lansdowne. They converted the unsightly asphalt into a picturesque cobblestone setting, a destination for families, tourists, and people of all ages. However, there is one final component that is still missing, the revitalization project. Let's reflect on whether we want our professional women's hockey team to perform in a rundown facility. What message does it send to our young fans who look up to some of the world's best female athletes? It's time to provide them with a world-class venue that befits their talent and dedication. This redevelopment will also generate more jobs, benefiting our communities. Every event at Lansdowne employs a multitude of workers, including drivers, forklift operators, stagehands, house crew, servers, chefs, cleaners, ushers, security, and vendors. It's a win-win for our city. In conclusion, I firmly believe that the City Council has a duty to the public to remove the aging arena and place it with a much-needed jewel in the heart of our beautiful city. I felt it important to come speak to you today to illustrate the connections that not only my family, but so many others like me in Ottawa have with Lansdowne. Lansdowne will not be complete without the final revitalization project. Let us seize this opportunity to continue its legacy of uniting our community through sports, culture, and entertainment. I hope one day my future grandchildren will be able to continue to tell the story of the multiple generations of experiences in this venue. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Vice Chair Gower.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Christopher, for your presentation today. And I know you were here in the gallery for most of the day, so thanks for participating. I know you're involved in the technical services. Can you give us a sense of some of the, I guess, deficiencies in the Civic Center and Lansdowne Park right now from a technical perspective, and what a renovated facility would mean for event producers and the technicians and teams that work inside the facilities?
From my insights, one of the first problems is the loading dock. Getting the trucks in and out is a problem because when the trucks are in, they're blocking the garbage for the restaurants. So the timing has to be very exact. And then the loading dock itself, its shape isn't really conducive to getting the equipment in and out of the trucks. Then when we get to the bottom of the ramp, the surface we're bringing the equipment across is uneven. There's a lot of areas that go up and down. We also have a difficult access to some of the power to hook up the shows. We need to improve a lot. And I think that a new facility that provides the power for the sound and lighting, more accessible, even ground to actually move the equipment and set it up. And a better loading dock would certainly improve that aspect of things.
Okay, thank you, Christopher.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Christopher, for spending so much time with us. I won't reiterate thank you, and what Councillor Gower said. I know a bit about the industry, obviously, myself. My wife works in industry, doing a lot of production stuff and the great work that IATSE does. And I think you've hit the nail on the head with TD Place specifically. It's quite the challenge for your workers. So I want to thank you for adding some of the worker element to the discussion today. And thanks for coming out.
Your wife and I have actually worked on some of the same productions.
All right. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you once again.
Thank you for having me. Have a wonderful day.
Next up is Alex McDonald, followed by Sharon Katz and Keaton Ambrose. So again, if you're coming up, please get ready. Alex McDonald, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Alec McDonald, and I am the treasurer of the Ottawa Centre chapter of ACORN. ACORN is a nonprofit organization composed of low and moderate income people that represent the interests of other low and moderate income people. I'm here to express my disappointment with the current Lansdowne 2.0 redevelopment proposal. There are many issues with this plan, issues that many speaking before me have already mentioned. But I want to specifically express how let down I am about Lansdowne as it relates to housing. With shelters overflowing, the latest example being a community center in Harrogate converted to a shelter to accommodate the heavy demand, over 200 people set to be on the streets in the winter, and the waiting list for non-market housing being more than a decade long, the time is now for the city to take affordable housing seriously. The initial 10% commitment for market affordable units at Lansdowne, which was already not enough, has been abandoned entirely. In the city's own housing and homelessness plan, it states, urgent investment is needed to increase the affordable housing supply. It is the city's own policy to invest urgently in affordable housing, but this frivolously goes by the wayside in the case of Lansdowne. Not only does it abandon requirements to provide affordable units, it also weighs requirements of revenues from sales of land to go towards affordable housing, which would mean 25% of proceeds from selling the right to build in Lansdowne would go to affordable housing coffers. This would have amounted to $9.7 million. Instead, the city has decided to accept a one-time payment of $3.9 million, a 60% drop in funding. And worse yet, the payment isn't even guaranteed to go towards housing. This is unacceptable. Non-market housing in the city is already underfunded as it is. Choosing to take less money shows a negligent approach towards housing for those who need it, but can't afford the sky-high rents in the private rental market. That's why ACORN calls for at least 30% of these units built in Lansdowne be affordable, with a definition of affordability based upon income rather than average market rent, as was previously suggested by the city. Average market rent for a one-bedroom rental in Ottawa is just over $2,000, according to an October 2023 rentals.ca report. This is completely out of the budget of many people living in the city. Instead, the city should be using a definition that is geared to income, namely 30% of a low or moderate income household's annual income. This definition of housing would be more inclusive and target those who are in need of housing the most. Not only that, these units would need to be made affordable in perpetuity, as well as be subject to rent control. The need for affordable housing will never go away. So these units would need to be made affordable permanently. These units would also need to be rent controlled, including vacancy control, meaning the rent for a unit would only go up by the allowable rent increase for the year, even if a tenant moves out or is evicted. The city should also reinstate the affordable housing land and funding policy to bolster its funds for financing other affordable housing projects in the city. Barring these demands happening, Acorn advises councillors to vote against Lansdowne 2.0 proposal and spend taxpayers' money on things that will provide a true benefit for residents all over the city, starting with affordable housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the presentation. Let's go to Councillor Carr.
Hi, thank you very much for the presentation and for noting the housing crisis that we are experiencing. Note that I'm the councillor who has the Heron Gate Community and the Heron Road Community Centre in my ward, as well as the Dempsey Community Centre. So collectively this winter will be housing likely close to 300 people that otherwise would not have had a home in our community centres. So I'm certainly acutely aware of the crisis that is ahead of us. And, you know, it was just only 4 years ago that we were talking about what happened in the Heron Gate community. Just a quick question. If this proposal was to go ahead for Lansdowne and the amounts that would be received, I take it from your delegation, and the amounts that were to be received were to be increased from 10% to 25, approaching, you know, at a minimum, you know, around 10 million, that would go directly to the to funding affordable housing projects. The minute that the air rights were sold, it would be an immediate payment. Whereas if we waited to build housing in Lansdowne instead of that payment, that would take a number of years because the housing towers are the last phase, about 7 years away. So would your support be, I take it, more for the immediate transfer of that money to deal with the crisis that we have presently, so we can start building units for all of these folks that are on the lists or in community centers or awaiting housing?
Well, certainly it would be an improvement if the amount was raised from 3.9 to 9.75, I believe it is, million. Again, we are not told that that's guaranteed to go towards housing. But we are in a crisis. We're going to be in a crisis next year. We're going to be in a crisis the year after that, as far as I can see. So Acorn's demand is solid, that we want 30% of units, rental units at Lansdowne to be affordable.
Okay, thank you very much. As someone on the OCH board and on the social community services community board, I know that it's really challenging to be working with developers to get those levels of affordability. So hopefully we'll be able to have one of the motions passed in order to at least increase the amount of money that would be available to the city to deal with things right away on the affordable housing. But thank you very much for coming out to speak about this incredibly important issue in our city.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. We'll move next to Sharon Katz, and then after that, Keaton Ambrose and Michael Trombley. Go ahead, if you don't mind turning on your microphone in front of you. There's a button. Someone can help you, don't worry.
The white one.
There we go. It's on. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Sharon Katz, and I'm also a member of the Central Ottawa chapter of Acorn. As Alex has already told you, Acorn is a nonprofit organization of low and moderate income people fighting for the rights of other low and moderate income people. I will be talking about two major subjects, city priorities and some of the financial concerns related to this particular project. On the subject of city priorities, we believe that for Ottawa City Council to even be seriously considering OSEG's current Lansdowne 2 proposal shows that council doesn't have its priorities straight. Among the real priorities in the city are affordable housing. In the last budget, this was only $16.5 million, a lot less than what is needed. And as Alex has already pointed out, while OSEG's Lansdowne proposal includes housing, it definitely does not include affordable housing. Another priority is affordable and reliable transit and better paratransport services. These should be a public service, not a money-making operation. In the last city budget, there was a $40 million hole in OC Transpo's budget, which Mayor Sutcliffe assured us would be filled by contributions from the provincial and federal governments. This was a case of wishful thinking. These contributions never arrived. So surprise, there's a deficit. Now the city is talking about raising fares and cutting service to make up for the shortcoming. That's not what we need. If council goes ahead with OSEG's Lansdowne 2 proposal, how many other things would the city cut back on or hold back on to make up for the money going to Lansdowne? As one of the audience members pointed out at the recent Let's Talk Lansdowne gathering, the fact of the city allocating close to $500 million to OSEG's Lansdowne 2 project means that for each of the 24 members of city council, that's around $20 million that could instead have been spent in their ward. And it seems that we have a rerun of that wishful thinking approach to funding for Lansdowne 2. The funding projections for Lansdowne 2 includes an estimate of between $20 and $50 million to come from provincial and federal governments, even though neither of them have made any promises so far. If these funds fail to materialize, taxpayers would be on the hook for even more. The Auditor General is currently working on a report about Lansdowne 1, which is scheduled to be released in early 2024. Lansdowne 1 did not meet its objectives, and now Lansdowne 2 seems to be an attempt to do the same thing with the same organizations and hope for different results. As I previously indicated, Acorn believes that OSEG's Lansdowne 2 proposal should not go ahead. However, if anyone on this joint committee is even thinking about approving the proposal, I submit that due diligence, particularly for a project of this magnitude, requires that this committee postpone that decision until it has had time to receive and consider the implication of the Auditor General's report on Lansdowne 1. Financially, it seems that the current Lansdowne 2 proposal is based on a combination of sweetheart deals for the developers and wishful thinking for the rest of us, i.e. that good things will happen even though the evidence shows otherwise. In the category of sweetheart deals, there's first of all the fact that the whole project is about using taxpayers' money to generate profit for private corporations. But then there are some things that are specific to this project. For example, the fact that the owners of the residential buildings will be able to use the majority of their property taxes, 75% in this uplift thing, to pay down their mortgages owed to the city. I would guess that every homeowner in Ottawa who has a mortgage would love to have that same deal and would be equally entitled to it. That's not fair to everyone else in Ottawa who pays property taxes. And as Councillor Menard mentioned earlier, and as I just learned yesterday evening, the proposal includes 140 spaces for residents in the luxury housing at a $600,000 a year loss to the city. Like, what's that about? And then there's the historical super sweetheart deal of the $1 a year rent for OSEG for the retail space that they rented out to other people. I noticed the presenters yesterday seemed to divide into two categories: people who would benefit from Lansdowne 2, either personally or for their organization or other grouping that were in favor of Lansdowne 2, and those who were concerned about the over $400 million of taxpayers' money that is going into this project to primarily benefit corporate developers when the city has other priorities. I'll refer back to the recent Let's Talk Lansdowne gathering, which some councillors attended and which all of you can watch on YouTube. As even Ottawa City reporter Bruce Leachman reported, the overwhelming majority of the people at that gathering made their feelings clear that they do not want OSEG's Lansdowne 2 proposal to go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll go next to Keaton Ambrose and then Michael Tremblay and then Dennis Prowse. Keaton Ambrose, if you're Ready? Please go ahead. Okay, we don't see Keaton Ambrose online. I take it he's not here either. Okay, we'll go to Michael Tremblay from Invest Ottawa.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mayor Sutcliffe. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to say a few words. Let me start by saying that I have no Portuguese or Spanish blood in me. Miguel is not my name, it's Michael. But I'm very pleased to provide commentary this morning in the context of economic development, which we spend our time as a company in support of Ottawa's mission to make sure that we maintain a vibrant economy here. So as an economic development agency, we understand what resonates with companies that are exploring expansion and growth. And this includes domestic companies that are building. It also includes an enormous effort that we put into attracting foreign firms to invest in our city, to land and to grow and to build. We also do quite a bit of work on behalf of the city in drawing international talent into our region. So we also have a very good handle on what appeals to skilled workers that we would bring into our tech sector. We spend an awful lot of time on that, and we know what they're looking for. As we work to drive growth across the whole economy, we have the enviable economic foundation of having almost a third of our economy connected to both government as well as tech. It's been a substantial thing for our economy to have those two major sectors active. We also have incredible talent production, given that we have government and tech in the city, that actually continues to float that, which is really, really enviable. We're a top 6 populous city in the country. We're the second largest city in the province. And we're very fortunate to have the kind of amenities that we have. As a capital city, it's very pronounced, and we've been very fortunate for that to be the case here. Having said this, we are seeing that investors into the region are holding us to a different standard. We are compared very regularly to Montreal, to Toronto, to Northeast US locations. And we need to make sure that as we make choices like the choices we're making today, that we're considering the competitiveness of Ottawa as a destination, as a location where talent want to be. I think that's an extremely important consideration for your decision that you'll be making as part of this important process. Hybrid models persist and obviously will continue to persist. Where next generation hot skills talent want to live really matters. It used to be that talent followed companies. More and more companies are following where talent want to be. And a lot of that has to do with the new world of work. And so it is really incumbent on us, if we really, really care about the long range future of our economy and its growth, which fuels a lot of our ability to invest in things. We really do have to take care of our region. We really have to take care of the development that happens in our region, the grooming and expansion of our region. Having CFL, OHL teams, professional women's hockey, which is exciting to have here, World Juniors, World Curling, all of these prestigious events in our community, in this world-class facility is an incredibly important part of making that statement to talent in terms of wanting to be in our city over another city. With that, I would just conclude by saying, I believe that this type of innovative infrastructure matters. I see it as an economic flywheel. It's one of many, but it's definitely one that we should pay close attention to. There's been some great inputs as part of the process. And so I am hoping you'll carefully consider Lansdowne 2.0 with the great variances that I'm hearing coming out of this discussion. My main message is we need to move. This is a competitive situation that we're dealing with. And I can tell you on behalf of Invest Ottawa, we would love to see this project or a variant of this project happen quickly. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Muchas gracias. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you very much, Michael, Miguel, Mike. I wanted to take note that you mentioned about the need to focus on the region and attraction and investment. And I very much appreciate it. And I echo those sentiments. And I found it very interesting. Pre-pandemic, I had the opportunity to tour a tech company on site at Lansdowne. Now, I have to say, I'm remiss because I don't know if they continue to be there. It's after the pandemic. But they were providing innovative solutions to municipalities. They're providing innovative solutions regarding cleaning of sewer systems and with robots, and it was amazing. It was mind-blowing. It's far beyond, some of the things that we're doing, and they were selling these products around the world. And I found it really interesting because when I was speaking with the company founder, he was saying that he chose Lansdowne as the place he wanted to set up because of the aspect for his employees of being in the heart of not only the city, but of something bigger than themselves, and the opportunities of having, potential clients come and visit and be wowed by the experience. You mentioned about the region. What kind of opportunities could the revitalization of Lansdowne, which was already a success in the mind of that business owner then, what could that bring to us now if we do this investment, if we put more retail and opportunities and liveliness and housing and business investment into this space?
Thank you for that, Councillor. There is perhaps one of the higher scaling companies in the city is actually at Lansdowne Park. It's Field Effect. And if I was to draw a scatter plot of where all of the companies are that do tech in the city, I think many of you might immediately think that they're all in Canada, or a very high proportion are in Canada. That's maybe a third. Now that's an important third, but 2/3 are not. 2/3 are in every pocket of the city of Ottawa. And we can certainly share that plot with you, but it's really important to note that especially younger talent, they want to be in downtown spaces. They want to be part of that experience. And I think it's really important for us, in really keeping with your point, Councillor, that we make that experience happen. It's what drives people to want to be in certain areas, and it's where people want to build their businesses. The spaces are different than they were pre-pandemic. Like, we're seeing them pop up differently. However, location really matters for top talent, and companies like Field Effect, they're amazing in our city, and we need to be able to support that kind of growth right across the city, but definitely including the core area like Lansdowne.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Desroches.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I thank you to Michael for coming today. I'm glad you're here because I think what we've been hearing and what we hear often is obviously a focus on the project, but there is diminished voice, or not a strong voice on the economic development side, which I think is tremendously important. And I think this project has and will continue to play a big role in the economic development of our city. And I guess I'm of the personal view that having an affordable city and being able to afford a house means you have a job. And we have work to do as a council to make sure that we're providing jobs so that people earn a wage and again, purchase a home or rent a home. And but the starting point is having a job. So economic development is important. I wonder if you could just comment on that aspect in the context of this project.
It is a virtuous cycle, isn't it? And so when you think of it, when I was at Microsoft, we used to solve for something we called the high order bit. Solve this one thing and everything else flows from it. And what I mean by that is, if we're able to attract the right companies and businesses and the right kinds of long range targets that we would place in and around those businesses, supporting markets form in behind them. So like, we could talk about construction projects, but if you land a company in our region, it will drive things like construction projects. It will drive the need to build more homes. It will drive, and these are These are business opportunities that flow from that high order bid. I think it's really important to consider that. I know that as councillors, you have a lot of choices to make and you have a lot of cost issues to manage. But we need to keep this flywheel spinning. By doing so, it generates opportunity. And therein lies the challenge, right? In the choices that I know you have to make.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate it. And I agree with you. And Councillor Curry's next. And I think certainly the residents of my ward aspire to have kind of the employment that we see in Canada, right, in the suburban community. And we're working to bring that to Riverside South and to Findlay Creek for the employment lands there. So thank you for the work that you're doing. And I'll turn the floor back. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If everybody got their bingo cards out ready? North Tech Park has 540 companies in it. But Michael, thank you so much for coming, because you actually make a very important point. And in fact, if any of you want to come to Tech Tuesday's event, we have demonstrations that show where the tech companies are all across Ottawa. So you are not expecting me to say this, but Lansdowne is critical to the tech park. And the community pilot program process, Michael, I'm wondering if you're aware of, is a plan to try to get something like, not as great as Lansdowne, but like Lansdowne in Canada. That is 15 to 20 years away. This Lansdowne is here now, can happen in the next couple of years, and is so critical for us to attract talent. And if people cannot afford to live in Canada and don't have the housing there yet, this is the opportunity. So I'm not sure, Michael, if you want to make a comment about that CPP process where we're trying to get more of this in Canada, but now would be your opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, it's also it is also an opportunity for growing our city, and I think that as a region, we should look at a variety of projects to support the ongoing growth. Where you see opportunity to actually grow our economy while we're building the infrastructure in and around it, these important projects are so necessary. And we're coming out of a period where we've been teetering around 1 million people. We need to be thinking around 2.5, 3 million people and how we get there over 25 years. What infrastructure we need to put in place to be able to have the scale we need to compete in global markets. I think about it in those terms. Canada plays a substantial role in that. And I see the development of Canada very similarly to what happened in Mountain View, California years ago, to generate the kind of experience where tech people want to be. It's an important asset in the city.
Thank you very much, Michael. You should come and talk to us every day.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Thanks, Michael, for being here in your presentation. I wanted to ask you, about some of the challenges the city has right now outside of Lansdowne. I think you may know we've got a lot of crumbling public infrastructure. So I'm not sure if you know, but there's community centers in almost every ward or community buildings that need replacement right now. We've had to fight in Capital Ward. I think it's been, 20 years for a small community building. It's the only community building that's actually just a little field house in Heron Park. And the only way we got that is we allocated some CIL, and it's underway now, but it took 20 years to get there. There's so many other wards that have had a huge challenge of creating, I guess, community growth, not just economic growth, but community growth through community centers. We have obviously a huge affordable housing challenge right across the city as well. And then the economic contributions that transit can make to a city, whether there's congestion or not, is a huge question, because that can really take away from that type of growth. And of course, there's benefits to community when you reduce congestion. And so, of course, we've got to weigh these things when it comes down to it in terms of the basic community infrastructure. And we've got a big infrastructure deficit in the city. And so that is weighed upon a finite amount of property tax dollars, which have been going, the property tax increases have been going down overall. So there's less money there to work with in the last couple of years. So I do want to get your view on community infrastructure, community growth, the lack of investment the needed investment for people that are living on the street right now that can contribute back to their communities, the needed investment for people that do not have community buildings that are functional, the needed investment for a lot of our buildings that have accessibility issues as we speak that have not been invested in for decades and decades. Those are the types of things that I'd love to hear your view on, because obviously Lansdowne is a huge public investment. And we have to compare it to other investments that every single ward requires.
Thank you, Councillor. That's a really important question from a city planning perspective. I see it as a portfolio management challenge where there are going to be a variety of needs that need to be addressed. And I can tell you from our own work going through the pandemic, when we rolled out Digital Main Street, we ended up working with entrepreneurs from every pocket of the city that many of them we hadn't talked to before, and many of them from marginalized communities. In fact, probably around 70% of those that took advantage of Digital Main Street programming from Invest Ottawa were from communities that were struggling. So I have a bit of a sense of the struggles, and we continue to provide services to them. I think that providing investments that actually attract those opportunities where we have individuals that are now seeing themselves more and more part of what that longer range economy is important. And I want to remind everybody on this call that we are still in the fourth industrial revolution, despite being distracted by the pandemic, which has created some of the challenges that Councillor Menard has raised. It's exacerbated those challenges. Every single economic move that is made these days has a technical component to it. So if we can drive that flywheel, if we can push harder on it, if we can be ambitious with it, it affords us the ability to cover more issues, not less. I'll use one final example that hopefully will illustrate the point, and I don't pretend to be a city planner. I know about tech and I know about economics. Any of the multinational companies that I've worked with, and I would say it's a pretty large set. Corporate citizenship is made possible at a scale level when the businesses are doing well. When the businesses are not doing well, it gets turned right down because the business needs to be protected to be able to rise to that occasion when you need to. And so I really think that while the city is not necessarily to be considered a business because of the social, political, and the operational ROI that you seek to make happen, it is an important factor to consider.
Well, thank you for that. I think I'll quote one of my favorite bands, the Moonfruits, is "We all do well when we all do well." So I can appreciate that point. Thanks very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. And Michael, if you could just, if you don't mind, just, I was on the board of Invest Ottawa for a number of years before you were the CEO, and then I'm on the board now as co-chair. And you've done a lot of work in this community in economic development, even before you joined the team at Invest Ottawa a few years ago. If you could just speak a little bit more to the value of economic development, the value of attracting the best talent to our city, to good jobs, in helping to address some of the social challenges that we face as a community, because obviously we need to address those challenges, and one of the most important ways we can do that is to grow the economy, to have better jobs in our community, to have more resources as a community to invest in those areas. And if we're going in the other direction, if we're not attracting the best talent, if people don't want to move to Ottawa, and people have choices now more than ever before about where they live and work, especially if they're working virtually, if we're not attracting the best talent to Ottawa, how that can become a downward spiral.
Thank you for that, Mayor Sutcliffe. We when I look at our programming can appear to be fairly complex, and it's because the markets we serve are fairly complex, and we do our utmost to cover all pockets of the economy that have an interest, in particular in tech, but moreover have an interest in entrepreneurship, for the simple reason that for us to succeed as a region, we need to make sure that people see themselves in the economy. And so we work really, really hard to try to make those experiences possible. We do a lot of work with youth up to 29 with things like Summer Company. We do an enormous amount of work with very early stage businesses, and we're seeing such a wide variety of diverse businesses come through it. We just completed our 20th cohort of the first phase of our accelerator. Each cohort has between 18 and 22 or so businesses. And our latest one, we've had 71 different companies apply to it. So the scale of it we're seeing to be very, very encouraging. And what I find extremely encouraging is it's no longer just one pocket of the community. It's wide. That kind of swagger we need, because that kind of swagger leads to the confidence it takes for young people and old to want to take the plunge and to go after a competitive environment and succeed in that environment. With the uncertainty that we have with government in the city of Ottawa, it's so important for us to have a capability that allows us to be successful with individuals wanting to build businesses and to grow. That attracts companies from around the world to want to be here because they see things happening. So Mayor Sutcliffe, it's a very important question. And it's one that when I think about our economic work, it's work that you can't just pick one segment and feel like you're successful. You have to be able to make it available and accessible to people from every walk of life to see themselves in it. And when we do that, it makes all of the work that you're doing so much more impactful, because it allows us to actually, I would say, outrun some of the economic challenges that other markets may face in the same way that we do. So I feel like we've made good progress, but boy, this is a long journey, and the decisions you have to make, I know they're difficult. I believe the economic side of this thing is an extremely important sustainability requirement of the decision making you're looking at doing on this project and so many more. I hope that answers your
great.
question.
Thank you.
Here. Okay.
Thank you. And I'm glad you brought up Field Effect, because just very quickly, that's a local entrepreneur who made a lot of money on another company and chose to reinvest that in Ottawa by starting an international business in our community, and located his office at Lansdowne Park specifically because he wanted to attract employees to this technology company, this internet security company, because of the amenities there. And he's competing against people all over the world for talent right now, and he sees locating at Lansdowne Park as an advantage for him. So I know that's a great example. So Michael, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your presentation today, and thank you to you and your team for all you do at Invest Ottawa. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we've resolved the technical issue, and so we can go back to Keaton Ambrose of Chandos Construction, and then we're going to go to Dennis Prowse and Rodney Moores after that. But Keaton Ambrose, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. Good morning. My name is Keaton Ambrose, and I'm the Business Development Director for Chandos Construction, a national technical builder and the largest B Corp certified general contractor in the world. For clarity, we are not involved in the Lansdowne project and will receive no economic benefit. I am also a current board member for Elwood House, a seniors affordable housing provider in Alta Vista that will soon be expanding with 38 additional beds. Finally, for the past 3 years, I've been chair for the Ottawa Construction Association's Young Construction Leaders. I'm excited to speak today, share my thoughts, and give voice to the many young professionals that call our city home. It is no secret that Ottawa and Canada are facing a housing affordability crisis. I echo the call to action from Katie Burkholder-Harris and the Ottawa-based Alliance to End Homelessness that we need transformative leadership from cities and our communities to change direction and solve this critical issue. Since I relocated to Ottawa nearly 7 years ago, I've been lucky to have a career that allows me the opportunity to explore, engage, and make use of the facilities at Lansdowne. I've spent innumerable afternoons at the farmers market, at football games, or meeting clients and friends at restaurants at and nearby Lansdowne. However, it is clear that change is needed. The current Lansdowne redevelopment proposal reflects the meeting of critical shared needs in our community. The need for density to enable young individuals, new Canadians, and many more of our rapidly growing population an opportunity to benefit from and grow with the iconic Glebe community. The need for a world-class event space to provide expanded economic viability to local businesses, and a need for the sustainable implementation of the built environment to exemplify and support our city's net zero targets. While I wholly support the project moving forward, it is important that the city better leverage the economic benefits of such a development through the implementation of a community benefits agreement. Cities across North America are tying project outcomes to the utilization of these agreements. Best in class, the City of Vancouver ties occupancy permits to the completion of clearly defined project goals. These goals can include a % target of total project people hours to be completed by Indigenous peoples, new Canadians, women, and other equity-seeking groups. A % reduction in the embodied carbon of the built environment from an established project baseline, or even a mandate to utilize 40% spend with local businesses and suppliers. I urge the city to implement policies like this or collaborate with groups like Buy Social Canada on ways to amplify the impact of our community spending. Research from Buy Social Canada indicates that for every dollar directed towards a social purpose enterprise, $3 is saved from the social welfare spend. The Lansdowne redevelopment proposal represents the next step in city building and is entirely needed to ensure Ottawa continues its journey towards housing affordability and economic opportunities. Now, the city needs to take the next step towards the generation of intentional community capital. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll go to Councillor Carr.
Hi, Keaton. Thank you very much. I'm just mostly saying hi because I heard you joined the board at Elwood House, which of course is in my ward, and I'm thrilled about that. Nice to meet you. I'll also note yesterday there was a number of motions to bring forward to increase the amount of money that would be given to affordable housing, and that would fund some of the projects. And I know that Elwood House is on that list of projects to be funded. I can't remember the number it is on the list. So certainly an organization like yours, like the Elwood House, that is building another 36 units of affordable housing right in the community that will have a variety of different levels of affordability, is certainly a project that would really benefit immediately from an infusion of money such as this. So thanks a lot for your delegation and for speaking about the benefits of it, and also for your service on the board.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Carr. Okay. Mr. Ambrose, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts today. We will go next to Dennis Prowse, and then Rodney Moores, and then Pat Steenberg.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Showed up in person.
I'm always surprised when someone's actually here.
Didn't do the Zoom thing.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of council, for allowing me to be here today. My name is Dennis Prowse. I'm here today as a voice of the amateur football community in our city. I just completed my 32nd year as a youth football coach and volunteer. My first year was back with Myers Riders in 1991. It's been a minute, as the kids say. Councillor Tierney can vouch for me that I'm currently the serve with North Gloucester Giants of National Capital Amateur Football. This year, I was the head coach of our U12 team. I was also coaching with women's football with the newly launched U19 team. And I'm really excited about that. And I could use my whole 5 minutes talking about the growth in women's football, but I won't do that. I'm here, though, primarily, Mayor, because I want to provide validation to OSEG's details to you about their efforts on inclusivity and community engagement. I coach in a part of our city that features many new Canadians and economically disadvantaged families. That's just a reality, and we embrace all the challenges and celebrate the successes that come with that. Our players in North Gloucester Giants have benefited from multiple player visits to our practices. We just had one a couple weeks ago, in fact, and participation in free events like the Sherrod Baltimore football camp. We had a number of players go to that this summer. As I mentioned, I've also been involved in the launch of girls and women's football in our region, and OSEG has been exceptionally generous with access to their facilities and coaches to help us get women's football launched. I couldn't have been prouder to see the National Women's U19 Championships this past summer, with 3 teams from our region and a national Indigenous team taking place at TD Place. That wouldn't have happened without the support of OSEG and without Lansdowne 1.0. So as a community volunteer, I can tell you that OSEG walks the walk when it comes to helping kids in our community, and our growing youth football community owes a non-insignificant amount of our recent success over the last decade to their support. I also wear the hat as well today, Mayor, as a fan and a frequent visitor to Lansdowne, because as my wife can tell you, when I'm not coaching football, I watch it a lot. I'm a day one Red Black season seat member. I had season seats for the Renegades and, yes, the Rough Riders. Hearing Joanne Pollock yesterday was fun because I remember sitting with her husband in the Southside stands. And on those days, you know, we've come a long way since I sat there in those now demolished stands looking out over an Aberdeen pavilion that had been slated for demolition at the time, complete with smashed windows. It's come an awful long way. But as thrilled as I am as a fan and a citizen in the success of Lansdowne 1.0, it's also fairly clear the job did not get finished at that time. Anyone who travels to sporting events in other cities, which I do, can tell you those Northside stands in that arena are now substandard and badly out of date. Modern facilities shouldn't require rows of porta potties, but that's where we are right now with the stadium. We also shouldn't have an arena with a chronically leaking roof and a condemned press box, but here we are. Fortunately, there's now an opportunity to build on the success of Lansdowne 1.0 and rectify that. I'll leave you with this, Mayor and Council. OSEG's been a great community partner for us in amateur football, but I think for that partnership to continue, they need modern facilities to host events for our region. I think it's been alluded to earlier by a number of presenters that clubs like the Red Blacks, 67s, Blackjacks, Athletico, and now the exciting addition of the Women's Professional Hockey League is a great benefit for our community. Keeping them here, though, requires action. I would ask that you and council support the staff recommendations and help ensure the sports teams stay in Ottawa, generating economic and social impact for our city, our region, and our youth. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you very much for coming out. And I didn't even know you were coming in person today. This is terrific. And I just want to thank you and the club, Chris and Steve and the whole gang. It affects 4 of our wards dramatically, actually. And I've been doing this gig for 13 years. And North Gloucester Giants, unfortunately, was very close. It was on life support back in the day. And it was rebuilt and it got a lot of kids engaged. They have run homework clubs. It's way more than football. Councillor King has seen this firsthand. We've gone out there quite a bit. We split on a scoreboard, which was good to make sure we spruce up the field.
We love your scoreboard. Thank you. It beats the heck out of that old wood thing we were using.
And Councillor Dudas as well has many players from the area and Councillor Plant. And I know what it does. And I know a lot of the players can't afford to pay. And we're always trying to help out. I know OSEG chips in quite a bit. These are some of the kids that can't afford, which, let's face it, hockey is ridiculously expensive. Football is a more decent, but still very expensive for a lot of families that have to make decisions. So anytime we're there to help, we try to, and I know OSEG does. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart because I've watched the evolution of the North Gloucester Giants and what you guys do in community, fundraising efforts, food bank drives, sandbags when there's flooding in the areas, driving out to the areas. And all these kids, I see them all over the neighborhood all the time, and they're just polite young individuals. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll pass that on to some of the other people who need to hear that as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you so much for being here. I proudly live in Giants territory. I also love the Bengals and the Panthers. But certainly I do live there, and I know that you provide many children in my community, Tim's community, and Ralston's community with such an amazing opportunity. What I did want to ask you, though, one of the things that we are talking about is a facility that's located in the heart of our city. But what we've seen since 1.0, and you mentioned, before and after, is that it's now attracting 4 million visitors per year, when beforehand it was about 200,000. You're serving kids in the suburbs, you're serving kids in the inner urban. but you're choosing to go into the center of our city to play and support. The kids are participating in that. What is that like for them to be able to call that facility a place of their own and to have that experience?
It's huge. And I think that's what I was trying to get across, is just that intrinsic value of the connection to the CFL team. We had Tobias Harris. He's the one who came out to our practice a few weeks ago. Then he got a punt return, he got a kickoff return touchdown in Toronto. I think we were a good luck charm. But the CFL is a very accessible pro league, and I think that's the kids being able to go there. It's not very far to TD Place. You know, we're able to. You know, I've driven an insignificant amount of kids there, and they can go step on that field. There's a value to that that goes beyond dollars and cents. And I think about that. And then I think back to coaching on that field in 2007. 2007, the south side lower deck had been demolished. The old upper deck was still standing very awkwardly. The field was worn out. And oh my goodness, I think back, it just made you want to cry. And to where we are now, it's phenomenal. But yeah, Councillor, to your point, the kids feel that connection, and you know there is a tremendous value to that.
Thank you very much. And I think you're echoing what a lot of folks in my area say is that they also feel that deep connection to that facility, regardless of where they live in the city. So, and thank you for your many, many years coaching and involvement in the sport. It's very much appreciated, and especially women's football.
The women's football is really exciting. I'll come back to you a separate one on that. It's great.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Dennis, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
We'll go next to Rodney Moores, and then after that, it'll be Pat Steenberg and John Sinden. Oh, you're here. Okay. Would you please just turn on the microphone? There's a button at the base of the microphone. There we go.
There we go.
Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Rodney Moores. I'm a lifelong Ottawa resident and the National Capital Amateur Football Association Vice President responsible for flag football. As an Ottawa resident, I have enjoyed Lansdowne Park from a very early age, attending football games, exhibitions, hockey games, and CAFA tackle flag games, touch football, provincial and national championships, soccer games, rugby, curling, volleyball, baseball. I will stop there for brevity, knowing that I have probably forgotten more than a few other activities. I can't think of a place in Ottawa that is more important to me than Lansdowne Park. Ottawa has many important places, but none have the frequency, functionality, location, and beauty of Lansdowne Park. All of this combined with a walk along Bank Street and through the Glebe, the Rideau Canal, the sightlines from the stadium, all form the most vivid and dynamic memory bank for me that I think about and add to with every visit. It is important to me that Lansdowne Park strives to be a dynamic and modern place to meet and hold a variety of events. Every decade, we add more sports and activities that could benefit from an improved Lansdowne Park. My main activity is football. I played tackle and in CAFA at Sir Robert Borden, U of T, the Ottawa Bootleggers, finally in Italy and Great Britain. I moved back to Ottawa to teach at Bell High School in the mid-90s and took part in playing and coaching tackle, touch, and flag. Presently, I'm responsible for the rapidly growing and CAFA flag football programs, and am the chair of Football Ontario and Football Canada committees. I have experienced and contributed to the strength of Ottawa football. 2 university programs, the Ottawa Sooners, the Ottawa Nepean Touch Football League, led by the incomparable late Ed Laverty, and CAFA boys and girls tackle and non-contact, high school boys and girls tackle and touch, and many local non-contact leagues. I would also add that women's university flag football is growing, and the University of Ottawa fielded a team this year. And CAFA is a significant leader in amateur football in Canada. There isn't an organization like it in Canada that oversees a region's tackle and non-contact football for equity, opportunity, and excellence. And CAFA continually tries to improve itself. It introduced girls touch football in the late 90s. Over time, it grew to 700 players. No place in Canada has a dedicated girls program like ours. In 2020, we decided to change girls touch football to flag football with both girls and boys divisions. Flag offers better local, provincial, national, and international opportunities. In 3 years, it has grown to 2,000 players. We expect to have more than 3,000 participants in a few years. Recently, CAFA also added some girls tackle teams, tackle football teams, again, leading the way in Ontario and Canada. So you can see how important football is to Ottawa. The Ottawa Red Blacks have been an integral part of NCAFA's success this last decade. Players are constantly appearing at practices and other events to interact with our youngsters. The players are heroes to our participants. Many of these events are outreach events to bring football to a diversity of people. It is very important to NCAFA and OSEG to increase the diversity of our participants and leaders, such as coaches, managers, and referees. I believe we have made very good progress in this regard. The Red Blacks help our coaches with clinics where our coaches gain expertise and motivation. I personally have great interactions with the Red Blacks where we set up tournaments for NCAFA or high school players that are held at TD Place. These events are a highlight of our players' season, particularly because of the quality of the facilities and the presence of Red Black players. The Red Blacks have been a great help financially through the OSEG Foundation for non-contact football. These funds are the backbone of our outreach efforts by allowing us to hold free introductory flag football sessions, equipment purchases for new programs, recruitment events for new referees, and clinics for new coaches. The diversity of our coaches and referees continues to expand and make our organization stronger. OSEG has been a great partner working with us in a variety of ways. Sometimes they point us in a new direction that we haven't considered, while other times they are great listeners to us to what our needs are. They are always willing to provide any expertise or assistance needed. In conclusion, myself and NCAFA share the vision of OSEG for Lansdowne Park. Lansdowne and the Red Blacks are an important part of Ottawa, and I think it is very important we have an event site that is appropriate for Ottawa and its Red Blacks. Just as importantly, with all the other activities that I have mentioned, an improved Lansdowne will allow many groups and events to thrive in top-notch facilities. I hope that present and future citizens of Ottawa have a chance to enjoy Lansdowne Park as thoroughly as I have in my 60 years in the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thanks for being here. We went to the same high school. That was also the home of people like Sandra Oh and Fred Brathwaite and lots of other
Darren Pang.
Yeah, that's right. And Ken Weeks, maybe. No, I'm not sure about that, but yeah, Darren Pang. That's right. I just wanted to ask you, just from your sports perspective and attending games and that sort of thing, your views on two things. Number one, the north side stands roof, and you know, your preference there, what you've heard from people and feedback, and then the green berm that exists now, that people the green berm on the east side that exists now, where people can watch a game from afar. Those two things, if you have some comments on those, would be really helpful.
Well, the north side is nice when it's raining. Listen, I love Lansdowne Park, but I do think a bit historically. And so when I wander through the Civic Center, because you have to kind of go around there to get food, let's say, when you're on the north side, because the one area is very narrow. And so if you're looking for a bit of a claustrophobic experience, you walk down that way. And if you'd like a little more spread out experience, you go through the Civic Center. And so I bought season tickets with my brother. He's a Riders alumni. And we wanted the South Side. And so I don't want to, you know, say too much that way, except that our clear choice was to take the South Side. In keeping with all of that, the berm, the mezzanine, the whole walk around, sad to say when I'm older, I get stiff, but I do at least 1 to 2 loops of the whole stadium whenever I'm watching a game. I love, I'm a football guy, so I love being in the end zone and seeing the play differently from the end zone. I meet at least 30 people in every loop. So I've gone to sit on the north side, but I enjoy the whole experience. And I think the modernness of sort of 2/3, the walk around, the berm, the south side is a big highlight to me.
Thanks very much, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Chair Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. It's been proposed that the stadium rebuild would be, or the north side stand rebuild and the arena rebuild would be paid for over the course of 40 years partly through our share of a mix of revenues, a mix of profit from the stadium, the 67s, the Red Blacks, the retail activities. And it's important to me to understand what that profit picture is going to look like. 30 years from now, is there going to be profit in the mix of those activities? And I asked the commissioner the other day, and I'll ask you the same question because I really am curious. Do you have a lot of new Canadians playing football? I'm wondering what the role of CFL ball will be in terms of people's attention 30 years from now, when immigration to our country, which is driving a lot of our population growth, may mean that different sports are regarded as premier sports, and that interest in football starts to, or at least Canadian football starts to diminish compared to other sports that people may be more interested in coming from the global south. So what is your experience today around uptake of Canadian football among people who may not have grown up with it?
So first of all, speaking for flag football, our growth is incredible. And so I feel we do have good representation. And so I see that exploding in growth. And I feel flag football is an incredible entry and companion to tackle. It's a great entry point in this day. Listen, I'm a massive fan of tackle and the things they've done safety. So when I say, oh, some parents have some concerns, well, that's natural in every activity. About could be soccer and ankles and heading the ball. It could be hockey, football, tackle. There are some concerns when they're younger. And so flag is this great entry. And we have so many players who are playing tackle, play tag because they're not in the same season. We have many players enter at flag and say, I really want to go play tackle. We have some players that play tackle and say, you know what, I think I'd like to focus more on flag. So it's a great companion. But flag, cost-wise, is a fraction. So flag is an incredible starter for people to come in. And so it is very inclusive. Again, we've got a top-notch girls side to this, which is so anyways, really happy there. I also am a high school touch football coach. And I'd say that's another incredible opportunity for people to get introduced to the game. They only have the girls. We're trying to maybe add some boys, but that's a great spot for an incredible range of people to try the game. It's running, catching, throwing. And to me, that's an attraction to everybody. And so, yeah, I don't worry about that. You're saying perhaps, you know, the Red Blacks are going to, I don't think that. I think the game of football has attraction that I don't worry about the long-term success of the Red Blacks, if only because of the base that I'm helping by running and CAFA flag for continuing to generate interest in the Red Blacks through flag football, my personal purview.
Yeah, and I'm glad you're here because that's you're at a fundamental level of kids who may be new to Canada, new to the Canadian football game. It's your primary responsibility to get those kids learning how to play football. What are the concepts and the rules, which can be, you know, fundamentally different from soccer or from cricket or from other sports that may be more competitive with it down the road. But what you're telling us is that 35 years from now, stands will still be full and fans will still be interested in Canadian football with the rules that it's currently played with.
Most definitely. And just a little thing about that. I love when I'm coaching the girls or the boys, and you can understand the Red Blacks very well as a flag football player. And the kids will talk to me about the reads and the incredible plays and the patterns that they're running and the pros are running. And so, you know, just for me, you know, I could repeat this for tackle, but because flag has, as with our growth and our base, it's incredible to see them interacting with the Red Blacks through their understanding of the game that we help contribute to their understanding.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation. We'll go next to Pat Steenberg, and then John Sinden, and then Joan Freeman. So Pat Steenberg, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Personally, I doubt that a majority of ordinary people around Ottawa spend a lot of time wondering about the 2 towers or 3 towers in the proposed plan for Lansdowne. But one of the things they do really care about is rising costs. So when they spend money, they have to prioritize, and they generally expect to get a reasonable return on their investment. So my concern now is the way the city is allocating their public investment and the return it might get. In October 2012, the city entered into a multi-year partnership with Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group, or OSEG, to redevelop Lansdowne Park. In 2020, less than a decade later, OSEG informed council that Lansdowne 1 was no longer financially viable for them and recommended a second redevelopment, which they felt would address the problems they were facing. Under the new plan, the city undertook to replace the stadium's north side stands and demolish and rebuild the arena, including a new event center, at an initial projected cost of $330 million. That projection was recently revised upwards to $419 million. And according to Walter Robinson, former federal director of the Canadian Tax Foundation, will likely reach $500 million. So here's the thing. To date, the city's financial return on our Lansdowne 1 investment has been precisely zero, not the $93 million originally forecast. Perhaps these foregone revenues should be added to the projected cost of Lansdowne 2. I'm sure this must be of interest to Invest Ottawa. Who will pay for the municipal services the proposed 770 new residential units will require, given that 3/4 of their property tax revenues will go to servicing, I think it's the city's Lansdowne 2 debt. As part of its $210 million commitment to Lansdowne 1, the city undertook major improvements to the North Stadium and Arena complex. These renovations were completed in 2014, at which time the complex was valued at $134 million with a projected lifespan of 60 years. Why weren't the required accessibility upgrades included in that renovation? Certainly, any additional cost would have been hundreds of millions of dollars less than the $419 million projected for Lansdowne 2, as would the cost of doing them now. City staff's proposal referred to by Councillor Menard for upgrades might not be the perfect solution, but it would be an adequate solution. I should also mention that people without housing are also at a disability. This is not to say one is more important than the other, but simply to point out that they are both priorities that the city must address. I'm just a simple, obviously untalented senior, but it simply boggles my mind that the city can consider approving Lansdowne 2, having not yet seen the Auditor General's forthcoming report on the performance and status of Lansdowne 1. That, given the experience of Lansdowne 1, the city is prepared to assume the costs of Lansdowne 2 with no revenue guarantees. That the city could commit to Lansdowne 2 with no assurance that the other $20 to $50 million of government monies are in place. That, given the $150 million long-term loan with annual servicing costs of $7 million that the city took out to finance Lansdowne 1, the city believes it prudent to borrow a further $313 million with annual servicing costs of $16 million to finance Lansdowne 2. There are over 1,000 city facilities needing maintenance, rehabilitation, or replacement. Since 2012, we have spent over $250 million on just one of these facilities, Lansdowne Park. We are now proposing to spend $500 million more. Cui bono? And before I finish, I would like to honor and thank the people of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation, on whose territory sit both City Hall and Lansdowne Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thanks for being here, Pat. I did want to just ask you about, public sentiment and the best way we could go about asking our residents whether or not they support this. And because there's been, we put out a survey from our office. It mirrored essentially what staff are receiving back in terms of feedback and, concerns or positives about the plan. It was very similar to what staff had got in their reports. There's been other surveys that have been put out there with different types of questions. So I guess I wonder your view on this because it's such a huge project, so much money. It's been divisive for council and for residents. I wonder what your thoughts would be on something like a referendum, given the amount of spending that of individual taxpayer dollars this would do. You know, we don't have too many projects come our way. This will be the largest one this term of council, it seems, this size. So I wonder what your views would be on something like a referendum where you could have education for residents about what this is and different people campaigning on it. Something like a referendum where, you know, the people make the choice on this, and not just sort of, you know, relegating it, I guess, to kind of random surveys that we all might put out there, but actually having the people make the choice.
Well, whether it's a referendum or a survey, the first issue is what question are you asking? And often the questions presume either an answer or they're really not terribly intelligible, or one doesn't have enough alternatives. So that's would be my response to, you know, how, if you're going to reach out in those manners, it's very difficult because it's very hard to get the right question or questions. The second thing is the reach of what you're doing. I remember, I'm old enough to remember the Charlottetown Accord referendum, and they did a great deal of education before that to everyone. There was booklets, there was, you know, so people had, I think, a very good opportunity to understand what they were answering the question on. So my concern is the money. It's just that to me, it doesn't, I mean, they're talking, the gentleman from Investment Ottawa talked about attracting talent to the downtown core and how important this was. Well, last week I walked down Bank Street from my home to the downtown area to go to a talk, and I was just absolutely gobsmacked by the devastation of the businesses along that area. So if our talent is coming, and it's certainly not investing its money in the downtown core, and Lansdowne 1 was supposed to do that. It made no difference. So if you're going to ask people about the money.
Thanks very much for your delegation. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you for your delegation today, Pat. I appreciate you being here. I wondered if you could comment sort of further. I think within the current proposal, the suggestion is that the revenue from the retail as a revenue source would in fact offset, you know, some of the debt and the risk to the city. And so, you know, I think what staff is proposing, that this retail revenue actually you know, saves taxpayers money in the long run. What is your opinion on having the retail component as part of this financial model when you're talking about that large picture of the money?
Well, I'd like to point out, and other people have done so, that the retail was not very successful to date. I don't think that had anything to do with the facilities provided at Lansdowne, but people just didn't go there to shop. So number one. Secondly, the whole environment of retail is changing. You know, people have talked also about online retail and the number of people that are no longer going to shop. And where people do shop, I think, because I know that the large shopping centers are in trouble, where people do shop are streets like the street along the Glebe, the street, you know, down in those communities where you have a main street. People go there because it's comfortable and it's warm. So, and the other thing is that the projections we were given for revenues, despite the pandemic, have not been accurate. And secondly, there is no evidence given in part because we don't also have the report for 2022. We haven't received the OSEG's report for 2022, so we don't know how much revenues changed. Was there an increase from the pandemic, and if so, how much? But we have making this decision not based on that. So I don't trust the revenue projections, and I know that a number of other people don't.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, hi. Thank you very much for your delegation and taking the time to come in today. I just had a question with respect to your comments on the retail specifically. I know I worked downtown for many years and was there at the beginning of the pandemic, and to go back downtown once I was elected, I worked at home for 3 years, to see the devastation in the retail was enormous. And I know it happened in my community a lot with the small shop owners. The one thing though that really surprised me about Lansdowne is that, you know, it managed at the end of last year, it was 95% leased. I think that was a little bit down from 98, 97% previously. And it's kept all those big retailers that were there since 2014, like Whole Foods and Cineplex and Sporting Life. And so to me, it seemed, you know, that Lansdowne had kind of a retail success story when we saw the wipeout of the 40 to 50% that happened in downtown and happened in communities like mine. And I specifically was looking for information on this when I was reading through the reports, and I noted that they really describe the retail as restaurant centric as well, and that they include that as well. And I was surprised about you know, that there's been an uptick in restaurants, I guess, since the pandemic. But I know you mentioned that you felt that the retail wasn't successful. Are there any? Could you give me an idea of what sort of indications you have that it isn't successful at Lansdowne?
This was simply from the reports I got and the tables that I was reading, you know, when they gave the projections for the retail and when they gave the results of the retail in the past. But the other thing is, I live here and I go 3-4 times a week to the senior center on the other side of the road from Lansdowne Park. So I am seeing Lansdowne Park every day. And I can tell you, there is not enough. I go into Winners. There's just not enough people in there to justify having that thing. And I'm surprised actually that the facility remains. The sports store gets a bit more. Whole Foods has been through, I think, 3 owners since in the year since it was put in. And, you know, and a lot of the smaller stores have gone. So, or turnover very frequently, the restaurants. You know, I just, I don't know how to say that my personal experience of seeing it every day and, you know, and the figures that I read, I can hold them out for you, but it'll take me the rest of my 5 minutes to try and find them. But they were based on the studies that I read. And,
okay,
and they were usually either city documents or, you know, or from my council, but mostly city documents.
Yeah, no, great. Thank you very much for your.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Carr, for your concern about homelessness. I was very impressed listening throughout yesterday and today with your advocacy for that community.
Yeah, no, it's a big concern. And you mentioned your senior center, and we just lost ours, which is you know, important, but it's also important to house those that need be. But thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation and for answering the questions. The next 3 presentations are John Sinden, Joan Freeman, and Mohi Ali. John Sinden, if you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. First off, thank you everyone for doing this. Absolutely amazing, a marathon. Councillors, Mr. Mayor, business owners, every member of the public having your say. My name is John Sinden, and I moved here from Toronto 5 years ago. My family of 4 love it here in the city. I run a business here in the city, a marketing and consulting firm called 9 Brains and 3 Hearts. Google it, it's after an octopus. Anyways, I help organizations of all sizes reach customers, find their identity, reach full business potential, and become world-class. Speaking of full potential, I'd like to see Lansdowne reach its potential and become world-class. More on that in a sec. So I've worked in and around some of the biggest sports and entertainment properties in Canada for the past 20 years. I'm not overstating this when I say a sports team lives or dies with the fan experience. The fan experience is driven by 2 major factors: team performance and the game experience. Since none of us are pro coaches or players, it's safe to say we don't have much control over item 1. But item 2, the game or match experience, is totally within our grasp. The stadium, the arena, the pitch, the washrooms, the concourse, the concession stands, the ease of use inside, the methods of getting there, the views while you're there, safety, accessibility, mobility, the connectivity, all important factors. but the stadium is really the foundation piece of all of this. As David Ross said earlier, the stadium defines a city. It's tough to say that a stadium or rink or any structure is at the end of life. It's even a little bit sad. But if you've ever dodged the buckets collecting leaky roof water in the concourses at the rink, or tried to use one of the stunning north side porta potties, or tried to take an elevator, you know this is the end for that stadium. It had a good run, good memories were made, but it's time to modernize. The commissioner of the CFL yesterday noted the stadium in Winnipeg, absolutely stunning, a showpiece. The commissioner of the new basketball leagues also said yesterday that its home here at TD Place is quite the opposite. World class in Winnipeg, but not so much here in the capital. There has been plenty of debate on all these important issues: finances, transit, construction, green space, air rights. And I'm not sure any one of us will change someone else's mind, but I'm happy we live in a city where we can at least voice our opinions, be respectful, and speak to what we think are the most vital issues moving forward with Lansdowne. What I feel is most important now is action. So this has been quite the journey for everyone involved. In many ways, like a sports season, full of highs and lows and things you agree with and things you don't. Was how we got to this point perfect? Not even close. Should we hold a grudge, live in the past? Why can't we be great? Why can't we have nice things? Why can't we let smart people plan and builders build, especially if they're like Mr. Greenberg and OSEG, who are invested, engaged, and actually want to build things better in our community, and especially if the buildings actually need it. To see the 67s curling and various music comedy shows getting produced inside this relic is a miracle. My years of experience in sports and entertainment can guarantee that medium and large events getting booked here now will slowly fade away with the current facility because of the current facility. In summary, there's one key behavior from Ottawans that I'd like to touch on, which is hard for me to describe, without offending someone. But I'll do my best with this story. Have you ever seen that merchandise line from a company called Peace Collective? They rose to prominence with a simple sweater design that said, "Toronto versus everybody." It was super popular a few years back. When I moved to Ottawa, I saw a knockoff version of the same sweater that someone was wearing that read, "Ottawa versus itself." Now, I chuckled. It took me a few years to really get it, but sometimes our biggest hurdle is ourselves. We have a chance now to put that behind us. We can have nice things, and we can have a strong identity, and this can be a big part of it. Finally, I've seen pictures of the parking lot that used to be Lansdowne. I've also seen pictures of the Red Blacks Grey Cup celebration at Lansdowne, and the 15,000 fans supporting Atletico Ottawa in a championship match at Lansdowne. I know which pictures I prefer, and I know which experiences sports fans prefer. So let's keep moving in the direction of progress, build up this area, build more areas, build better facilities, book more and bigger events. We can be world-class. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that presentation. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Thanks, John. Nice to see you. Appreciate your excitement. I think that excitement at Lansdowne can continue for a very long time to come. I just want to ask you about some of the reports that have been released by the city and by Morrison Hershfeld in terms of the stadium, because we hear a lot about the fact that it's done, it's end of life, needs to be torn down. But I just want to make sure and just ask you if you're aware of some of these things. Are you aware that when Lansdowne 1 was reconstructed and finished in Q3 2014, the city valued the stadium and arena at $134 million with a 60-year lifespan to 2074?
Things change. Whether it's an outdoor stadium that gets hit by, that was the biggest eye-opener for me moving from Toronto to Ottawa. Toronto, I would be riding my bike all winter long. Like you, Councillor Menard, I'm a cyclist. And here, the bike goes away. In about 30 days, the bike will go away for the storage, like hibernation. That stadium gets beat up more than any stadium, CFL stadium in this country. The snow piles up and stays there. I've been a part of a volunteer crew to shovel the steps inside the stadium to get ready for a soccer season. That's not normal behavior for a stadium. So anything talked about a decade more ago, I think things change. Weather happens. We didn't have tornadoes a decade ago. Everything is changing. So I'm not sure an out-of-date report would apply today. Just my opinion.
And are you aware, Mr. Sinan, of the 2020 Morrison Hirschfeld report that created a 40-year capital plan for the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group to repair TD Place with the capital expenditures, again, just a few years ago, till at least 2054?
Well, Councillor, I didn't read the report, but I sure hope you did. And I sure hope every other screen in this that I'm looking at did as well, because, you know, that would be part of the job description, I'm sure.
For sure.
I'm coming at this from a sports fan angle, and the sports experience. I mean, I want to support the local teams. I have a big heart, and I want to support them with my dollars and my money. But if I know there's tickets on the north side, I'm probably going to skip it. And if I go with a friend of mine who needs accessibility and mobility, then it's just not happening. And we'll watch it on TV, and we'll, just like we're doing right now, we'll watch it on a little box.
Yeah, certainly. I know a lot of people that would buy a ticket on the north side, walk over to the south side, enjoy the game, might go back to their seat here and there. And I think, you know, you're right, that brand new south side facility, accessible facility is fantastic and works very well there at that stadium. We kind of have the new that's there and the old that has to be maintained. And that's, of course, what we're debating. I do want to get your opinion on the north side roof and your view on that, as well as the green berm that exists there now for families, for friends to enjoy a game, but also to perhaps frequent some of the businesses there. And I know I think you do some work with OSEG or in and around the stadium. So I know you know this, these spots very well.
Councillor, I have stood on that roof and seen the lush gravel landscape that exists. Sometimes my view is blocked by porta potties that are supposed to be temporary, but have become more of a permanent structure there. But it leaks. You know what? All the old houses in the neighborhood surrounding, their roofs leak too. It's age, and it happens. But you know what they do? They replace the roof, or they build a new house. And that's what we're talking about today, is the roof leaks, the basement leaks. I know there is one happy customer that lives inside TD Place, and it's a family of raccoons, Councillor Menard, that find their way in through one of the many holes in the concrete structure, and they're living a good life, sir. But you know, that's not up for debate today. So we're talking about the fan experience, and the fan experience is as good as it can be, with the hardworking people trying to put it on, and but it can be way better.
Yeah, John, the raccoons in my backyard do well too. But you should see some community facilities we've got, just unbelievable. The state that they're in across the city as well, that also need replacement. I wanted to press on the question of the north side roof though. Yes. The overhang. And the green berm. If you just, I wanted to know your view on the north side overhang roof and the green berm.
Well, the north side roof, it needs to be replaced. It needs to be, in my opinion, torn down and built up. And whether that's, I mean, we can debate 1 tower, 2 tower, 3 towers. It's not Lord of the Rings. We don't need to talk about it. Like, that's not where I'm coming from. Where I'm coming from is a sports fan experience. And the green berm, another great experience for fans. Lovingly dubbed Freebie Hill to some, where you can watch any sports entertainment game that happens on that field for free. And, you know, that's a great little community perk. Well, that will be moved, but it will, from my understanding of the renderings, that will be moved, replaced by a new arena, which is, you know, I think in the long run, what would you rather have is the new arena that can host a multitude of events, totally up to, you know, the Las Vegas Sphere that has put Las Vegas on the map yet again, which we've all probably seen in our social media feeds, the big round bubble in Las Vegas that U2 is playing at right now. It costs billions of dollars, outrageous. But look what it's done for that community. We're all talking about it. We're all looking at it. And from the second it was agreed upon, the shovel in the ground, it took 5 years to build. My biggest fear is that we're going to still be talking about Lansdowne 2.0 in 5 years. And we just, my inclination is moving forward.
Thanks very much for your delegation.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the delegation. Appreciate the comments and the energy. I think it's great. Thank you. Did you know the Women's Professional League recently announced that Ottawa would be getting a franchise? I think it's a big step for women's hockey, and I know I'm excited about it. My daughter's excited about it. I wonder if you could comment on what kind of facility you think that team needs and deserves. Thanks.
I absolutely love that we have a team. We're so blessed that we're going to have one of these founding teams in this brand new league. This is incredible. This is so good for sport. This is so good, not for women's sport. This is good for sport. And I think the more sport options, hopefully they win a championship, which is good for the city, good for the bars and clubs and such. My fear with a team like that coming in is it's just not up to snuff. I've played hockey on that ice. The ice is great. Sometimes you get a little bit more water dripping from the ceiling. The dressing rooms are definitely not world class, but I'm afraid that a professional women's hockey league starting a new franchise we should do everything in our power to make their home the most comfortable and enjoyable place for them, because it will show the product that they feel will show on the ice. And I'm not sure, battling for space with a raccoon or the extra water dripping from it's just not up to snuff. And it might be slightly embarrassing to some, but it will definitely not fuel a team to do better.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. I agree with you. And you bring an interesting perspective that, we're going to have a lot of visiting women's teams who will come and see kind of the state of affairs that we have there. So again, I appreciate your comments and your energy. Thank you.
And I will say, Councillor, on the other side of the spectrum, on the south side, where Atletico Ottawa has their change room, and the Red Blacks as well, but the Atletico Ottawa change room is probably the nicest in the entire Canadian Premier League. And players come here and they see that and they want to be a part of it. They see that they have space. They see that the walls are decorated, and they see that there's this amazing infrastructure, big open showers and just a general cleanliness to the structure. It's definitely league leading. And I imagine the Red Blacks area is too. Now, if you flip it to the south side, that's not maybe for our beer league men's hockey team, but it's substantial. But for professional athletes, we're one knee injury away from a basketball player telling the entire basketball player pool to not come here. And that's what's going to happen when things start building up, when those injuries and those things start building up.
Thanks again. Thank you. That's all for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Sinden, for your delegation. Agree with you about the arena, or the arena roof is in shambles. We have a recommendation in front of us that doesn't include a roof over the north side stands. I'm one of those people that no matter where I buy a ticket, I sort of end up, walking around in the concourse. But I was just wondering, we also have a motion on the floor to add a roof, obviously at quite a cost. So wanted to get your thoughts on the roof on the north side stands and the impact on fan experience.
Well, the impact from the fan experience for people sitting on, I'll tell you this, we went through with Toronto FC in Toronto, the BMO Field having no roof to a roof, and there are pluses and minuses to both. The fan experience when we didn't have a roof meant when the rain came down, we got louder, we got more energy, and that's typically what happens with a proper supporting section of big clubs. And with the roof, that's great. Now I don't have to wear my my super deluxe North Face rain repellent jacket. So there's positives and negatives to both. I am a lot like you, Councillor, in that I might buy a ticket there, and if it starts to rain, I'll find somewhere else, or I'll mosey along in a concourse and meet up with friends and those types of things. So that's just normal sporting behavior. But making the sporting experience as comfortable as possible. In some cases, that involves yes to a roof. In some cases, it's no to a roof. There's stadiums all around the world that don't have roofs and still manage to make a great experience. My own personal opinion is, as I'm getting older, I care more about my front lawn and having a roof over my my head, so I don't get rained on. These are just things I'm at that point in life that are important to me. But 10 years ago, if it started raining, it shirts off and let's go. Like that like support comes in different levels, and sometimes you want to be dry and sometimes you don't.
Appreciate your insights. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. Councillor Carr, did you have your hand up?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I did. Sorry, I think I went to unmute instead. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll just openly admit that I always get seats on the north side and I've never returned to my seat at halftime. And this past Saturday, I actually just went home. It was so cold. But anyway, just a quick question. It's interesting to hear about the roof perspective and your and the risk to it, because I have volunteers in my community who volunteered for Curling Canada, and they approached me about the fact that they volunteered. I think it was a bonspiel and a men's event. And my understanding is Curling Canada will not return to the facilities because of all the leaks. And that there was actually staff or volunteers who had to sit in the roof to divert water away from the ice. So I appreciated hearing that perspective. I think you mentioned as well that about weights, can't support weights. Can you just elaborate a little bit on what that means?
You might be getting me confused with another delegate. I don't know if I touched on that part, but I will say curling is a great example. And although I don't quite understand curling, and I don't have the technical ability to actually curl, I admire the athletes who do. And I know it's a game of millimeters, and they sweep and they hit that ice with their brooms for a reason and a purpose. And any other outside factor that comes in, like a leak, can you imagine that? A world championship of a global sport getting affected by a leaky roof? That is, I would say that's enough to not come back.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Okay, I thought you said something about the weights. Maybe it was rigging. I can't even read my own writing, but thank you very much and appreciate your delegation.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sinden. Appreciate it.
Bye, everybody.
We'll go next to Joan Freeman, and after that, Mohi Ali and Pat Buckley. So Joan Freeman, if you're ready, please go ahead.
Okay, hi. One of the advantages of being, good afternoon, it's afternoon, sadly. Before we get into the presentation, I just have been watching and listening with great interest for not the whole time, but quite a bit of the last day and a half. And I just wanted to congratulate and thank you for all of your hard work. I think Ottawa's in good hands and you've been really diligent and lots of good questions. And I also am really impressed with the number of people that have shown up. There's a lot of care here and a lot of people really care about Ottawa. And I think the important point here is they really care about this as a major city building investment and getting it right. So that's your job. But I've got another observation, which is I think a moment for pause. And that is that I don't think we've heard very much from the actual users of the park and the green space. You've heard a lot from commercial and sports business interests, sports enthusiasts, residents, advocates, and experts of many kinds who've been wonderful. But you've heard very, very little from the youth, the families, the new Canadians, and the immigrants, and the kids that are heavily using that park and green space. I walk through it and I always see some sort of pickup game of basketball going on. I don't know how many that accounts for out of the 4 million, but I think visitors, but who it maybe a quarter, 20%, that's a lot of people that are voiceless in this process. And I would urge you to not forget about them. I think these people probably are renters quite often. They may represent people that are struggling a bit, and they probably are some of these priorities that we've talked about. So and they also, I think the fact that it's so heavily used, that park to me indicates that there's a pressing need for this underserved population. So I just wanted to bring that up. I think it's interesting. Now onto the slides. A lot of the points I originally thought about have already been covered. So I really want to talk about legacy today. And I think deciding what about Lansdowne is as consequential a decision for your council as the decisions the previous councils made about the LRT 1 and 2. And I'm sure those councils, if they had a do-over, would like to do it over and not make such hasty and ill-informed decisions. I just want to point that out. I believe that your legacy can indeed be much better than the one that the previous councils have with the LRT. I think this can be a shining legacy. I think it can be, Lansdowne could be something that's really worthwhile, and I want to talk about that. What I'd like to point out is other big cities have sort of amazing landmarks that they're known for. Central Park in New York, Sydney Opera House, which has just turned 50, Mount Royal in Montreal, Stanley Park in Vancouver. Now, except for what the federal government's done, we don't really have anything. And Lansdowne is a jewel. It's 40 acres of precious city-owned land in downtown Ottawa and bordering the Rideau Canal. So I guess my challenge and question is, why can't we be ambitious, and why can't Lansdowne be Ottawa's landmark, or one of the well-known landmarks? I believe it can, and especially if we get this decision right. Next slide, please. To get it right, and some of these things we've already talked about, I just want to go through, is that I think we do need to slow down and not make a rush decision. I shouldn't say we, it's not me. And I really think that there's been a lot of talk about priorities. I think it's possible that this could meet other priorities, and it can and should. And I think that if we do that with some of the design things people have talked about, that we'll be into a successful and a good legacy. Next slide. What's the rush? I refer you to page 71 of the report, which does talk about structural adequacy. You know, we just heard a lot about porta potties and rusting or drippy roofs and things, and they definitely would have to be maintained and looked after for a little while. Well, I think the end of life is up to 30 years from now, so there may be some changes, but with proper repairs, there's a way to slow down and get this a bit better. There's only a commitment for 9 more years from the sports teams, and it will be a bit of upheaval if there's all this construction going on. So I think we need to figure out how to make that easier. But basically, my point is that there's time to study and plan this better, and I don't think it should be open-ended. We can't undo this. The other point that's important is you can't undo this. Once this decision's made, it shovels in the ground. So it's a really consequential decision. Next slide. This is kind of about the priorities. Right now, Lansdowne doesn't fit priorities, and in a way, we're fixing Lansdowne is a bit like homeowners putting in a swimming pool when the roof is collapsing.
Sorry, I have to jump in because that's time.
Sorry?
That's your time.
Could you just go to the last slide, please?
We do have questions for you, so we can go to those.
Sorry.
Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. And yeah, thanks, Joan, for your delegation. I did want to ask you about, it's often cited that this is one of the worst facilities for energy, certainly. And obviously demolishing a building is also bad for, you know, the carbon loads that go along with it, and the rebuild that would come with it. So I do wonder, have you looked into the reports on what they're talking about in terms of LEED standard? It looks like we're proposing a very basic LEED standard here, rather than a much more efficient building. And so I just, on your, you know, you've done so much work already on climate change in your life, and I'm just wondering if you have any insights on the sustainability front for this this project.
Well, I think if we take a full life cycle, which I think people were talking about yesterday, and you think about all the concrete through demolition now, that's important to think about, and not to fill our rapidly filling up landfill with construction materials, if we can try to avoid that for a while. In terms of the LEED certification, I think people probably know, but by 2030, all new construction in the city is supposed to be carbon neutral. And I think it behooves the city to actually kind of doing something this major to talk about its carbon neutrality now. So that's an issue. I can't, in terms of the costing of it, it's certainly, I mean, we're talking about 300,000 houses in the city having to be retrofitted. There must be ways to retrofit if you want to keep this going. But I want to underscore that I'm in favor of revitalization and intensification and all of those things. I just think they need to be done well and right, and that's our challenge. The other environment thing I want to quickly point out is Lansdowne's a heat problem. Lansdowne's a heat sink because of the AstroTurf and all of the green or all of the non-green facilities. So right now it's already on the city public health maps as a heat sink. So we may be, and there's nothing in our open stands, it's going to be sweltering in there with the predictions the city has. So we got a 60, it may be functionally obsolete if we build the way we are building now with some of this open airs and trying to expect people to come when they're looking at predictions that more than half the summer, up to half the summer, could be heat waves. So I think we have to think carefully about those kind of things before we go ahead with fixing one problem and getting into others.
Thank you very much, Joan, for being here today. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you for the presentation. The next three presentations are Moshi Ali, Pat Buckley, and Anne-Marie Hogue. So Moshi Ali, if you're ready to go, please go ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and all councillors. I'm here to talk about, I want to address three things before we talk about the Lansdowne Park. First first of all, my name is Mohi Ali. I'm a project management consultant. I have a consulting firm in Ottawa. It's been in business for more than 20 years. So first thing I want to address here is the city planning. We see every city all over the world have a plan for 50 years, 30 years. We don't see that here. I see in the last 10 years, I live in downtown and I have business here for 20 years. I see in the last 10 years, in every corner in downtown, a big, ugly block of concrete, 30 stories, 40 stories, bobbing up at every corner. Where is the planning? Okay, where is the green areas? The city to be alive that we learned, it has to be livable, it has to be sustainable, and I don't see that. To make the city livable, you have to have public areas. You have to have in these public areas green areas. You have to have areas for parade, for festivals. You have to areas for children to play. Where are those? Public places disappeared from the city. Who allows this? Where is the planning? So that's the first thing I want to address here. We don't have a plan. We see other cities going smart and we're still thinking the way of the 50s. What's going on here? This is my question to everyone here. We don't have a plan. I want this and want to spend $500 million. We waste actually $500 million on Lansdowne Park 2. If Lansdowne Park 1 was a failure and the developer himself said it's not viable and is obsolete and he wants to repeat the same model, what is the point? I don't understand. Every city is moving away from high-rise buildings and we're going back to the same approach that everyone is leaving. Why? I don't understand this. Big cities in the States, in Europe, they are getting rid of high-rise buildings. And this has to stop in Ottawa. I'm asking every councillor here to place a halt on all high-rise building from today. We don't want in downtown all over Ottawa any building more than 6 stories. This it was the rules, it was the regulation. Who broke the regulation and allowed such a chaos? This is a chaotic planning that we are seeing here. It is enough. And we see to have a livable city, you have to have good transportation. Do we have, do we have good transportation? No, the transportation is very bad. Public transportation, when we talk about, the light rail, it's a disaster. It's a disaster project. Why? Because city put itself as a business identity. City is not a business identity. City is a regulatory body, and city has to get itself out of the business. You have to hire, okay, first of all, the money that we're planning to waste, $500 million, we want to put 50 of this, 50 million towards creating a smart city portal and hire a consulting firm to set that. What is this portal will do? This will put everything in the city on the web for the citizens of Ottawa. You have a problem, you consult them, you consult professionals, citizens, and they tell you how to solve it, okay? Budget will be there, transparency will be there, and everything on the web. This is what we call a smart city. And then we run the traffic, we have solutions.
10 seconds left, sir.
Okay. And the 10 seconds I will take for the housing, everyone's talking about housing problem and no solution. The solution is on our hand. The guys that they build 30 stories, okay, and make millions and millions of dollars, we have to
All right,
take.
that's time, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
We'll move next to Pat Buckley and then Anne Marie Hogue, and following that, William Van Geest. Pat Buckley, if you're ready, please go ahead. Okay, we're not seeing Pat Buckley at the moment, so we'll come back to that person if necessary. Anne Marie Hogue.
Mr. Ali is still unmuted.
Oh,
Okay, so my
are
name is
you Anne Marie Hogue?
Anne Marie Hogue.
Okay,
yes.
great. Go ahead, please.
I appreciate all the work of everyone involved in assessing the major city project and the quality of the discussion. I'm really impressed. I am a member of Reimagine Ottawa and learned a lot through that process, but I will be speaking in my own voice. When I think of Lansdowne Park, I'm struck by the word park and beauty of place. Lansdowne Park was so named in 1890 in honor of the Marquess of Lansdowne, who was a former Governor General. This indicates the intention of it being a park. As the mayor has said, this belongs to the people of Ottawa. I'm told that the land for this park was given by a farmer on the condition that it be kept as a park. Now, I realize that Lansdowne was developed as a municipal fairground and was somewhat rural. For a long time, it hosted the Central Canada exhibition. It has also been the home of Ottawa's major sports facility for a long time. But when I think of Lansdowne Park as a park and as a public place, I think of beauty of place. I think of an attractive place. I think of the prime location in the heart of a busy, densely populated part of the city, adjacent to the Rideau Canal and UNESCO Heritage Site. We should aim for something unique. This place is special. So it's one thing to see the plans and an image on a screen and seeing how that plays out on the land, on the site. Therefore, a few days ago, on a beautiful sunny day, I went out for a walk on the park side of Lansdowne. Although I had walked there before, I wanted to see exactly what was there. I took in what was done with Lansdowne 1.0, south and east of the Aberdeen Pavilion. I saw the lovely rows of trees which replace what was pavement. I visited the spaces for play, to play basketball, the skateboard park, the beautiful lime green slide, which is really lovely, a lovely feature. And then I walked the space, the green space, up to the berm. And I realized I do love that big building at the top. And also I realized part of that arc is part of a sculpture. I saw where the arena would be and would replace the berm and part of the green space and where the high rises will be built. I wasn't too happy when I just realized, because in a picture it was quite a different picture in my mind. It's appalling to me that 30,000 square feet of green space will be removed from the park area for a new arena, and that the north stands will be rebuilt when what is there is structurally sound and could be kept with maintenance and repair at a low cost for up to 40 years. I don't think this is in the spirit of good urban planning for a public space. I really think we should take a public space more seriously. I was glad to hear Richard Claiborne speak yesterday. He's the architect who was responsible for the design of Lansdowne 1.0. Although I was against the project for Lansdowne 1.0 and fought it with Friends of Lansdowne, and it was mainly because I felt that this was not the place for retail and for high rises. I have to admit that this resulted in some good design, and I saw that mainly in the area where I walked. I love the impressive sculpture done by Jill Ilfort, I think that's her name, especially for the park area.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's time.
Oh, yes. Oh my
Yeah.
God. Anyway, good design and not sole sourcing for projects of this magnitude is my recommendation, and I hope that a pause will be put on this project.
Thank you for your delegation. We'll go next to William Van Geest, and then following that, Anne-Marie Rochon and Josh Ragnald. Oh, I see, actually, just before we go any further, I see, is that Pat Buckley that's online now? You'll have to unmute yourself, sir.
Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah,
There we
sorry.
go.
I had technical difficulties.
No
I
problem.
may add,
Go ahead.
Mike. Okay.
You can go ahead now. No problem.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I am well educated in economics and business. I applied this education to evaluate Lansdowne 2 from a global perspective after attending a few meetings and reading some of the documents. I hope that you'll vote against Lansdowne 2. Overall, it is just too risky, and there's too much initial debt and possibly ballooning debt in a municipality that has other large debts with potentially huge escalations. This Lansdowne 2 is a very important decision of the City of Ottawa. It could bring on hard times. Ottawa currently has 2 large risky debts that have potential to balloon in size, escalating costs way beyond our imaginations, and increase our taxes exorbitantly. These costly projects are the LRT and Lansdowne 1. Why does the City of Ottawa need to take on another risky project at the same time? What is going to happen if the Ottawa Senators build a major sports complex in the Breton Flats, as they quite likely are to do? Can Lansdowne Arena survive the competition? What is Lansdowne going to do if someone else builds a covered stadium in the Ottawa region and the Red Blacks move there? You know, all NFL teams either are in a covered stadium or have a dome stadium in their short-term plans. The CFL will undoubtedly head the same way in the next 10 years. What fans see on TV, they want here. And speaking of stores, how many stores are going to survive in the next few years with all this internet buying and working at home? Looks to me that there will be fewer stores, but in Lansdowne 2, we see plans for more retail outlets. And the financial projections assume that these stores are going to, I don't know. And stores can be rented at rates above current market prices, arguing that these will be premium outlets. This may happen, but it is highly unlikely that all will go well and earn the city any income from Lansdowne. Many of the assumptions of Lansdowne 2, like these high rents, could be proven false. The result will be the city will have huge subsidies to pay in the future for Lansdowne 2. Alternatively, the city of Ottawa can abandon Lansdowne 2 and continue with the current facilities. The facilities do need good annual maintenance, if not renovation. Such costs are at a much smaller scale than those of Lansdowne 2. Current maintenance has a conflict of interest with OSEG being in charge of maintenance and also promoting Lansdowne 2. At least that's what I learned yesterday from listening to this session. It appears that OSEG wants the arena, just a sec, the arena and stadium to be seen as run down. Oh yeah, they want it to be seen as run down, so they will get to do Lansdowne 2 and make lots of money for themselves, not the city and citizens of Ottawa. We need a better maintenance firm to prevent incidents like the dripping water in the arena mentioned yesterday. I recommend further investigation by council of this issue. One thing that the current discussion has pointed to is the huge amount of money that needed to be built to build a new stadium. The big problem is the lack of money. Yesterday, other delegates mentioned the ability of a municipality to set up a reserve fund to save for large projects. I recommend that the city start a fund for the redevelopment of Lansdowne Park. The city can easily have $1 billion in 10 years if it saves $100 million every year for the next 10. In addition, the fund can be added to by a community development fund of citizens and people in the community and corporations and that make donations. Then with a large fund, the city can build any kind of stadium that it wants without having the need to also build 3 skyscrapers. Just think, we could have a dome stadium that is always warm enough, but not too hot. And it's also smoke-free to help us survive global warming. And it's forest fires like we saw last summer. After saying goodbye to Lansdowne 2, we need to have a major community plan on what to do with Lansdowne Park. What options do we have available? The Lansdowne 2 proposal, in contrast, only presents one option. All good planning examines a number of options. All good planning for large facilities like Lansdowne involves community members both in the local neighborhood and in the city at large. In contrast, Lansdowne 2 was brought forth by developers. So are we surprised that they want more development, more apartments, more stores, and less park? I went to a question and answer session on Lansdowne 2, but these were more like sales events of OSEG with hucksters trying to make us feel stupid if we didn't agree with them. I asked this question at a consultation meeting. What do we get out of this? What's in this for the average person like myself? I was told nothing significant, really. Okay, for $500 million, that's all we get. Okay, basically just, a newer arena, a newer stadium perhaps, but okay. In the latest plans of Lansdowne 2, the average person is actually losing, 2-1 that is. No roof on the north stands like there are now, a smaller stadium, a smaller arena. So at times tickets will be scarce and we'll be losing a grassy hill to the east of the stadium. People like walking on it. It's small enough that children like racing to the top. So far, I've ignored the local neighborhood concerns of overcrowding and shadows from buildings and traffic jams and dangerous drivers on the streets and lack of parking spots for neighborhood usage and the need for affordable housing. These are all very important reasons to vote against Lansdowne 2. These are in addition to...
That's time, sir.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Fortunately, that's your time. Thank you.
Well, that's fine. I'd said very little left, just conclusion. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. So we'll go next to William Van Geest and then Anne-Marie Rochon. Is William Van Geest online? Okay, we don't see William Van Geest at the moment, so we'll come back to him if necessary. Anne-Marie Rochon, go ahead.
I'm Anne-Marie Rochon, the chair of the Ottawa Farmers Market Association, and I'm here today to speak to the Ottawa Farmers Market's reflection on Lansdowne 2.0. Lansdowne Park has been the home of the Ottawa Farmers Market Association since 2006, and before the first Lansdowne redevelopment took place. With only 10 producers, we started this pilot project with city staff and councillors to provide a space for authentic local producers to thrive. We have since grown to a current membership of over 150 producers and have been a launch pad for hundreds of small businesses in the 17 years we've been involved in this community. Deep in our core, we feel the beating heart that is Lansdowne Park. Our farmers market is more than just a marketplace. It's a hub where our communities come together. It's a place where neighborhoods meet, friendships are nurtured, and meaningful bonds are forged over the shared love of food and local culture. Farmers markets run by the OFM are not only a place to find producer-only farm fresh foods, but our organization works in partnership with local food rescues and community groups to serve the needs of everyone in the community. We provide a safe space for children to learn, play, and flex their entrepreneurial muscles alongside our regional growers. We're a space for musicians to strum their instruments, for locals to share their talents. This is all done in a space we've always loved, Lansdowne Park. This space is first and foremost a community space. Our organization is genuinely concerned about the impending plan to redevelop Lansdowne, especially if current plans seek to further deplete this neighborhood of its community and family-forward spaces in the public realm. With 10 years of construction on the horizon, an experience we've already faced at Lansdowne in the past decade, we feel even more compelled to express our apprehensions. While development and progress are very important, we must ensure that it doesn't come at the expense of a community treasure. There is a need to address these concerns, understanding that it's not just about the physical space, but about preserving the heart and soul of our rural and urban communities. We must work together to ensure construction of this project has minimal impact on the farmers market. When a single fundraising event being held at the Great Lawn has the capacity to generate gridlock and site inaccessibility on our market days, we have no doubt that 10 years of proposed construction across Lansdowne Park, alongside no improvements to current transit plan, will have irrevocable impacts on the livelihoods of our local producers and this community's access for farm-to-table foods. Our market is a community space, a rural-urban interface for neighbors and friends to come together every week and find the very best in freshly harvested and locally made foods. We are an incubator for startup farmers and makers, for people in our community to launch their careers in small-scale food production. We know what construction at Lansdowne could look like, as our market faced complete displacement from this neighborhood for 3 years in 2010. It took 5 years to rebuild our farmers market when we returned to Lansdowne in 2013, and we are bracing for negative impacts once again. We compel decision makers today to seriously consider the effects a major redevelopment project can and will have on the public space in this community, including our regional growers' access every day, every week, and to prioritize securing community access to the public realm during such extensive construction timelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thanks for being here and for providing that statement. You've, I think, been at Lansdowne longer than the original redevelopment from back from the mid-2000s. Is that true?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And I think it's fair to say, you know, you're the heart and soul of that space. So many people go there for the farmers market. It's located on the public Aberdeen Square into the pavilion. I know you've used many of the buildings that have been there as well, but it's the outside market that really flourishes in the spring, summer, and fall. I did want to just ask, in terms of the current transportation issues that you've identified, you know, there's not a solid plan right now for transportation. It's kind of just been assumed that everything can continue as it is. There might be some future changes with some connectivity, but as of now, there's not an investment there. There's not a here's the plan. So I guess what in your view, what would help on the transportation side in its current state, not just something in the future if we decide to pass this or we don't? What would actually help on the transportation side currently?
Currently, it's a little bit difficult. I do hear a lot from people who visit our farmers market, and they're just saying there's not enough parking for them. They don't want to come because parking around, which I understand that's not fixable at the moment. That's not really something we can do. But sometimes even just controlling traffic might help in the moment, especially when there's big events happening, especially when the Panda game happened. That's a more recent example of gridlock within the farmers market. Now, we did have an increase in staff helping direct traffic and directing crowds, which is really helpful. And I think we could use probably a bit more of that, especially when there are big events happening, is just having more staff on site to direct traffic and to get vendors in and out in a way that's safe, because there was such a huge influx of people that day during the Panda games that it really wasn't safe for our vendors to be driving around in large vehicles. There's large vehicles going in and out. So for the safety of everybody, to have more staff on site directing traffic and controlling traffic, I think would be a huge help for the time being.
That's great to hear. One of the things that staff have said is actually, I guess it's more OSIG saying it, that we need 5 million visitors to come to Lansdowne annually to make it successful. On the OSEG side, on the sports side, they bring in about 4 million, as I understand it, and then on the public side, for a fraction of the cost, really, we're bringing in, I think it's 510,000, somewhere around there annually. The farmers market's obviously a big part of that. Just in terms of having people, getting up to that 5 million number, which we're not far off at now, what kind of public side investments would you see helping that? I mean, we've talked about things like a splash pad, making the lawn more accessible, the 9 to 5 there with seniors events or work hubs, those sorts of things that can help bring people in at almost no cost, a fraction of the cost of what we're talking about now to get to that 5 million number. Are there other ideas that you have that might bring people in on the, the public side of the space, the green side of the space, that would facilitate more people coming through the site?
Maybe during the week, allowing some vendors to access the site. Doesn't necessarily have to be a full farmers market every single day, but if there are vendors or small businesses who want to set up a small group, maybe want to set up during the week, maybe make the area accessible to them to set up and sell. We've seen a 7-day-a-week market. It's not really viable, feasible for like the production side. To attract more people, more vendors to come is a little bit difficult, but maybe like a few times a week, allowing vendors to come in and utilize the space, especially small businesses, to utilize the space and have a space to set up maybe once or twice a week outside of the regularly scheduled farmers market might be a
kind of more of a semi-permanent schedule. That would help. I'm sure people would love that. It's a fantastic idea and would utilize some of that public space. Traditionally, there's four rural area councillors in our area. How many like rural area farmers do you have coming in? I think you mentioned there's quite a lot of obviously small businesses basically that come to Lansdowne that are concerned with this. So how many rural area farmers would you represent?
Quite a few. I don't know the exact number. I'm actually one of them. My husband and I own Rochon Garden. We're just outside. We're actually in George Roos's riding area. So there are quite a number of us that come in from just within the outskirts of Ottawa. I don't know the exact number, but we take up more than half of the total number of membership that we have at the Ottawa Farmers Market. More than 51% of us are agriculture and are within the city limits of Ottawa. So we're all within 100 kilometers. You have to be within 100 kilometers of Ottawa in order to sell or be a member of the Ottawa Farmers Market. So more than 51% of us are actually agriculture vendors.
Thank you so much for that information. And just, I can appreciate your concerns about the redevelopment. I think a lot of people have concerns around it, the affordability, but also the disruption to local businesses and activity on the site for 10 years. So thank you for coming and appreciate your delegation.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. I know you're one of the larger regular vendors at the Barrhaven iteration of the Ottawa Farmers Market. So it's nice to meet you. I've perused. I may have purchased a pepper once or twice.
Thank you.
Regardless, would additional residents on the site bring about more foot traffic for you, for markets in general, and possibly kind of fill some of that 9 to 5 gap that's being mentioned?
Yeah, I think more residents, I mean, whether or not they're going to shop at the farmers market is to be seen. I can't guarantee that those people who live there will be coming to us. It's hard to tell who within the area shops within the farmers market, but I mean, we're always open to having more people at the market. It's good for everybody. But whether or not people living in the general vicinity frequent the farmers market, I'm not 100% sure. I would hope that having more people living in the area would translate to having more people within the market footprint. I don't know, but my hope would be that yes, that's kind of what would happen.
Yeah, no, understood. There are a lot of hypotheticals, and based on depending on which motions on the floor right now pass, we're anywhere from 770 to 1,200 units, I believe. So
Yeah.
I do see that increased captive audience, let's say, as traffic, even if let's say a bunch of it is hypothetical. It's the same in Barrhaven, right? We put that farmers market there. It was kind of quiet at first, but eventually people knew it was there. We ran a few special markets, and now it's
fantastic.
It is, and it's great seeing you there every Sunday. So thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. We're going to go next to Josh Ragnald, followed by Jean S. Guillaume and Dean Tester. So Josh Ragnald, feel free to go ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Hi, everyone. My name is Josh. I was born and raised in Ottawa. I currently live in the West End near Bayshore and work in the downtown core. As a young professional in Ottawa, Lansdowne is a frequent venue for lunches, meetings, sports, business events, and fundraisers. Its proximity to the city and great parking off-peak times make it a great meeting spot between me and people visiting from other parts of the city. It's exciting, it's lively, it's a great place to entertain clients. And while on the field, sports offer a really great experience, short of one side of the stands. The sports that take place inside the arena don't. As a music enthusiast, Ottawa has a huge hole in its music venues. We need mid-sized venues that can hold acts that maybe can't fill the Canadian Tire Centre. And the Civic Centre has hosted some great events in the past, but more and more artists are passing on the Civic Centre and TD Place due to the lacking facilities. As a young citizen of Ottawa, my wife and I enjoy lots of the entertainment Lansdowne has to offer. We love spending time at the farmers market, attending craft beer events that take place in the Aberdeen Pavilion, and exploring the dining and nightlife options. I want more reasons to spend time there. It's a great showcase of how fun Ottawa can be. Despite the numerous positives, Lansdowne suffers from several drawbacks. From the leaky roof that interrupts basketball games, to the lack of accessible seating, the aging facilities, the fact that event organizers are passing on Ottawa as a city because we don't have an adequate venue, to the lineups of porta potties at Red Blacks games. We can do better. Great innovative cities invest in great venues. I want to live in a city that exciting things happen, and I think we deserve a world-class stadium and arena capable of hosting mid-sized acts, international sports events, and I really do look forward to seeing what Lansdowne can become. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, we'll move to Jean S. Guillaume, followed by Dean Tester and Nolan Chafe or Chaffee. Monsieur Guillaume, if you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, hi everyone. Hi, Mr. Mayor and all the councillors. I was gonna start by enumerating a lot of stuff, and especially things I do in the community, but I think that many people mentioned it before about sports. They came up with the benefits of sporting events and how socioeconomically was favoring our community. But I'm not going to go in that angle. I mean, I'm a teacher and I'm a coach as well, but I want to come in the angle of what it will bring for our community as a whole. Now, I came from Montreal, ex-citizen of Montreal, came here in 2004. This city has been nothing but great for me. But one thing I must say, and I know everybody will know that, is that how many times that we hear people talking about Ottawa and making fun of it, or diminishing the value of Ottawa. So I'm here to say that it's time for us to kind of definitely support that project and make sure that Ottawa can provide that world-class space where we can of course, attend events, and tourism can come and flourish within our community. But I must also say that when we talk about, I heard many people talk about generations, and the main question is, what are we going to tell the future generation later on? What are we going to leave for them? Because we all know, I work as a teacher. Students will always ask, and they will always question what was done before. I think it's a huge responsibility that we have to think about what we can leave for them later on, what kind of heritage we can leave for them in the future. So I came here to share that. I wish I wasn't like the 78th person speaking, so I could elaborate more. But a lot of things that I wanted to say have been said before, and I want to thank you guys for your time.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you very much for being up there in the 70s and waiting for your turn and patiently providing your feedback on that. One of the things I know, and I think I'm lucky enough to have you in my ward. I do want to point out that you have won the Brian Kilray Award from the city. You are an inspiration. You coach youth in the park behind your house, and you have a young family. And I don't mean to center you out, but I really cannot stress the point that I've been hearing from folks like yourself across my ward and across the city who find such value in this shared space that we call Lansdowne. And, you know, you're talking about it from a legacy building proposal. We've heard from other people in terms of the other side of the legacy. They would prefer that we keep it as is or change it in different ways. But I think it's important that we recognize that everybody is accessing this facility, including young people. And one of the things that I wanted to ask is, yourself, your family, your students, do they often frequent Lansdowne as it stands? Do they feel comfortable and safe being there? Do you think that there is, and you've mentioned that there's value in investing more and doing more there, but even as it stands, what is your sense of how people from everywhere across the city enjoy this space?
Well, let me start by saying, I will never forget these summer afternoons where I would bring my daughter, and it would be beautiful and amazing to watch and see everyone playing at the park. It's something to see. The other thing is, I must add, and yes, I didn't want to come any angle of me being a coach and putting sports first. I must say that I use sports to better our community. And to better our community, to be able to do so, we do need those space that are up to date. And of course, that our kids, our students can go and be proud of and say, hey, this is our space in Ottawa that we can go and have events and host events. I want them to brag too, because too many Toronto students, Montreal kids brag about what they have, but I want our students to be able to do so. And I think it's time for us to, like many said, to go bigger and better and to attract more people. Like I said, I came in 2004 and Ottawa has been great for me. And I would love for the people from other cities to come and benefit from Ottawa. And I think having such a space, it's a no-brainer to kind of help people better their life, especially families. And I don't want to go on, but everyone from the community. And also, there's going to be opportunities for anybody from any sphere in our community to purchase a property there. So why not?
Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we'll go to Dean Tester, and then Nolan Chafe, and then Nicholas Charles Song. Dean Tester, if you're ready, go right ahead.
Hi, folks. Apologies, I'm on the road, so I hope you can hear me okay. I'm here today to speak in favor of this new proposal with an important caveat. The version of Lansdowne we are discussing today, in my opinion, is a massive downgrade from the original Lansdowne 2.0 as presented. The loss of the third tower was catastrophic for this development. In addition to losing 500 homes, it also meant the loss of affordable housing, the green roof, concert space, and a bigger hit to taxpayers. We see motions today to restore all of these elements, and I'm urging you to accept them. Density pays for public services. That's true in every neighborhood. We have better amenities, better services, and better transit in denser neighborhoods. And it's especially true in the context of Lansdowne, which is a unique partnership between the city and a private organization. If we want this partnership to be successful and to reduce the financial impact on taxpayers, we need the retail to be a success. We need the events to be a success. And with respect to some of the folks who showed up to delegate and were perhaps rooting against this, I think we need to be supporting the success of this. This is we need a Team Ottawa approach here to make this the best version possible and to make this a true success for our city. And how do we do that? We need to build more density. If we build the third tower, we're adding 500 new families who will work, shop, play, and live at Lansdowne. Over the course of the next 100 years, that means tens of thousands of people living here, visiting, contributing millions of dollars in economic benefit. This is a massive, massive community benefit and absolutely essential to the success of this project. We've been listening to delegations for 2 days now, and we haven't heard from any of the folks who will benefit the most from this project, which are the folks who will live here. And, that's in large part because none of them know it yet. Many of them aren't even born yet. But we must recognize the tremendous loss for these people if we don't get this opportunity because of a short-sighted decision to knock down the third tower and block housing here. So I urge you to support this proposal, to support the amendments, to build more housing, restore the great amenities that housing will pay for, and let's make this a great success. I really am rooting for this project. Thank you all for your time today.
Thank you for the presentation. Councillor Troster.
Hi, Dean. Nice to see you again. How are you? Thanks for waiting. You are number 70. No, you're number 81. So congratulations. 79. Oh, sorry, 79. I'm looking at the wrong list. So you and I have had many fruitful conversations. You know that I'm generally not opposed or to height or to density for that matter. But I do think there's been some really serious concerns raised about the use of public land, the kind of housing that might be on the site, and the need to build affordable housing in our city. So I've proposed an amendment. I've sent it to Councillor Tierney. I don't think we've had a chance to discuss it yet, but I would be in support of a third tower if it was offered first right of refusal to a nonprofit housing provider. Would you be in support of that amendment?
Yeah, so there's obviously I would be hugely supportive of that. I guess my question would be, how do we pay for that? And that's always the question with affordable housing, right? So this is a catch-22, right? At Lansdowne, we are losing some of the affordable housing that we would normally extract from a project being built on public land. We are losing parkland benefits, for example, but we're getting all these other great public benefits in the sense of the better stadium, the concert venue, all the upgrades that are being done at Lansdowne. So, this is a unique project. If you could come up with a way to make that work, if we could add 500 units of nonprofit housing here and we had funding for that, that would be incredible. I would be hugely supportive of that. And I love that you're pushing for that. Maybe that's something that the province and federal government could come to the table on as well to help support. I think that would be hugely beneficial. So I think that's a great initiative, Ariel, and I really applaud that. So thank you.
Yeah, the other thing I'll say is that even if a nonprofit housing provider were to build purely market rent housing on a site like Lansdowne, over time it would be deeply affordable because they hold the line on rents. Nonprofit management, we know, leads to better outcomes over time. So in a situation where the city was giving potentially something like Ottawa Community Housing extremely valuable land for $1, I would then assume that we wouldn't be welcome to them coming back to us asking for more dollars, that the land itself would be the city investment. So that's sort of where my thinking is at. I don't buy this idea that we can't have affordable housing on site. To me, the second best is a more significant cash contribution to projects that are already in the pipeline. And that's along the lines of the motions that Ralston and that Councillor King and Councillor Kitts put forward. But But you know, you and I have a lot of back and forth, and I don't buy a total supply argument when it comes. I think we need both. It's a both and. We need deeply affordable nonprofit, and we also need more supply. And as Councillor Menard and others have pointed out, the problem with this particular model is that the property taxes are going back into servicing the stadium, and they're not necessarily going into the services that folks will need in the surrounding area to support the people living there. So, you know, it is a bit of a tricky one. So please understand, you know, my position is that if it's a third tower of what's essentially luxury housing, I think in this situation, the public would benefit more from more public realm space because it is such a well-used space. But for me, the value proposition, if that housing, even if it's market rent, but it's managed nonprofit, to me, that would be a bigger win for the community. But thank you for bringing that forward and for your thoughts.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councillor Menard.
Thanks so much, Mayor, and thanks, Dean, for being here. I was happy to hear, you know, some recognition of the cash in lieu piece being different here, and then the affordable housing piece being different here, and then of course the property taxes that are siphoned off. I was happy to also hear you support the not-for-profit or, you know, in perpetuity affordable housing on the site piece as well. I think that's really important, and obviously Councillor Troster's amendment it would help with that. I guess we had Katie Burkholder Harris here earlier yesterday, and she had mentioned you know, some concerns around just market supply providing affordable housing solutions, and that really she's come off of that, and we really need that deeply affordable housing to provide those solutions. Do you agree with her in that sense?
Yeah, I think as Councillor Troster said, I mean, it's a yes and situation, right? The more market rate housing we build, the more funding we'll have for affordable housing. And you're right. I mean, we desperately need both in this city. So, you know, if there's a compromise here where we see the third tower get built and it's, you know, either a portion or fully affordable housing, and there's money to pay for that, I think that's a fantastic compromise and a huge win for everyone. I would absolutely love to see that, and I fully support any efforts by yourself and Councillor Troster to make that happen. I also want to say that you know, in terms of the motions you put forward, Councillor, I actually really appreciate all of them. I appreciate your pushing to make this the best version possible, with the exception of lowering the density here. Of course, I disagree with you on that, but that's fair. I appreciate all your efforts to make this the best version possible. Like I said, I think Team Ottawa approach here, like, we all want this to be a success. Some version of this is going to pass, and I'm really urging council to restore that third tower, because I just think it opens up a world of possibility. Like you say, it can help fund more affordable housing. It can also bring back some of the amenities that we really want. So I really hope that'll have your support, and thank you for your efforts here.
Okay, thanks for that. And yeah, I you know, I can appreciate you know, that position. I do think the UDRP, a lot of other heritage experts, architects had a lot of comments around the way that the site was first structured. Our staff too also saw the difficulty in the way that other tower was structured on the site and the planning rationale for a change. And so, you know, it's hard for, you know, for councillors that want, of course, more housing, more density, but also affordable housing, while also adhering to good planning principles and making sure that, you know, we're as welcoming as possible wherever we can be with our built form. And so, you know, I've been reading the CMHC reports lately that show that, look at every single private unit that's been developed since 2018, there's virtually no affordable units in Ottawa from the private market. And obviously units that were built before 2018 were subject to rent control, right? And so there's like to more rent control in terms of the not having a new building. So there's a lot here to unpack. And I know you're seized with it as well, just like you're seized with not expanding the urban boundary. I think there's some similarities here in the cost of housing given Lansdowne, and given that this housing would develop in the neighborhood over time where we would get those benefits back. So I'll welcome your comments on it. And I'll leave it there.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. The only alternative I see here, and I'd be curious to get your thoughts on this, is, if we're not going to build the third tower here, how do we expand density in nearby neighborhoods? So how do we get a little bit more density along Bank Street? How do we get a little bit more density in the Glebe and around Carleton University? I mean, this is a great neighborhood. I went to Carleton. I loved living there. I loved being there, but for a lot of students, they're moving further and further off campus because it's expensive to live nearby. To your point about, these are luxury condos and they're not going to be affordable. And the private sector doesn't build affordable. Well, they don't build affordable housing, right? That's why we need to step up with funding for affordable housing to make it work. That's why with projects like this, where there's a public-private partnership, we should work to try and find a way to get an affordable component that's paid for by the developer. But the flip side of this is, these will not be affordable condos tomorrow, but 40 years from now, they probably will be, right? Every building that goes up in the city is the nicest building the day it's built. And they depreciate over time and become more affordable. I think of where I used to live at Bank and James Street, an 8-story apartment building there, and it was run down, beat up. It was affordable rent, and I was happy for it. But when it opened, it was a beautiful building. It would have been one of the nicest buildings in the city at the time, and that's just kind of the reality of building new housing stock. So I think we have to look at the long play here. Is yes, this might be luxury rentals for young professionals now. 30, 40 years from now, it might be student housing, right? So these things have a long shelf life. When you talk about removing 500 units, you think, okay, 500 people. Well, no, it's probably closer to 1,000 people. And over the course of 100 years of the life cycle of the building, it's tens of thousands of families. Most of those people aren't even born yet. And yet, this is where they're going to tell the story of their life. This is where they're going to have kid or decide to get married, or, their child has their first step, or they get their diploma, or all these milestones in life. And, when we don't build housing, that's what we're depriving of people. We're changing their story. They're moving to Carleton Place, they're moving to Arm Prior, they're leaving the city. And their entire life story is different, and our city story is different. And so to me, it's just important that we add more density in this neighborhood, especially in such proximity to what we're building at Lansdowne, what we want to achieve with this, and then being so close to the university, and being a bike ride away from St. Paul's and Ottawa. I mean, it's just such a fantastic location, and I think it would be a waste to not add more housing here.
Yeah, and Dean, just to respond, we've added literally thousands and thousands of units in this area, Bank and Riverside. We just approved a 19-story last week. It's not for lack of approving housing in the area. It's happening. A lot of them aren't building. That last one we approved just last week literally took 3 years from the consultation we had, not at our doing. We had no other input. It was a good project. We were ready to go on it. Took 3 years on the developer market side. So look, I can appreciate these comments. Certainly, there's a lot to consider in all of it, and I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Luloff.
Thanks so much for coming back, Dean. I always appreciate your insight, and almost always agree with your assessment. So I appreciate that so much. And your assertion, and we've had quite a few conversations that all housing, building all housing is good housing. What message do you think that we're sending to the community if the motion to add the third tower doesn't pass?
Yeah, I think it's one. I think we're sending the message that we're not necessarily serious about seeing Lansdowne succeed. I think it's a half measure if we don't have people living here, and I think that's unfortunate, because I think Lansdowne can and should be a jewel for the city. Two, I think it's a message that certain types of people aren't necessarily welcome in this neighborhood. I mean, if we want more young people to stay in Ottawa, we need to build housing for them. And young people aren't able to afford, single family homes anymore. I think about myself as a young professional making a pretty substantial wage, and I consider myself extremely lucky. I can't afford a house. At a different age and stage, I looked at buying Lansdowne condos when the first build went up, and instead I ended up investing in my small business and starting a business, which I'm very happy with. But of course now I can't afford a home because of the housing crisis. But I would love to get our city back to a place where we have ample housing supply, where young people can afford to stay in the city, where they're not forced to leave for Carleton Place and Arnprior and further away, where my friends aren't moving away. Even my brother and his wife, they moved here from Toronto 2 years ago because they thought Ottawa would be more affordable, and they're planning to leave within the next year because they want to start a family, and they can't do that in Ottawa. They feel like they financially can't make it work, and they maybe want to be a bit closer to family, and it's too hard here for them. So we want to build a city that's welcoming. We need to build housing for people. We want to build an economy that's productive. We need the people who work in our city to be able to afford to live here. We want to build good public services. We need density to support that. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. And, we hear a lot of arguments, about how it's not the space isn't always animated as it is right now. And these are problems that we have on a couple of different streets in Ottawa. One of them being St. Joseph in my area. It's pretty dead after a certain time. And Spark Street. And it seems to me that the thing that creates vibrancy in these areas is people. So I think that by removing that sort of density on that site with this revised plan, that we're almost betting against ourselves. If you had that density of people working from home or coming back after a day in the office, you've got that critical mass of people on the site at all times, and we'll start to see greater success, I believe, in the retail space and in these spaces. Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, just to say, I agree completely. And I live out in Barrhaven Town Center. We've got towers in Barrhaven now, right? And where are they going? They're going right by shopping centers. They're going right by services and amenities, right? So this is where we need to put housing. And I understand that there's concerns about parking and transit and all these sorts of things. This is where the funding comes from. It comes from building housing. It comes from people living in the neighborhood and shopping in the neighborhood and taking the bus. I mean, you want to get ridership up. People need to live in places where they can take the bus, right? So you're absolutely spot on. I really appreciate the comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Dean. Keep up the great work. We appreciate you a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation and for answering the questions. Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Nolan Chafe, and then Nicholas Charles Song, and then Joanna Gualtieri. We don't have Nolan Chafe. Okay, so we'll go. And by the way, welcome to the to paraphrase Pierre Trudeau. Welcome to the 80s. We're now in the 80s for the presentation. So we'll go to Nicholas Charles Song when you're ready.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm representing the Mechanicsville Community Association and also Strong Towns Ottawa. I love Ottawa, my neighborhood, and Lansdowne as well. Lansdowne has great events and it's just down the road from my church, so I often bike there multiple times a week. However, this is not a responsible use of the city's money, especially given the austerity budget. While reading ECOS's very flawed survey results, I noticed one statement in particular: having an entertainment destination like Lansdowne helps to retain and attract residents and employees to Ottawa, which stuck out to me because almost every day when a car almost hits me, or it takes me 3 times as long to take public transport as it does to drive, or I'm forced to drive somewhere because there's no other options, I think about moving back to Chile, where I worked last summer, or Montreal, or many other cities where walkability, vibrant public spaces, affordable housing, and quality public transport are the norm. Lansdowne 2.0 promises to create a great public space and bring in businesses to generate wealth for Ottawa, which is a worthy goal. However, this proposal is not an efficient way to do these things. To understand why, let's look at some of the best places we have. Bank Street, Wellington, Somerset, Elgin, farmers markets out in Barhaven and Canada. These are all lively, enjoyable, and productive, and above all, profitable for their communities and for the city. But these places were not built by hundreds of millions of dollars of city debt or by corporations like OSEG. These were built by ordinary citizens of Ottawa back when the city of Ottawa provided the right conditions to do so. These conditions are walkable, safe, tree-lined streets to make walking these places safe and pleasant, good public transport that let people easily and efficiently get to these places, like the streetcars we used to have. Lack of zoning laws allowed for a mix of affordable housing types for residents to start up businesses in their homes or convert their ground floor into shops while living above. Lansdowne got the safe and pleasant walking environment right, but it feels lively only when it's taken over by residents of Ottawa. For Ribfest, salsa dancing, 613 Flea, Tamale Festival, on an average weekday, it's mostly just a collection of lifeless, sterile chain stores. Provide competitive public transport. If you want to do this proposal, there are a few changes I'd like to see. Provide competitive public transport, find a way to get small Ottawa businesses in and big corporations out. It'll be much more vibrant. Provide affordable housing in the third tower, and affordable retail spaces for Ottawa businesses. OSEG was bragging that their leases are extremely high. This is not a good thing for small Ottawa businesses. And don't spend $18 million on taxpayer subsidized parking. Or even better, spend the money across every ward of Ottawa, invest in walkability, safe streets, public transport, remove restrictions on small neighborhood businesses, and residents of Ottawa will build great places and prosperous small businesses like we have on Bank Street, Wellington, Somerset, and they will build these across every ward of Ottawa, and you'll get a far higher return for much less investment. One last thing I want to mention, invest in your communities. My community association provides an outdoor rink every year, historically ran a winter carnival, and would love to run many more events. However, we can barely pay for our insurance. A small couple thousand grant to these community associations would do far more to improve the liveliness and vibrancy of Ottawa than millions on a new sports stadium. And building the third tower as affordable housing would send a strong message that Ottawa is serious about addressing the housing crisis and that Ottawa residents are not shutting out poor people and are welcoming them into their communities. That's all I had to say. Thanks.
Thanks, Nicholas. This is Jeff, and I just want to thank you for the effort and thought that you're putting into these issues. I'm just checking to see if any of the members have questions for you, and I don't see any. So thank you very much for your delegation today. Joanna Galtieri will be next, followed by Zachary Landry.
Which one is it? Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon, Joanna. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the Joint Committee.
Thank you. My name is Joanna Galtieri. For 25 years, I have worked for the protection of whistleblowers and government accountability. Public projects involving big money often invite scandal and wrongdoing. Your foremost job today is that of public stewards. To assist you, Ottawans have identified the apparent immorality of Lansdowne 2.0. Others, Mayor Sutcliffe included, appear to present a false dichotomy of OSEG or nothing. But if this were to be true, our problems are huge, as this would seemingly place us in a master-servant relationship with OSEG as city wardens rather than true partners. A recent ECOS poll found Ottawans have favorable views of Lansdowne and OSEG. Has the plurality of individuals appearing here got it all wrong? Perhaps instead it relates to how ECOS asked the questions in a poll commissioned by no other than OSEG itself. For instance, ECOS identified much confusion regarding ownership of Lansdowne and so informed those polled that it was city-owned. Yet ECOS' question was silent on the fact that OSEG controls Lansdowne facilities for 3 more decades, essentially de facto ownership. We trust you will get to the bottom of this by questioning ECOS President Frank Graves and Ms. Janine, I'm sorry, is it Richaud, whose LinkedIn identifies her as a founding member of the Community Cabinet of OSEG Foundation. They are presenting today. But in the 240 seconds of my remaining time, I want to return to basic questions. How can you be confident that Ottawans have given informed consent to this project with the ECOS identified confusion and/or omissions? Would you manage your own money in the same fashion in which you have managed that of the people of Ottawa? Would you commit yourself to a mountain of debt, foregoing feeding and housing yourself and your loved ones as you partner up with the uber rich? Are there not many hungry and homeless in our midst? Would you, without proper foundational knowledge, and I ask, who have thoroughly read and understood the original master agreement between OSEG and the city, establishing the Municipal Service Corporation, MSC, to manage the project and dilute or negate accountability of the city itself? Thus, would you speculate on a venture with the wealthy 1% who have better lawyers, better consultants, better PR reps, and decades more experience than you? And if you did gamble with your own money, would you pigeonhole yourself into partnering with the first passerby without entertaining proposals from anyone else? Would you partner with someone who shifted the ultimate risk to you while ensuring that they profited before you got a dime? Academics report that this indeed is what the master agreement does. And would you, after blowing through your money in a bad deal, would you go to your grandmother, their grandchildren, your own children, and take their money to further speculate with your partner who has already bested you? And would you think it just that in your partnership, your partner alone developed an ancillary venture, albeit derived from the original partnership agreement, while you got nothing and the primary partnership business languished? I ask you, is OSEG and Roger Greenberg's and John Ruddy's ancillary venture possibly the hundreds of condos generating hundreds of millions of dollars and the hundreds of thousands of square feet of commercial leasing space on land for which they paid nothing? And ask yourself, was the idea of the sports team perhaps not the shiny distraction while they pursued their own private ventures of apparent pure capitalism on our public lands? It is hard not to ask, how did we get here? Well, let's let Roger himself answer that. In a 2010 story, award-winning journalist Don Butler wrote, and I quote, 3 years ago, John Ruddy and Jeff Hunt approached Minto CEO Roger Greenberg to see if he'd be interested in a little bit of money, a little bit of time, and a lot of fun, and asked if he would like to bring CFL football back to Ottawa. Roger told Butler it was as simple as that. Bill Schenkman, who lived in Monaco, a popular tax haven, also joined in. And so 14 years later, here we are. Is it not reasonable for those who ask the question, has this fund been underwritten by hardworking Ottawans? Is it not reasonable to feel that this is a form of corporate welfare? If we, the people, are to remain strong, be ready to exercise one of our only remaining democratic rights and vote out any council member who betrays us by voting yes to Lansdowne 2.0. Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you. We'll go next to Zachary Landry, and after that, Randall Marlin. Zachary Landry, is that you? Okay, great. Welcome. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Zachary Landry. I'm in my third year at Carleton School of Journalism. I would like to begin with citing an excerpt from one of John Dewey's essays written in the early 1930s. Dewey, for those of you who do not know, is widely regarded as one of the most important scholars of the 20th century. In one of his essays, he wrote that there is a, quote, magic involved in the belief that those who have privilege and power will remedy the breakdown they have created, unquote. Dewey understood that the United States could not trust the very people who caused the Great Depression to be the ones who would somehow solve it. Today, you councillors have the opportunity to not let the people who created the mess of Lansdowne 1.0 be the ones behind the inevitable disaster that is Lansdowne 2.0. We cannot allow our democratic institutions to be overrun by private special interests. In August of this year, former Capital Ward Councillor Clive Doucette wrote how the public gathering place that was Lansdowne Park for over a century is now, quote, a sad ragtag collection of big box stores and private condos, unquote. This city council must muster the courage to stand up to self-promoting developers and not repeat the same mistake it did a decade ago. Let this council be remembered not as the one that rolled over for big business, but as the one that kept the original vision for Lansdowne alive. And to those who have here advocated for more sports, more social gathering places, simply more fun at Lansdowne, no demographic wants this more than my generation. But no moral person would roll the dice on this risk at the expense of ordinary taxpayers, and especially given that historical precedence shows that the high rollers appear to be immune to accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, we're down to the final three presentations now. Randall Marlin, Janine Richaud, and Frank Graves. So we'll go to Randall Marlin, if you're ready.
Yes, well, I see myself, I don't see my picture though. I have to do something, I guess. Start video, that's probably it.
That's it.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think I can consider myself the delegation from the graveyard, because I think of all the times before we had a city, before we had a Glebe Community Center, and daycare and all those kinds of things, we would have meetings with Mayor Laurie Greenberg, and on one occasion he came to our house for a meeting. So I go way back to 1966, and so I think of John Leaning and all his input. But let me say first, I want to thank the mayor for holding these meetings. I've been here, like many of you councillors, I've been going from the very beginning, listening to everything, and I'll try to get as much as I can out of what I want to say. I've learned about those. I've seen that you councillors who are really paying attention, and I really appreciate that. I also have learned a great deal about professional sports. My own connection with, I'm not really a great sports fan, I confess. My real excitement came not with national NHL, but my daughter playing goalie in for her hockey team. So I'm not going to go digressing into that. I have important things to say, but I will say that one more connection I had, and it was reminded me by the presentation by Anne Marie Hogue, I think it was, basketball in Lansdowne. That came with a consultation. My son spoke out for basketball and persuaded the councillors who heard. But now I'm getting to the most important point, and I think in terms of all what's happened, and I think in terms of when I back in those days with Laurie Greenberg and on, we had great confidence in the staff. I didn't share that with the first meetings on Lansdowne 1.0. I felt we were giving PR demonstrations, and we were not really, we were being distracted and we were not getting a true sense of the cost. So I want, the most important thing I've come across in these hearings is the reference to Justice Hourigan, the Ottawa LRT public inquiry, where Justice Hourigan said the conduct of senior staff and Mayor Watson in not sharing information prevented councillors from fulfilling their statutory duties to the people of Ottawa. Moreover, it is part of a concerning approach taken by senior officials to control the narrative by the non-disclosure of vital information or outright misrepresentation. It's difficult to imagine the successful completion of any significant project while these attitudes prevail within the municipal government. And I put it to you, councillors, you are the people now who are going to determine whether we're going to have a continuation of selective information, misleading information given to councillors, inadequate information given to councillors. Are you going to put a stop to that and get decent communications. We have had letters sent to you, a letter by Kevin Page, Joanne Chianello, Mayor Michael Wernick, Penny Collinet, and Paul Champ. They're asking vital information. These are knowledgeable people. We want that kind of information. The mayor has had that since June. I've sent it. They have another letter complaining about the lack of response. We're not getting response on things that people need to know. You councillors need to know it. Therefore, you need to stop this thing in its tracks until you get proper information. I spent my career at Carleton studying language philosophy, studying misleading language. I wrote about misleading use of the word ownership. You can look it up. Just go Glebe report. Just go to type in Glebe report ownership, and you'll get my thoughts on that. Meanwhile, thanks to all of you. I've got to know you. I've got to know the other arguments, and thank you for having me. And I wish you well. I just think you must stop this for democracy's sake. We've seen the disaster that's occurred in England with their politics. We've seen it elsewhere in the world. We need
That's
good
time, sir.
communication. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us today and for wading through all of the other presentations. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay, we'll go next to Janine Richaud and then Frank Graves.
How did I sound?
Oh, you sounded great. You sounded great.
So bad.
Yeah. Okay. Is Janine Richaud there? Okay. Do we have Janine Richaud? No?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, Mayor,
Okay,
I am
good.
here.
Okay,
I've
please
been
go ahead.
added. Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me an opportunity to speak with you today in support of Lansdowne 2.0. My name is Janine Richaud. I am a resident of Alta Vista Ward, and I am here today in my capacity as member of the OSEG Foundation, which I understand you already now know, chair of Girls on the Run Ottawa, and fierce advocate for the inclusion of women and girls in sport. I first met OSEG a few years ago through my involvement with the Red Blacks. My friend Michaela and I felt that there was a need to bring women's voices and perspective to sports coverage of the CFL, so we began a podcast. Let's face it, professional sport hasn't always been very kind to women, but that has never been my experience with the Red Blacks. Whether it's been organizing events like Women's Training Camp to give more women an opportunity to learn about football, or giving Michaela and I access to players and coaches for our podcast, we have always felt that OSEG cares about making football and sport in Ottawa more inclusive of women. This is why I became involved with the foundation, and this is why I became involved in Girls on the Run Ottawa the moment that the OSEG Foundation brought the program to town in 2020. I am now extremely proud to be the chair of this organization as we grow our reach throughout the community. Girls on the Run is an after-school program targeted at elementary school girls, primarily from economically disadvantaged families. Over the course of 10 weeks, our coaches prepare them to run their first 5K. But running is really just a tool to teach them important life skills, self-confidence, supporting their friends, believing in themselves and in one another, and living joyful lives. We call it finding their star power. At the end of 10 weeks, the girls from across the city come together to run their first official 5K race, and once a year we do this at Lansdowne in 12 very long laps around the football field. People like me run alongside them to cheer them on and to motivate them to keep going. And when they complete their run, we celebrate them. I have had more than a few of these girls throw their arms around me after crossing the finish line, thanking me for believing in them. I can't tell you what it means to me to share this moment, to see them light up as they realize that people in their community care enough about them to be there and care enough about them to be so proud. This is community. And this is powerful. Something else that is powerful is that we as a city are now on the cusp of having a women's professional hockey league in Canada, with one of the first 6 teams right here in Ottawa. And if all goes well, this team will play at Lansdowne in what is hopefully a modern arena that has all of the amenities that these women deserve as professional athletes. I cannot underscore enough how important of a moment in sports history this is. Women my age were never allowed to play hockey because we were girls. But now, our daughters, our nieces, and our granddaughters play hockey. And they are about to see a professional women's hockey team here in our city. And unlike me, their sports heroes will be women. I need to say this last part again. Their sports heroes will be women. There is an old adage that you cannot be what you cannot see. I never thought I could be a professional athlete because there weren't any of us. Now we have an opportunity to tell every little girl in our city that we support their athletic dreams and aspirations, the same as we have always done for our little boys. Many valid questions have been put before you about the future of Lansdowne. I am asking you not to forget the importance of community and the importance of inclusion in sport in the building of a vibrant city. I can't quantify what it means to make a little girl's dream come true, but I can tell you from personal experience that it takes commitment and effort and a heck of a lot of fighting to promote inclusion in sport. Bringing women and girls in Ottawa into sports in a real, meaningful way, whether as a fan like me, as a girl running her first K, or as a professional athlete, requires partners and community leaders who care and who are willing to put skin in that game. This is an opportunity for all of you, for all of us, to be those community leaders and to show that when we talk about sport in Lansdowne, we are talking about women and girls too. Thank you very much for your time and for hearing me out today.
Thank you very much for that presentation and for bringing that perspective to the discussion. Councillor Carr?
Just to note,
sorry.
Councillor Kavanagh is a member of the committee and I'm not.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh, we'll go to you first.
No problem either way. Thank you very much, Janine, for talking about this. I saw it in action at Bayshore and participated myself, and it's a great program. I actually see it in a different light. I don't see it as about the professional sports for tomorrow, though that's great, but just bringing confidence to young women to be involved in sports and to make it a life habit so that they're physically active. So I appreciate that, and I just wanted to say thank you for that program. I know OSEG is involved, but to me, it represents building confidence for young women, which is a big factor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you for your support. I was there when you ran with the girls at Bayshore, and it was a wonderful, cold, snowy, and windy day. But I thank you for being there with us.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Councillor Tierney?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and it's so good to see you here today. Thanks for joining us. I'll keep it brief. We've crossed paths many times, many moons ago, and you've always been a very strong advocate for female in sport. And I thank you again, to reiterate, for bringing that perspective to this conversation today, and really good to see you again.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Carr?
Hi, Janine. Thank you very much for coming today. We actually haven't had the opportunity to meet yet, but it's excellent to see you here. I will admit that 3 weeks ago, I had no idea about the Girls on the Run program, that it takes place largely through Charles Hall's Public School, I believe, in my neighborhood is one of the key ones. And that's a school that over 75% of the students do not have English as a first language. It's a really high priority school in terms of literacy and numeracy, and it's got a large number of new Canadians. And over the last few weeks, so I've been talking to my community, this was raised with me time and time again, and particularly relevant as the community center right by Charles Hall is closed again now. I'm in it right now in my office, but the programming that that OSEG Foundation is doing in that community is really, really so important for those individuals. I just wanted to thank you for that. I'd also like to add that I don't think I'd be able to run nearly at the speed that Councillor Kavanagh can, but I certainly can hop along one day if you'd like to invite me to join.
I am writing that down, Councillor Carr, and you can bank on us calling on you for hopping or walking or running, whichever you prefer.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again for that presentation.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, final presentation now is from Frank Graves. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Well, good afternoon. I'm delighted to be here talking about what's a complicated and difficult issue. And I'm looking at from a rather singular perspective is what do the public think about this issue? Just by way of background, we've been studying public opinion for a long time, but we've also been studying sports entertainment market in Ottawa, going right back to doing all the original developmental work for the Senators and for every major cultural facility, festival over the years. So it's not like this is something we've just started as neophytes. We've also been working with OSEG for the last decade. And our interest in doing this is to come up with a picture of where the public would judge this, given the complexities of the issue. And I do stress that when we do this work, we stress to our clients that we want to be sure that our polls provide a relatively impartial and balanced picture so that difficult decisions such as whether or not to go ahead with a major public investment of this sort are based on at least an accurate view of what the public thinks. So just to give you a little sense of the methodology that we applied here, and by the way, I'm a founding board member of the Canadian Research Institute Council. I am an adjunct professor at Carleton teaching a graduate course in survey methodology. I've published widely on survey methodology, and I've done a lot of this sort of stuff. So it's not my first rodeo. We've done this a lot of times, and we try to do it with real care. One of the things which is really important to understand, and which might distinguish the research we do from others, is that our methods require what we call random probability methods. In other words, we begin with a frame, which is a listing of every member of the population, and we sample them with a known non-zero probability so that we can get a representation of the public, which is not based on people volunteering or being sent to this. It's based on people that we've randomly invited. We can attach margin of error estimates, and it provides scientific accuracy. That's only half the struggle. We also have to make sure that the questions themselves produce a fair and balanced and accurate picture of what the ballot questionnaire is, whether we should go ahead. In some, and we looked at a complicated range of behavioral data, attitudinal data, demographic data, and we come up with the conclusion that by a very clear majority of about 2 to 1, the public think this is a project which should go ahead. They feel that the project which preceded it was an enormous improvement over the past. I want to point out that roughly 70% of NCR residents, which is about 1 million residents, have visited the Lansdowne the past year with high levels of satisfaction. They think that the plans for the future will actually be an improvement on what already has been seen by most residents as a success. Now, critically, the public understand that this is not a revenue neutral proposition. I've heard some debate about whether or not informing people the question of whether or not the ownership of this has effects. And yeah, there is a broad belief that this is not owned by taxpayers of the city. But I want to make a critical point, because I've heard a lot of issues being raised about, well, you've conditioned the poll, or somehow you've leaned on the poll, or made people think things. We asked the question of whether or not you support or oppose this particular project at 2 junctures in the survey. We asked it at the beginning of the survey after a basic introduction of what it was about. And then we asked it again at the conclusion of the survey after we had introduced questions such as the ones about who owns it and what do you agree with the different ingredients of this and so forth. We got basically the very same results. They were within the statistically and no statistically nor substantively different. So the idea that the results were somehow conditioned by different questions were asked is simply flies in the face of the hard evidence. We got exactly the same results early on and later on. So we found that there was strong support for things like the idea that, as the city argued, that these areas need a replacement, that their additional housing would be a good thing, strong support, well, though it's not part of the plan, of having transit corridor improvements. But you
have about a minute left. I'm just giving you a heads up. You have about a minute left.
So maybe I could just know if I'm not changing the slides, if we could, or am I changing the slides? Because I'm stuck on the first one here. Okay. Can I, if I can't change it? All right. Yeah, maybe just whip through a few of those. So yeah, you can see that most people have visited this, most with high levels of satisfaction. They see a clear advantage to Lansdowne over other major areas like the market, in terms of both safety and enjoyment. Next slide, please. Okay, I think I would urge you to have a look at the slides because and the background report, because it's very detailed. We've asked about 50 questions in total, as they said, on a broad range of things. And all of the evidence really points to the same conclusion, even knowing that this is going to be expensive, that there's going to be taxpayer dollars involved. The public say by a significant margin, there is pockets of opposition.
That's time.
City.
That's time.
Anyway,
So
that's it. I'd be glad to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We do have questions for you, Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Just to clarify, Mr. Graves, this survey was commissioned by OSEG, correct?
That's correct.
Actually, I saw Councillor. Sorry, I did see Councillor Luloff hand up before mine, but then I think it went down and back up again. He's always at the end. So
yeah,
Matt,
sorry,
why don't
no,
you
because his camera was off.
You go first.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Luloff, because your camera was off, your hand wasn't in the same order. So yeah, go ahead, Councillor Luloff. Sorry.
Appreciate it. Mr. Graves, thanks so much for your presentation and for your work on this. You touched on this a little bit in your presentation, but I wanted to give you a little bit more time to, expound on your thoughts on this. What do you have to say to people today who have impeached your methods and question your results today?
Well, they're entitled to do so, but as I said, we have a pretty formidable track record of doing this for a long time. We've presented to courts, to expert agencies, to cabinets, and we've never had anyone say that the work we presented was flawed or biased. I'm not saying it's perfect, but we've never received that argument. We've never been told that our work is shoddy or set by opponents. Now, I do recognize that there's some passion here, that there are positions which are not, where our research is not congenial with the views and preferences of those who are consuming it. But I can assure you that we take great care to ensure that our work is reliable, valid, and tells an accurate picture. And by the way, that's one of the reasons we've been a go-to supplier of this sort of data for 40 years.
Some might say that because the contract was taken out by OSEG, that perhaps, there may have been some influence in the questions or the options that you used in your survey. So can you talk a little bit about your methodology to ensure that you're truly capturing public opinion, and did OSEG in any way influence the questions or options that you used in your survey?
Yeah, well, the key point is, by the way, if this had been commissioned by others, who wanted to cover the same territory, we would have given them the same results. And we caution our clients at the beginning of any assignment that the requirement, if you want to find a poll that presents things simply in a favorable light for you, we're not the right supplier. Our reputation is based on trying to get a comprehensive, balanced picture of things. I'm not saying that there's not issues we looked at that may have been of more interest to OSEG than to another client, but the overall global conclusions are based on the synthesis of a range of data, behavioral, attitudinal, that I think provides a very fair and balanced picture. In terms of the safeguards, what's unusual about our poll, you see a lot of polls out there today in the papers and so forth. Most of them are not based on what we call random probability. Random probability. Imagine I had every citizen in Ottawa represented by a marble in a big urn. I go in and I pick out a random sample of those and talk to them. The magic of the law of large numbers means that this is going to look like within 3% or so what it would look like if I had talked to every member of the population. That's really important, because if your methodology involves steering people to a website, or people self-selecting, they have no ability to assure that those are actually the people they say they are, that this has been swarmed, or more importantly, that it's representative in a scientific fashion of what would have been like if you'd actually spoken to every member of the population, which is what we aim to do. And that's the critical difference between this and other research I've seen out there, and may explain why you're seeing such, frankly, glaring differences in the estimates of key ballot questions. We can see differences on a lot of them are attitudinal things, but do you think we should go ahead with this, yes or no? When you see differences which are not, within the margin of error, but like 20-fold differences, I scratch my head. And I'm extremely comfortable that the numbers we've provided are robust, accurate, and a scientific representation of what the public thinks.
Thank you very much. And just approximately, if you could hazard a guess, how many of these surveys of this kind have you and your firm run before?
Oh, probably 200 in the last year. Probably several, probably 10,000, 5,000 in my career. But notably, we have worked on topics related to sports, entertainment, and cultural and national capital region, more so than any other company in Canada. Going back to doing the original market research for the senators, which was actually extremely predictive of what happened. It was used to sell the idea that this actually should be financed. We've done work throughout this with Winterlude. We've done work with all of the major custodial facilities. We've done work with pretty well everybody who's in this field. And bluntly, we've never had the integrity of our work questioned, nor have we had those people coming back to use us because we give biased or inappropriate research.
Well, thank you for that. It's a great deal of experience doing this work, and that's probably why 338canada.com rates your firm as an A+. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your work on this and the insights that your survey revealed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lulaf. Councillor Menard, we'll go back to you.
Yes, sorry. Thanks about that. Thanks for that. Yeah, so I wanted to just ask a few questions. Mr. Graves, could you bring up question 16 on the survey for us? Or just read it out?
I don't have it right in front of me, but if you remind me which question it is, I can.
It was the one that said that if council didn't approve Lansdowne 2.0, that there's a chance OSEG would leave, and that would result in the ending of all sports and cultural activities on the site.
Yes, I recall the question.
And do you think that there's any way that question might have been a bit leading?
First of all, the question was presented as a conditional question. We received advice from our clients that was a scenario, but I want to make this point very clear. We asked that question, as you note, number 16 in this survey. The question of support and opposition was asked before that and after it. It was no different. So it's impossible that the question had a profound impact on how people would answer the survey if we got essentially identical results before and after that question. It just makes no sense. So no, I think it had no influence.
Do you think that the way you ask a question can influence the way somebody responds to it?
No, I just said it had no impact. People answered their ballot question the very same way when they hadn't heard that question and after they'd had it. So whether the question, and I won't get into a debate about whether or not that's an accurate description of what the scenarios would be like afterward, I can say with absolute impunity, there was no difference in the way people say I support or oppose before or after that question was presented. So the counterfactual question of whether it influenced the way people answered, the answer is definitively it did not.
Yeah, it just seemed like there was a few leading questions in the docket that you had produced, similar to that, both before and after that question. I do want to just ask about one of the questions that you mentioned. It was around residents' feelings about paying for the project, and it seemed that only 10% or 1 in 10 residents felt that the city should pay for 100% of the project, and then it goes down the line as the percentages decrease. But there was a lot of residents that were uncomfortable paying for it. So they kind of liked the pictures and the setup of, hey, I like a brand new Porsche or whatever it is. But when it comes down to paying for it, there was a lot more concern in that question that you had asked. Would you agree with that?
There is no question that this proposition presented to citizens as if someone else is going to pay for it, or it's going to be revenue neutral, versus no, you're going to have to pony up, will produce different results. People are acutely concerned with issues of affordability, particularly in today's environment where inflation and affordability are just dramatically important issues. So yes, it is a factor. So I find it impressive that, notwithstanding the fact that people were aware that this was not going to be a free ride, there still was at the end of the day, people said, yeah, okay, yes, we should go ahead with it. Now there are sizable numbers of residents in the city of Ottawa who don't agree with that. It's not like there's an obscure minority. It's a third of Canadians, of national capital region. And yes, it does condition responses to this. I would expect that support would be much higher if this was free, but people, I think, were aware of the fact that this was not something that was going to be free. In fact, we gave them, just in the issues of fairness, an opportunity, as you point out, to say how much should the city pay. And yeah, obviously most people say, well, we shouldn't pay any. But the modal point on that scale was they should pay 50%, which is a pretty impressive in today's environment. I can tell you, as someone who polls on these sorts of issues on all kinds of levels, the public are loath to pay for anything unless they really think it's going to provide good value for money.
I wish we could cut the debt that we're proposing here in half to pay for what we're talking about, but obviously we can't. I guess though, just last question is, what your views are on referendums of residents, given huge issues like this and the massive amount of money we're talking about spending here. Do you have a view on referendums as a pollster?
Well, I'm glad you asked me that question because I actually have worked at a most senior level on the two largest referenda ever held in Canada. I'm not going back to the referenda on war conscription. I've been around a while, not that long. But the referenda on Charlottetown Accord, as well as the Quebec referendum, I polled nightly for the government. And I've also done a lot of work testing over the year the appeal of referenda. And referenda are, I think, useful tools in certain situations. Whether or not it would be one that would make sense here, maybe not. I probably would say I can tell you they're extraordinarily difficult and expensive propositions. Typically, if you think about something like the Quebec referendum, and I had the dubious pleasure of briefing the Unity Cabinet 2 days after that particular near-death experience for the country. That was a razor thin situation, and there are changes from, I know from the beginning of a referenda to the end that typically the yes proposition will lose some support, but it would typically not be enough that the kind of advantage we see here would produce a different example. I'm not saying that would be the case, but typically it's an erosion of 5 to 10%. But so I don't know. If we were starting from a scratch, maybe that's something I wouldn't recommend in this particular case. But I do think there is a place for referenda under certain circumstances.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And obviously, you and I have done some polling in the past together, around things like the urban boundary. And I think you've said we had two different competing polls at the time, one by developers, one by our office, and they came up with different results. One said people don't like urban boundary expansion. The other said there was more nuanced views than they do like it. It depends on how you ask the question, I guess. And you did release a statement saying why those two different results came up, which we appreciated. And certainly, I just think it goes to the question you ask matters a lot. Yeah. And, I appreciate you as a person and the work you do, Frank, and just want to say thanks for being here.
Well, thank you, Sean. If I could just quickly respond. And by the way, I think you're a great counselor. I have a fan of yours, so I'm not sure your polling skills are at the same level. But then again, but on the business of the poll that we did for you and the other one we did, I was unaware. The other one they did, I did an analysis, and on the core questions was a lot of similarity, but there were other things the other client was interested in, and it wasn't asking a ballot question like, yes or no, should we do this or that? It was more complicated. But yeah, and by the way, when I found out that we were doing polls for both you and for someone else, which I was unaware of, we did tear up your invoice and write a detailed explanation for why the differences are. So thank you for asking that question.
Thanks, Frank.
Thank you, Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Graves, for being here and speaking to it. I think we as politicians know that we always reserve the right to hold some level of caution over the responses of polls, and I don't think this is any time to think otherwise. And the poll that you're referring to here today is only one of many ways that I have been observing, collecting, witnessing data collection. Right now on CTV News, there's a very, very simple poll. It says, do you support Lansdowne 2.0? There were 1,825 respondents, of which 62% said no. There was no leading framing to the question. It was a very simple, do you support Lansdowne 2.0? 62% said no. So I don't know. The question wasn't framed, it was simply asked. During the garbage debate, I was very, very clear in my position on the garbage debate, and my inbox was filled with emails that were quite polarized in their response. I was seeking input, and the response I got was quite polarized. My inbox right now, which is another poll, as it were. No, it's not. Thank you, sir.
Could I have a quick answer? Yeah, I personally am not a big fan of web polls that are done online, and I know that they're done because the webmasters find they generate all kinds of traffic. But frankly, it doesn't matter how many people you get. You cannot consider it to be scientifically representative. I'll give you an example. There was a web poll done by CTV as well the night before the Freedom Convoy arrived, showing that 80% of Canadians, of Ottawans, welcomed the Freedom Convoy. As someone was polling on the topic at the time, I can tell you that was science fiction. So I would treat that with a level of caution. But I do agree with you that there are a myriad of different sources of information and evidence that you have to weigh and balance as politicians in coming up with these judgments. But I do think sound public opinion, which is scientifically accurate, which can be achieved, is something which should be one of those inputs. Certainly not to make the decision one way or the other, but it's a pretty critical position, a valuable asset to understand what the public, in a scientific sense, think about things.
Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Graves, for coming out today. I appreciate that. And again, polling is scientific, and I agree with you. I love CTV. It creates great conversation. But when some people want to stack the web polls, and there was a thread on Reddit last night, clearly that's what happens. You're going to special interest groups that want to flood what is a perceived poll. What you do in your business, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're calling people at random that aren't associated with specific groups. This is a broad list that's broken up over Ottawa. Would that be correct?
That's correct. You can't call us. You want to do our poll? Too bad. We call you. And that's a pretty big difference. Means it can't be swarmed, can't be swamped. There can't be fictitious respondents. There's all kinds of problems, let alone the issue of whether or not you can apply the law of large numbers and central limit theorem in order to come up with calculations of margin of error and so forth. So we don't do any of those other kinds of polls. Everything we do uses random probability methods, which is, by the way, not that common these days, but it is.
Yeah, I totally understand. And, there's the big 5-6 pollsters, their name's mud if they're caught fudging data. It's very important to be transparent on it. And I think what I've seen over the last 2 days is much more reflective of what your polling is suggesting. I go through the list. We have 80 delegations. So if you extrapolate the businesses, organizations, and stakeholders out, 95% are people from Capital Ward. That I understand completely. It's a very big concern for them having this in their backyard. I understand that.
Yeah.
But to dismiss and some of the attacks that have been on your polling firm, I apologize on behalf of my other colleagues that understand how professional polling works. And it's another barometer, another thing that's there. And I just want to thank you for coming out today.
My pleasure. I'm honored to be here. Thank you.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Frank, for coming out. Appreciate it. And what you definitely have experience. And I'm looking at some of the statistics which are interesting, such as how many people feel that the new development should include enhanced public transit. Is there any further comments on that?
Yeah, it's extraordinarily resonant and has been for some time. And it's not part of the package that's being offered here, but the degree to which we can weave in something to improve the Bank Street corridor and have the same kind of facility moving north-south as we do east-west would be a tremendous asset. The public are overwhelmingly supportive, including most of the opponents of this particular, and we found that in previous research. So I realize it's not part of the terms of reference for Lansdowne 2, but it would be great if it was, because it's an area where it's a home run. It has a consensus hit. Now, how you do that, whether it's, an underground tunnel, which sounds really expensive and so forth, or it's some kind of upgraded version of autonomous microbuses or whatever, it's an area that really, I think, should be considered, particularly if we're going ahead with Lansdowne 2, having that kind of improvements to the transit infrastructure would be a tremendous asset.
Okay. It also says 72% opposed demolishing the stadium. So that was interesting.
Yeah.
Any comments on?
I'm sorry, what was that last point? The
72% surveyed opposed demolishing the stadium.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I think that not only do we have evidence that the vast majority of residents are going to Lansdowne with largely very large levels of satisfaction, but they also recognize that it's a tremendous improvement over what preceded it. And this is an area, I think, which, even though it's a source of controversy within, obviously, the local neighborhoods, it's one which has a tremendous history in the National Capital Region. And I think people see it as a bit of a magnet, a source of things that tie us together, and which provides, kind of experiences which people find enjoyable. There's other evidence that the public think it provides economic benefits, enhancements to quality of life, and so forth. So I think there's some nostalgia going backward, and some enthusiasm going forward that this can continue to be a vibrant part of the National Capital Region.
I'm disappointed there was no questions on affordable housing, being as that is mentioned as a component in terms of percentage given over.
Yeah, we have asked questions in earlier research on affordable housing. And I can assure you that there's no issue that is more red hot in this country today than affordable housing. Like, it is literally the #1 issue. And it's particularly an aggravated issue for those Canadians and Ottawans, or certain, and Ottawa and National Capital Region residents as well, who are under 40, who are finding that because of a number of factors, the idea of not only just buying a house, but even renting as proper shelter has become something which is well beyond what people should expect. And so, yeah, this is an area, when we talk about the residents of transit, I can assure you that anything which made a dent in improving affordable housing would be also speaking to an issue which is a red hot issue for the public today.
Yeah, that's why it would have been nice to get more information on that, because I suspect that you would see that trend for sure, and especially if you're reaching a younger demographic. Clearly, and we heard from people like Dean Tester, who kind of represents that demographic, very similar to my sons, but we're 63% support residential towers. That there's only 27% that are opposed. So it'd be interesting if we asked them, do they want a third? But so that is very interesting to see. So I appreciate that question. So it gives us some feedback.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Mr. Graves, I just wanted to clarify a couple of things very quickly before we wrap up. But first of all, I want to underscore once again, and as a former journalist, this used to always drive me crazy, but the difference between somebody posting on Twitter or on Facebook a poll that a whole bunch of people respond to, or somebody putting a poll on a news media website, or somebody sending an email out to a database of people in their network and asking for input. The difference between that and the poll, the polls that you do as a professional research organization.
Yeah, it's a critical point, and unfortunately, we're being swarmed with a plethora of other non-scientific evidence, because it's frankly very inexpensive, and it does drive eyeballs to media sites and so forth. But it's something which we just really abhor that process, because I think it can be sort of fun at the best of times, but it can provide disinformation, which has a corrosive impact on the public interest when it comes up with findings which are egregiously flawed and unscientific, which often it does. So, it ranges from being kind of benign but not very useful to being unhelpful. I just remember we polled a lot on issues. I'll give you an example of gun control. And about 75% of Canadians would, and this is not a reasonable position for public policy, but just a good barometer of how they feel, would like to ban all guns in urban areas. There was the government of Canada did a poll where they put it up on a website, and they found that 80% of Canadians said, "Well, we don't want any changes." And turns out afterwards, it was sworn by various gun lobbyists. One person answered it 4,000 times in Montreal, and yet it hangs around. It is trotted out as evidence that no, nobody wants to do this. So I don't want excuse moving into another area, but yeah, I am not a fan of those things at all. I wish that they weren't part of the public process.
And is it fair to say that, for example, when a media organization puts a poll on its website, and frankly, I used to do this every morning on my radio show, we would put a poll on our website, and I acknowledge that, that was, more for entertainment than for fact, but that it often can become very skewed because people are more likely to vote in it if they have a particularly strong opinion on one side, or that they encourage others to vote in it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's the virtue of doing it the way we do it, is that nobody can swarm the poll. You can't gang up and kind of, let's make sure all our side is heavily represented. So yeah, no, if you can come up with something which resembles within a known margin of error what would happen if you talk to every single member of the community, which is what sound survey research does, that's eminently better as an input than finding out what the people who are motivated or or networked to kind of plug into a certain poll. And as I say, sometimes it's just fun and not harmful. Other times it could be quite unhelpful and stray into the realm of disinformation.
Yeah, there's a difference when it's, say, do you like pineapple on pizza, or when it's a major political issue. So there's been a lot of information shared about Lansdowne Park, and a lot of people who have talked about surveys they've done and polls, and we've heard mention of some of those today. As far as you are aware, is the poll conducted by Ecos Research the only scientific poll that has been done on this issue?
To the best of my knowledge, there may be someone else is doing one in the background I'm unaware of, but no, I think this, according to the canons of scientific accuracy as we understand them, for survey research, no, I think this is unique in that regard.
Okay, and then given that the results, when you first asked the question, that 59% of people said they supported this project and 29% were opposed. In your view, is there any chance, the margin of error or some sampling issue, or is there any chance that the majority of Ottawa residents do not support this project?
In my view, that's implausible in the extreme. Like the chances that, yeah, there's a margin of error, and to be fair, the margin of error only captures one source of error. We talk about total error methods, which measure the differences which might occur because of measurement errors and other things. But the strength of this, it's not like if you shifted 5% or even 10%, you would still have a clear majority. This is 2-to-1. It's a super majority. And I'm not saying that 30% is not a significant level of opposition. It is. But no, in my opinion, there's no methodological flaw that would have moved this from being a clear majority to no, it was not a majority, let alone a majority that were opposed, in my opinion, my professional opinion.
Okay, Mr. Graves, thank you very much for your presentation today. Thank you. Okay, we have now come to the end of the list of delegations. We've heard from the last delegation. The public hearing portion of this meeting is now closed. The public may still submit written presentations prior to consideration of this item by City Council, which will happen next Friday. Please email or call the committee or council coordinator if you wish to provide more information between now and the council meeting. Just before we go any further, I wanted to touch on a couple of things. First of all, I appreciate the more than 80 presentations that we've had from the public on this issue. I think that's really a high level of engagement, and really admirable that so many people wanted to speak to us about this issue. I think the vast majority of comments were very insightful and helpful and thoughtful. There were at times some criticisms of city staff that I felt a little bit uncomfortable about, and I understand that people have strong feelings about the process, but I want to make sure that at all times we defend the professionalism and integrity of our staff who have worked very hard on this. So I just want to push back respectfully against any of the comments that sort of suggested inappropriate behavior or unethical behavior by city staff without any evidence of that. So again, I want to thank staff for their hard work. And before we move into asking questions of staff on this project and of the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group, I have heard a lot of feedback in the last day and a half or almost 2 days now from councillors on how we move forward from here and the number of motions that we are being asked to consider. And I think that there is a great deal of concern about the amount of time it will take to go through all of the motions, both at committee and at council next Friday. Also, I've heard from people that they want to have more time to consider the many, many motions that have been put before us. And for staff to be able to review them and comment on them, and perhaps even work on more motions or amend some of the existing motions or offer amendments to them. So I've spoken to a few councillors about this, including Chair Leeper, and I'm encouraging everyone to support a motion to refer all of the motions to the council meeting that we will be having next Friday, where at that time we will be able to discuss all of the motions in full, and we will have time to debate each motion, discuss and debate each motion individually, and all councillors will be able to participate in that and vote on those motions, rather than today where it's just the members of the committee who will have votes. This would allow us to focus the rest of our time today on questions to staff and to the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group. And then we would all be able to vote, discuss and debate and vote on the motions at the meeting next Friday. But I would encourage everyone, if we move forward with this, to please have their motions into the clerk's office by noon on Thursday of next week, so that everyone has time to see the motions and consider them, and the staff have time to prepare opinions on those motions. And that we can also prepare what I think will be very helpful to everyone in this process, to have staff prepare a roadmap of motion and a process by which we can effectively vote on all of the motions that will be before us, because there will be 20 or 30 motions that we will be dealing with as a council. So I have asked, and by the way, I'm hoping that as a result of this, we can save ourselves some time. I don't want, if we can avoid it, I mean, we'll go as long as we need to go, but if we can avoid it, I'd rather not meet tomorrow or Monday. There is the Built Heritage Committee on Monday, which is discussing Lansdowne as well. So we need to be careful about the timing of all of this. So I'll ask Councillor Kitts to present a motion of referral.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Be it resolved that upon conclusion of the joint committee's questions to staff, the report titled Lansdowne Partnership Plan Authorization to Proceed to the Next Steps in the Redevelopment, including the staff recommendations and any motions introduced at the joint Finance and Corporate Services and Planning and Housing Committee meeting of November 2nd and 3rd, 2023, be referred to council pursuant to subsection 83(8) of the procedure bylaw for consideration at the special meeting that has been called for this purpose on Friday, November 10th, 2023.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on this because I think there's some concerns that, you know, there's twofold. Number one is councillors can't speak twice at council. So we need to make sure that if we're doing this, it's going to a committee of the whole at council. So we need to make an amendment that it's committee of the whole at council, not just council, which brings us into a committee process for all city councillors and allows for people to speak twice on the issue. The second thing that I would just raise as a concern is oftentimes what happens at committee is we might pass something or defeat something that then the public is concerned about or has more information that they want to share with us before the motion is, after the motion is debated. They see the debate and then they raise issues. The way that you're setting it up now is that it would all go to council and there's a finality there without that feedback from something that might be passed, might not be passed, or the debate that we have as a council with new points the public may raise. So this is very unorthodox. It's not normal that this would happen. And on such a huge file, we've joined these committees together for a reason. We've been the ones seeing all the debate at this committee and discussion and the delegations. And I have huge concerns about only moving it to one meeting where none of that feedback can occur based on the debate we have and the outcomes of those motions, which the public is entitled to see before we have a final decision. So I do have concerns with it. So the first thing though is I'll move to amend the motion to ensure that if we are moving it to council, which I don't agree with, but if we are doing that, that it is in committee of the whole first before council. So I'll move that amendment.
Okay, I'll just speak to the fact that I think the public is highly engaged in this issue, as we've witnessed, and I think people are having their opportunity to offer their comments. And I spoke to several members of city staff who say this is not unprecedented, that this has been done before when council has faced big decisions, and it's not unusual to have this type of approach. But okay, so we have an amendment, but I'm happy to have other people speak to this motion.
Yeah, I don't think it happened at all last term that I can remember, where we referred the entire debate and all the motions to council without having a committee debate them and speak to them. I don't think it happened last term.
If other councillors have a different memory, please offer your comments, but I was informed that it's not unusual, and it is within our ability to decide. All right, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, you and I spoke briefly about this, and certainly I think with the number of amendments that are on the table, I know I personally would benefit significantly by having more time to read, understand, speak with the authors about these, potentially offer amendments to them before we vote on them. So I take no issue with the ability to get and have more meaningful input on these amending motions over the course of the next week. But Councillor Menard raises a very good point, and I would seek as well that the meeting on Friday have a committee of the whole portion in order to debate these, so that members can speak have more than one 5-minute comment period. So my support for the referral will be dependent on the success of the Menard amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Troster.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I also agree. I think we absolutely should meet as committee of the whole, so that we have multiple opportunities to speak. There are also multiple motions. But I'm a little bit concerned we're going to end up in the same mess in a week, because with the number of motions, I think it'll surely take more than one day. And I don't think good policy is made based on who is the most functional at midnight. So I'm wondering, could we start the meeting on Thursday? Could we allow for 2 days? Could we plan in advance overflow days so we're not going into the weekend? I think we need to be realistic about this. Is a $500 million decision on behalf of our city. I want us to get it right. I want us to have fulsome debate, and I don't want us to cut off debate, frankly, because we're exhausted. I don't think that's how we make good policy. So I don't know what I know Monday is Build Heritage, Tuesday is FinCo, Wednesday we're having the budget presented, but I don't know what's on Thursday. But if we could plan at least 2 days for this as a contingency, I know I would really appreciate it, because I want to leave room for proper discussion. Thank you.
So I'm happy to have contingencies in place, and we want to make the best decision possible. And there's been no effort at all to limit debate or have decisions made on in difficult circumstances. And whether the decision to go into committee of the whole is made or not, we can have fulsome debate and take as long as we need to at a council meeting on an important decision of this nature. But I'm happy to hear people's opinions on that. And by the way, we can also decide as council to go committee in the whole at the beginning of the council meeting next time around, next Friday. Councillor Luloff.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, Mr. Mayor. I think I understand why members of the committee would like to move into committee of the whole. I think that might be a prudent decision to make. I'm not comfortable making that decision today without our other colleagues at the table. Committing council to going into committee of the whole without the rest of council here is probably not a good practice. So what I'd rather do is refer this to council and let council decide as to whether or not they want to go into committee of the whole. That's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dudas.
speaking to the chance of voting on the motions, I think it's a wise decision. I think it will have I see many of my colleagues online and here today, but not everyone has been able to participate. They haven't been able to ruminate on the motions at length. I think it'd be wise to take the time to read them through, understand a little more, maybe have some behind the scenes conversations with city staff to find out what these decisions actually mean, because some decisions might have, negative or positive implications for the project itself or for what we want to try to accomplish with this initiative. So I very much am in favor of taking the time to make those decisions and to actually cast our votes for these motions, and taking what's left of today as an opportunity to talk to our city staff and OSEG and find out a little bit more from them. So I will be supporting that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. We did meet as committee of the whole in the last term with council. It was December 13th, 2018. It was on cannabis, which was another major file. And we had a full gallery, good discussion. Anyhow, I think it's a good idea to wait until next week to consider the motions, chance for us all to cool off and give everything some consideration. I just, on the committee of the whole, just encourage all councillors to respect that this is a long time. It's an important file, but it is taking a long time to get through all this. And we all have ward responsibilities and other commitments as councillors. So if we are to need an extra day, I think it would be wise to try to identify some open days afterwards. So we have, in the weeks ahead, if there's a day here or there, so we can identify that and reschedule things as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor. And I definitely see some merit in what Councillor Menard is saying in terms of going to committee of the whole, but I do believe Councillor Luloff made some good points that I agree with as well. And I just had a question of clarification on how we're going to approach all of these motions. Because there's a lot of them, and I'm wondering if normally in council we get our 5 minutes. There's often more than one motion on the table, but you have to have all your ducks in a row to talk about each motion. Once your 5 minutes are gone, they're gone. Will we be discussing each motion individually at the council meeting and therefore have 20 to 30 opportunities to speak at council?
I think the plan would be to create a roadmap and then consider the motions one by one in the most effective way possible to lead to a decision. Okay. Some of the motions may be, redundant once another motion is decided upon and so on. So I think we would create a roadmap and then and we would have time to debate and discuss each motion leading to the final decision. So it would not be one discussion.
Thank you, Mayor.
And just before we go to, I know a couple of other people are going to speak, but my understanding from the city clerk's office is that a committee cannot direct council to go into council of the whole, but can request it. So we could today, for example, request that at next Friday's meeting, we go into council of the whole, but it would be council's decision at the beginning of the meeting whether to do so or not, just to be clear. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor. I do want to just briefly speak in favor of the amended motion, and my rationale is simple. If we are deferring to today's debate and discussion of the motions, which is what we're doing here, then you really need ample opportunity to get through the volume of motions and matter. And a committee of the whole, I think, structure is the best way to do that. So I support the amended motion. And I think, Mayor, your comments at the beginning, I was aware of 3 of the 20 motions at the beginning of yesterday's meeting. 17 motions were new to me. And if staff haven't had time to vet, the public hasn't had time to vet, and if the decision makers haven't had time to vet, we need to buy us a little bit of time to be able to go through these. And I think next Friday is the right venue. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Curry.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a good idea to have it all happen on Friday. I would be actually in favor of Thursday as well to make sure we have lots of time. But I would ask, I was going to say, I don't think that committee can direct council in that way. So I don't know if that's already being worked out, that that's just a request to go into committee of the whole for this motion, because I'd be happy with that. That question can be asked at the beginning of council. But my question is, if it were, other levels of government do this thing called filibustering. And, I don't think that anybody here would do such a thing, but if that were ever the case, is it possible for council to decide to get out of committee of the whole once it goes into committee of the whole, if it becomes people going on the speakers list, 7 or 8 times?
Will I ask the interim city manager on that? Sorry, the interim city clerk. Sorry, I got so used to saying interim city manager over the last. Yeah, go ahead, David.
Yes, Mayor, it is always open to the committee to essentially move at any point, to move out of the committee of the whole. And of course, there are mechanisms within the procedure bylaw to, for example, have the question that the question be put to avoid those kinds of scenarios of I'll be honest, kind of unheard of in the municipal context, but filibustering as it would be considered in the context of a legislature.
Okay, thank you.
Good to know.
Councillor-
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the clarification. My seatmate, which is apparently a policy wonk, said, wait a minute, don't we have to wait for council to make the decision about committee of a whole? So very wise. That being said, I do support referring this to next Friday, 17. I think some of us forgot even what some of the motions are. And in speaking with my seatmate again, a lot of these things could be cleared up that will be almost like agenda clearing, essentially, for some of the more basic ones. And we have to give staff time to digest all of this. When it comes to the Thursday item, I think we all have very busy lives and a lot of meetings. We've had it in our calendar for quite a long time for Friday, but there's a lot of commitments I know we have on Thursdays as councillors and other business with other organizations. Like I'm involved with FCM, I have something going on. And so that was never part of the original calendar. So I would definitely support working Friday forward, working late in the night, starting earlier, working on Saturdays. No problem at all, but I will be supporting referral. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Johnson, did you have your hand up, or are you okay? All right. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Just to, I guess, wrap up on the amendments. Yeah, happy to have it be a request from the committee to go into committee of the whole. The reason I raise it is just there's oftentimes in the past where we haven't had a lot of opportunity at council to speak about issues. This is obviously the biggest financial decision we're going to make this term. Committee hasn't had a chance to debate it at all. It doesn't sound like we're going to have a chance to debate it here. So debate takes time, and there's a lot of questions about this deal that the public has that would be better suited to a committee process that might require, as Councillor Trosser was saying, more time than is being allocated. I don't know that we get to a full conclusion just on the Friday, given the debates, the motions, the questions that people still have. So that's, I think, the motivation. And just to, Councillor Gower's point, I understand we went to the committee of the whole last term, but we never deferred a debate and comments and motions from a committee to council. That is my understanding is a first for since last term anyway. So it is very rare that is happening, and I'm concerned of the reasons why. I hear that the issue is that we need more time for staff to consider the motions, that councillors also need some more time to consider the motions. I agree with all that. There's a lot of motions there. So why don't we move to have this committee move to a different date and then follow up with a council meeting, right? That would be the potential process here, is that we have the committee, we have the vote here based on the 17 members that have been brought together on this committee, and then we have the council discussion. That to me would be a prudent process, gives time for staff, gives times for councillors, gives time for public input, and then we move to council. That's a better process to me than just saying it's all going to city council on the Friday.
So we have a schedule, though, and I think there's a way for us to move forward here where everyone will have ample time to discuss and debate the motions at the council meeting next week. And if it takes longer than one day, we'll find a second day or a third day or a fourth day to deal with it. That's how we, there's no time limit at a council meeting. Every council meeting we have, if it goes long, we can vote to stay past 7 o'clock or can resume on another day. And many city councils across the country have had meetings that have lasted multiple days. If that's what it takes, there'll be no effort to limit debate or discussion on this issue. So I'm comfortable with us moving forward with a recommendation to consider going into committee of the whole next Friday, and then having everybody participate in the debate on all of the motions. So why don't we vote on that, and then we can proceed with questions. We still have work to do today, asking questions of staff and OSEG. And I want to leave as much time for that as possible. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mayor. This will be a recommendation if we adopt Councilor Menard's amendment. I just wanted to ask you personally whether we could ask for your commitment today to support going into committee of the whole when the time is right at City Council.
So I'm not opposed to it, but I'd like to hear from everybody, and I'm not, I hadn't considered that before it came up just now, so I'm open to it. It'll be the will of council, and I'm fine with any outcome.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, so on the amendment, did you want to read the amendment? Do you have this version of the amendment?
You can read it in. It's be it resolved that the KITS motion be amended to include a recommendation that council will consider the item sitting as committee of the whole.
Okay, is that carried?
Carried.
And then on the amendment itself, or on the motion itself, is that carried?
Carried.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So we will move now to questions for staff and OSEG based on the delegations that we have heard today. Please raise your hand if you have questions. Councillor Brockington.
Can staff please clarify the responsibilities for maintenance of the stadium and arena? We know that OSEG took over operating requirements or costs, but if things are more structural in nature, if there's sort of big time repairs that are needed, does that fall on the shoulders of the city, or are all needed repairs, big or small, on the shoulders of OSEG?
So per the agreement, it would be the partnership that pays for it. But if we recall back in, I can't remember, maybe it's 2016, when there was a steel frame and it was 23, in terms of the materiality, there was an agreement that we would repay them for that amount.
And
through a loan, through a loan in the partnership.
Okay, so does the city of Ottawa do any type of inspection on any type of frequency to ensure that OSEG is meeting the particulars of the agreement?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The terms of the partnership do lay out the roles of the city and in OSEG in terms of prioritizing and executing those renewals and ensuring their successful completion.
Yeah, so things like the roof leak, was that not expected? It just happened all of a sudden. How can we ensure that both the stadium and arena are safe for the public, safe for the people who work there? We're not going to have any type of compromise situation, that there are the required verifications and inspections, not just by them, but we're doing our own due diligence as well to ensure that the public can expect that this is a safe environment for them.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. So I think Councillor Menard had mentioned the Morrison Hirschfield report a couple of times throughout delegations. So that's a report that is a 30 to 40 year maintenance plan based on the decision of, or looking at the facility, should we maintain it going forward, so that we have that plan in place. And then specifically related to the leaking roof, because I know that's come up again through delegations. Speaking with OSEG, confirm that there has been money put towards trying to fix that roof about in the range of $500,000. But I think the complexity of the structure of the north side stands integrated with the arena has kind of created that situation where it's very complex to find exactly how the water and stop the water from coming in. Water comes in through joints, through stairs in the north side stands. So the reason for has not been, a final solution fixed for that is because of the complexity of the structure being paired with the arena and north side stands.
Thank you. Just on the tower heights or tower capacity, is it my understanding that the upper limit for height for a tower is 40 stories? Not what's proposed, but is there some sort of cap that regardless of how many towers get built, 40 stories is the absolute tallest, or is there not a cap on the height?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. So there is in the official plan a cap of 40 stories, and if you go above 40 in the Lansdowne district, or well, specifically in the Lansdowne district, you would require a secondary plan process.
Okay, so for any colleague contemplating adding unit capacity, it's either another tower or we stick with 2 towers and allow the second one to go up to 40 stories as well. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, I'd just add that's correct, and removal of the staff proposed unit cap of 770 units.
Okay, thank you. On the traffic transportation front, I would really like to hear a reply from staff on not just present day challenges on Bank Street and the challenges getting to events, but even non-event day and the challenges that we have on Bank Street. Just coming here today, I'm not going to tell you the challenges I had, but QED was closed and construction in Old Olive South and had to go south before I could go north. But anyway, and if we're going to add a net increase of another 1 million people, which projections indicate another 1 million people are going to be coming to Lansdowne, how do we facilitate the movement of people? Because basically everyone has raised this. It's a present day problem. It will only get worse compounded with an extra 1 million visitors to the site, and not a clear plan forward from a transportation perspective about how to facilitate that. So I'd like to hear.
Mr. Mayor, I'll take that question. Well, for the events, the major events, there's been plans that have been in place for what we have now. So it's basically transit, active transportation. So that will continue. For the new units coming in, there was a traffic impact assessment study that was done, and it indicated, yes, there will be more vehicles, but the majority, the emphasis is push everybody onto transit and do the other modes, but there will be a residual with some vehicles. This is urban living, so there will be a little bit more, but during peak periods, that's what we're dealing with when we're planning, is looking at the peak periods. And Bank Street has 4 lanes with parking. So during peak periods, we're down to 3 lanes because some of the parking is removed. So 4 lanes in total, but really 2 lanes functioning because of parking. So, but during peak periods, the parking is removed in the northbound direction in the morning, and in the afternoon, southbound direction. So that leaves 3 lanes, and 3 lanes, the capacity is about of the street is about 2,400 vehicles. So the traffic impact study indicated roughly 300 new vehicles would originate from this site. And right now the capacity, the usage of Bank Street, according to that study, is in the order of about 100 vehicles. So there is some capacity, but at the intersections, yes, there will be a little bit of delay. I'm also, my team is also working on a study for Bank Street between the canal to the 417, looking how we can improve transit priority. So get buses moving through there better. And part of that study, we're also looking at what can we do to improve cycling in the area. It's going to be a complicated study because, you know, lots of demands in that corridor, lots of demands for parking as well. So we will undertake that. We're in the process of selecting a consultant now to help us on that. And we will do that with a lot of consultation with the BIAs because it's another important corridor. So we are looking at a variety of things. There are also other active transportation projects in the area, out in the perimeter of the outside of Lansdowne as well, to look at ways of improving that. We invested $21 million on the Flora Bridge. So that's a very important connection right there. And it mitigates additional vehicles, cars in the area.
I appreciate that, and appreciate to learn of the study that your staff will be engaged in between the canal and Queensway. That's very good to hear. And I'm less concerned about the small fraction increase that the residents of the towers will yield as I am what the future events will bring in. It's that net increase of 1 million visitors per year. And when I listen to 613 Flea, when I listen to the farmers market, I had a better understanding and appreciation of what they're concerned about after hearing their delegations. And I do think, you know, the success of Lansdowne also adds some challenges and problems. And I think some of our traffic problems obviously get worse with more and more people coming there. So this is very a concern for me, and I appreciate what's coming, but I still think this is a significant challenge. The last thing I'm going to ask now, Chair, is just some understanding about the formula, the revenue formula to help pay for all of this. And you know, the affordable housing allotment was decreased to lower costs, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around staff's decision to okay this matter when council has indicated that we are in a housing and homelessness emergency. We've made this a top priority. We try and filter every decision we're making to improving not just the housing stock, but also looking after affordable housing, making sure this is a component. So given council's past declarations with respect to housing and homelessness and our desire to see basically all types of developments include affordable housing, why did staff think they had the authority to take this particular decision on affordable housing?
So, Mr. Mayor, it was a recommendation that was consistent with the May 22nd report, where we were to go away and look at 10% affordable housing and ensure financial sustainability of the model going forward. So we were just staying consistent with that model.
And so you said that May 2022? Fair enough. Okay. I'll follow up with you on that because I do want a little more information, but at this time I'll park my comments and come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Just before we go any further, I just wanted to mention that Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group is available for questions as well. If people have questions for OSEG, Roger Greenberg is here today, but will not be available if we end up going into tomorrow or Monday, would not be available. So if you have questions specifically for Roger Greenberg, please ask them today, but representatives of OSEG will be available if this meeting continues into another day. Councillor Lieber.
Thank you. I think what I'm going to do is just maintain my question sort of at one topic area and then move on, because I know folks will probably ask some of the questions I have, but I'll get back on the speakers list probably much later if I don't hear my other questions answered. But the main one I want to address at this point, and forgive me, I'll go a little bit slowly, is with respect to the cost of affordable housing vis-a-vis the debt and paying it back and what that will cost us. Right now, the recommendation before us would see air rights sold and $3.9 million allocated into our affordable housing fund available for, I'm guessing we would work with our not-for-profit partners in order to build housing elsewhere. The revenue achieved from the air rights, $39 million, would go to offset the cost of paying back the debt associated with building Lansdowne Park, which is estimated by staff to cost $16.4 million per year, every year, once we start for the next 40 years. And I'm just going to run through, because now I'm starting to wonder about some of the implications of the motions that we have before us. Delegations have talked to us, and we're going to be dealing with doing more on affordable housing, and the towers are also in play now. So there is a motion that I guess we'll vote on, hopefully in committee of the whole ahead of council, from Councillor Kitts, that would see an allocation of 25% of the revenues go into affordable housing, which would add an additional $5.9 million to our, or remove that from revenue that we would be using to offset debt. So we would owe $5.9 million more plus interest over the years. What would be the annual service cost of that if you make the same assumptions around the debenture rate?
So currently we're assuming for the first 10%, it's 200,000 per year. Adding the extra 5.9 would add another 300. So it'd be 500,000 total debt servicing for the 25% reduction of the $39 million.
So we'd be paying 17.1, 5 and 4, 17.2.
500,000, 16.9.
16.9.
Oh, sorry, add 300,000, 16.7.
Because the original 200,000 is already
Yes,
in the
correct.
16.4, right?
Okay. If we were to adopt the King motion, so an additional, or the air rights would now bring in 15.6 million. What would be the implications for that annual debt servicing?
So that adds an additional 600,000. So that would be 17.2.
Now the complicated one. Councillor
No, wait a
Tierney,
minute. 17. My math is bad.
you're the treasurer.
16.4 plus 600,000 is 17 million.
Thank you. Okay, now the complicated one. The Councillor Tierney has suggested that we would add the third tower back into the sites. Do staff have estimates of what that would add with respect to revenues?
So we are not estimating any property tax uplift for a third tower. We've removed it, so there's no impact.
But there would
from the
be,
revenue sources that we've identified.
so that's tax, but we would charge for the air rights presumably. Sorry, am I missing something?
Yeah, I can't estimate what that impact would be. It would have an impact on the air rights. If we're, so I think the suggestion is to sell it to a nonprofit.
I don't
For
think that's on the
$1?
table
Was
yet
that-
today, Councillor Attorney. So right now, I think what's actually on our table and what we would vote on pending an additional
Okay,
motion would be to add a third tower, and we would have the additional revenue.
I don't have the estimate of the air rights estimates.
Okay, so that's going to be really critical to have obviously before Friday. And it would be interesting. I think one of the challenges we're going to have is a not-for-profit partner might not be willing to build a 26-story tower there, or whatever cap we would have. Maybe they want to use that land to build a mid-rise. Maybe they, and so, you know, Paul and Clara, I think, I'm not going to ask you to answer that question today, but there's got to be some sort of a potential use. Presumably a for-profit partner is going to want to maximize it. A not-for-profit partner, unless it's OCH, might not. So then we get the final complicated number, which is that if there is an amending motion brought forward to give the land simply to a not-for-profit partner, presumably we would do so for $0, and thus there would not be any offsetting revenue nor required contribution, right? Okay, so the Kitts motion would bring us to, I wrote over my numbers 6 times here, 16.7 million. The King motion would bring us to 17.2 million in annual debt servicing. Sorry, 17.0. Okay, those are the questions I had. I think when we take a look, and I look at this in the Lansdowne proposal overall, $16.4 million 30 years from now will be virtually nothing. For taking 40%, as Councillor King has suggested, and as we've heard delegations speak to in terms of maximizing the exploitation of the air rights in the service of affordable housing, $17 million. That's very little money in 30 years from now dollars. So I think that's very compelling. I'll get back on the list for my rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Are committee members okay if I just go with everyone in the order that they put their hand up rather than trying to sort out who is on the committee and who's not on the committee? Is everybody good with that? Okay. Councillor Dudas, who is on the committee?
By default. I could have said either way and I still would have come out next. So I have several questions, but I'm actually going to take a page from Chair Lieber here, and then I'll ask some, and then I can always get back on because I'm sure my colleagues would like the opportunity as well. I wanted to ask about, there's the conversation about reintroducing the idea of a third tower, and then it kind of evolved into a conversation about seeing if OCH or another partner would want to take it on as affordable housing. And I think it's a very noble concept. It's something I would love to see happen. What I don't understand is we don't have any partners right now at our table to say, yes, this is a plausible route to take. So I'm not sure, Paul, you're nodding your head. I don't know if anyone has had the opportunity since that came out yesterday to kind of reach out to partners. I know that Chair Kavanaugh is on this call. Is there any kind of appetite for that to happen, where if a third tower was introduced, there would be a partner out there to provide affordable housing in that format?
Thank you for the question. Not at this time, but we could certainly explore with the sector, and that could certainly be done. And the other thing I wanted to clarify was when the land is transferred to a nonprofit, they will need capital funding to build, and that would be a significant amount of money required to build that tower.
Okay. And that, I mean, once again, part of this entire project also looks to federal, provincial funding outside of the affordable component. Would introducing an affordable component tap into additional federal money through, say, accelerator funds, things like that? Could that be another way to ask for more federal cash?
Thank you for the question. Yes, it would be.
I wanted to understand a little bit more about the transportation to and from. I do not have significant concerns about adding density to the site. I'm sure we will work that out, and we want more people living in our core, but across our city in more dense formats. What I am curious about is the peak periods, the massive events. We're hoping to attract a lot of people at certain times of the day. And I know we've done shuttles, and we're looking at particular motions that look at subsidizing some of our transit, which I don't know is actually the key to any of this. But what would we plan on doing, at least in the short term, as we kind of see the benefits of a new event center, a new Northside stands for those really high turnout, high audience events and activities to Lansdowne? What's our plan?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. I'll start, and then I'm Pat Scrimger's on the call as well, and he can jump in. So I'd just like to take you back to the original TDM plan that's in place today in terms of the hallmark of that plan, where every ticketed event gets you on transit. It's part of the program. And so we break it into minor events and major events. And before I just touch upon that, we should keep in mind too that the stadium seating will reduce slightly in the new proposal in terms of seats, and then the TD Arena will reduce from a capacity of around 9,000 seats. I mean, I don't know how many, 9,000 or 8,500 to 5,500 for like hockey, or 6,500 for events. So it is, the seating capacity is getting smaller to meet the market that is trying to program to. So in terms of there's the minor events that go forward with using the frequent shuttle transit on the routes 6 and 7, and we increase the frequency on Bank Street to go to the minor events. And then once it gets to the major events over 15,000 people for like a Red Blacks game or other events over 15,000, that's when the 400 series shuttles kick in. And maybe I can have Pat just describe that a little further and what we would do.
Well, I think just in the essence of time, that's fine with me. I know I've used the shuttles in the past, pre-pandemic, and it was phenomenal. So I'm happy to hear that we're thinking of ramping that up, and any opportunities we can to increase transportation for folks so that they either don't have to drive or they don't have to deal with the parking situation. My final question, Mr. Mayor, and it's to Mr. Greenberg, because I understand we won't have him on other occasions, is we have a bevy of motions before us. And I was wondering if he would be, you know, in a quick summary kind of way, be able to give OSEG's opinion of what is before them and what, not necessarily say yay, nay, but once again, I'd like to get your idea as to this, because if we do proceed with this project, it is a true partnership in all respects. And I'd like to hear from what would be our partner's perspective. Here you can sit. Oh, no, there's a chair right there. That's fine. That's fine.
So the honest answer is that there's so many motions that came out yesterday that we didn't have a chance really to look at them because I was focusing in on the delegations, just like all of the council on an interesting group of delegations, to say the least. But I don't think it's fair at this point. Some do concern us, but I think we would probably want to have more time to look at it. I think it's a fair comment to make. This is a partnership, and so each and every motion is going to affect what we have right now in front of you. Is a report that we've stated that we're in favor of. So to the extent that there are significant changes that are being suggested to that report, then we need to understand what the implications are and to be able to have an opportunity to say, yes, we're good with that, or no, we aren't. It's not a question of just, with all due respect, it's not a question of one partner saying, well, we're going to institute all these changes and unilaterally say. I can share with you, for those of you especially who were not sitting around the table at last year's council meeting, there were a substantial number of concessions that we made to get to last year's report. We made a substantial number of additional accommodations to get to this year's report. And we are pushed, in my view, very close to the line. So there's not a lot of room to sort of say, well, pay for this, pay for that, pay for that, pay for that. So it is a partnership. I just want to have everybody remember that it is a partnership and it requires both parties to do it. But the direct answer is, I think we need the time to review it. I think it's fair that before Committee of the Whole next week convenes, that you would have the benefit of our response to those questions, to those motions, so you just have that as a sense before you go. I don't know, I've appeared in Committee of the Whole. I don't know, and perhaps Mr. Mayor, you'll want to give some consideration to what role we'll have in Committee of the Whole. I know that traditionally at a council meeting, we would not be at the table, so to speak, but in a Committee of the Whole, we would be. And I think that would be very helpful in this circumstance if we were at the table and were able to respond at the time.
Mr. Mayor, through you, if I may suggest, because we don't know what council's will be at the end of the day, whether we will proceed into Committee of the Whole at that time. And I don't mean to make more work for you, Mr. Greenberg, but it might be beneficial to compile your responses and provide it to us in advance of that day. And that is just a recommendation, suggestion, so we can at least have that before us if there's no decision to have you come back as an entity to ask questions of. So that's just a suggestion, because once again, we don't know if some of these motions are make or break for this project, right? We can ask our staff, but it'd be beneficial to also hear from OSEG. That's
a fair comment, but if I may also, I don't know if I'm still on here, I guess. in some cases, listening, like right now, we just have the bare motions. And I know we have all of the recitals that lead up to the motions. In some cases, it would be helpful to understand the motivation behind the motions, and we might not get that before next week. So we can give you our reaction as we read it and as we interpret it. But that's why you debate things, is so that you have an opportunity to hear the pros and the cons or whatever. And we may be persuaded one way or another at the meeting itself. We intend to be here at the meeting, whether we're at the table or not is another matter. But, you know, so I'm just want to apply that little bit of caution to the answers. And I think, but we will try to, I'm looking over at Mr. Gowdy, that we would try to have answers by, okay, that's helpful. Can we
I
give it
think
daily?
there's an
We have them-
opportunity. I think there's an opportunity for staff to work with your team.
Yes.
To to assess each of the motions and provide some reaction before the meeting.
Yes,
right?
we'll do that.
So, yeah.
Yes, we'll
Okay.
undertake that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Was that all for now, Councillor Dudas? Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much. So yes, we are being asked to evaluate a partnership, but by its very nature, it is a public-private partnership, which is a specific type of partnership that is unique. And we do this because we imagine that our private partner has expertise, skills, or abilities that the City of Ottawa does not consider central to their role. And so we contract into a relationship. But if the relationship does not benefit the public interest, the decision before us is whether or not to proceed. And that is what we are evaluating today. We are not beholden. We are trying to come to an arrangement and a compromise. So for the last few weeks, I've been trying to figure out a way to examine the deal in front of us, not the transportation necessarily, although you know that's very dear to my heart, Vivi and Tim, and not those other sort of around the edges types of implications, but truly the central heart of the deal. Because what we're looking at is risk, and it is we are stewards and we have a fiduciary responsibility to look at the risk to the City of Ottawa. That is why we are here today. And if Lansdowne 2.0 is to wipe the slate clean, then we need to look at Lansdowne 2.0 as a deal. It is fresh. So what is different between Lansdowne 1.0 to Lansdowne 2.0? I'll do the same as my neighbors and just focus on one issue, and then I'll get back on the board later. But the first one I'd really like to talk about is cost overruns, because in the first deal, OSEG was responsible for cost overruns. In the second part of the deal, we will be. And when I spoke to OSEG about whether or not they'd like to have those cost overruns back as a way of bettering the deal for the public partner here, I was told no, they would prefer not to, because they've already taken on the $160 million in the first one. And that was quite enough. And I think that's fair, because that is their interest, and they are here to defend their interests as well and to work within their interests. And that's how we're all coming to this. So I asked, what was the 160 million? Where did that come from? And I understand that it's cost overruns and startup losses. So I guess I just want to understand, we have put in a contingency into this model to try and cover off for cost escalations. Because of the due diligence that you've done with EY and looking at some of the, inquiries, recommendations, I think we actually have met quite a few of these in our planning of this complex infrastructure project. So I don't mean to suggest that we haven't, but I do wonder if we have planned adequately for cost overruns or cost escalations, why would OSEG then not be responsible for any further escalations then? Why could that not stay the same way? Why wouldn't you do that?
Mr. Mayor, can I answer that question?
Yeah, you can all answer it. That's fine.
So there's a difference between cost overruns for construction and year-over-year deficits. And so OSEG would continue to be responsible for the net negative cash flows going forward. So that has not changed.
Okay.
All we're talking about is any cost overruns on the construction, which is a city asset, and which we will play a very key role in managing that construction. I don't know, Sue, if you wanted to elaborate on the role and how we're going to manage cost overruns.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. there is an element of how risk is managed, who's responsible for overruns. Those are details that I would point you to recommendation number 7 that speaks about reporting back on the procurement delivery model. There are several forms of contract that the city could enter to execute, implement the will of council in if we proceed to construction. And each of them has advantages and disadvantages and considerations with regard to budget and schedule and risk and quality. And that's the intent of that recommendation, is that we would proceed to a consultant assignment, seek expert external advice to inform council about the pros and cons of each of those delivery models and the impact on those variables, right? The cost and schedule and budget and risk will be part of those, because the contract with a vendor to build is very much about who owns the risk. And that, as you could imagine, affects the cost, can affect the schedule. Those terms are captured in some of the contracts of those delivery models. So that is something that we believe is an additional decision. There is more information to collect, and it's another contemplation point for council about, and for OSEG, in terms of the partnership and what we are trying to achieve and what factors are prioritized. We would come back to you with that advice.
So from what I understand, in recommendation 7, you would come back at the beginning or at the end of Q1 2024, and you would have a suite of options essentially with these variables in place, whether it's cost overruns. I think when we had talked before, it was quality, cost containment, and time, right? Are there other variables that we're going to be able to look at as councillors at that point?
Mr. Mayor, the councillor has adequately, you're right. Those are the types of things. Those are the variables that fit together in the suite, right? It's risk, budget, schedule, quality. There are other variables in the greater financial model that are at play, like cost escalation for construction, interest rates. There's again, itemized in recommendation number 7. But yeah, of course, as soon as we start talking about this choice might take longer, well, there's a financial impact because the interest rate impact will trigger, right? So we'll do our best to share with you the expert external advice that we receive, but yes, it'll address many of those boxes. They're all attached to the implementation phase.
Okay, because when I was speaking with College Ward residents, certainly the 2 things they were looking at for Lansdowne to try and make it an improvement on the current deal would be, of course, the affordable housing component, which I won't speak of because my colleagues have done so well to interrogate that, but also the idea of debt and debt servicing and so on. So if we do imagine, or we do see in this procurement model, cost escalations that are beyond this council's comfort level, do we have the ability to press a red light or some kind of redirect? What are the off ramps for that?
My understanding is every time we come back to council with new information, and it would be our intent to continuously update council. You mentioned the inquiry, that is one of the recommendations. We are talking today about a Class C estimate, and that's intended to allow us to compare different options. It's a ballpark estimate, and that's why we have contingency. The more due diligence that we execute, the more authority and direction that we get from council, the more refined we become in those costs. And yes, because of the complexity of the financial model, it's very possible that there's a scenario that would be untenable to council.
Right.
So anytime council would have an option to direct staff in an alternate direction if they wish.
Okay, sorry. And final question, please, just for clarification on these terms, because there's many. So there's cost overruns, there's also construction delays, which does that then fold into the idea of an overrun? Yes. And so, but then our contingency that we have planned in this estimate might be eaten up through this further due diligence. As we refine, just as we saw between the last, the OSEG projections and the refinement through EY, we saw the cost go up, which I think all of us really enjoyed. That demonstrated a transparency to us that we were looking at, you know, current numbers and realistic projections. If we go further, then potentially this contingency ends up being assumed within the budget of the project, which would not have the same amount of contingency for potential construction delays. Is that how we would imagine that?
We would make recommendations at each subsequent stage to include a contingency that's appropriate for the level of detail and due diligence that we've executed. Even when we are right at close to tender, we really, as a rule of thumb, would like to still include 10% contingency. We have all the information that we could possibly have, but who knows what the contractor would see. As we continue even through in the implementation stage in the finances that council has approved, we try to retain some contingency because you don't know what you don't know until you know it. And financial ability to address those things as they arise really helps with delay, for example. If we have funding that's at the ready to deal with a contingency and unknown, we can usually resolve it much more quickly.
Okay, thank you. I think we certainly have experienced many unknown, now known unknowns with the LRT, and we've saw requests for a contingency fund just within the last 2 weeks. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak in order, even though I'm not a committee member. I first just want to thank our city staff for all the work that you've done on this file. This is a complex, complicated, and yet incredibly important project for the city. So I'm sure it's been a challenge to have the weight of Lansdowne on your shoulders. So thank you so much. I want to thank OSEG and Mr. Greenberg for being here and for your commitment to the city and for being a partner, and to all of the 80+ delegates that came out. It's because of all of the residents and all of the people that have come out that we're striving to make this project the best it can be. For me and for the community of Gloucester Southgate that I represent, it's not about whether we love Lansdowne, because most of us do, including myself. It's about being a responsible steward of the public purse and ensuring that the investments we are making are sound and appropriate in the context of the broader city priorities. I think Lansdowne is a worthy investment, but can we afford it right now? I'm not entirely sure. I do have a number of questions. The first two are kind of following on Councillor Brockington and Councillor Leaper's questioning on affordable housing. So I'll just jump into that. Councillor Brockington had asked about the direction that staff were given in order to recommend the affordable housing, the 10% that we're getting in this in the recommendation. I just want to understand. So the May 2022 report, did it direct staff to look at 10% affordable housing on site? Or did it speak specifically to the disposal policy we have around affordable housing and that 25%?
It was, it was 10% on site.
Okay, so I guess I'm a little bit confused because we don't have any affordable units proposed on site. So there's that 10%, and we're also waiving 15% of our affordable housing policy. So I'm just trying to understand where that direction was specifically.
Yes, so Mr. Mayor, we were given direction to look at putting more deeply affordable housing on the site. And we worked with OCH to identify what it would take to put more deeply affordable housing. And that's when we realized that the cost was actually higher to build on this site than anywhere else in the city. And so that's at the point where it didn't make sense to put that 10% on the site, but to actually use the cash that we could get today and put it to the priority list where there's already shovel-ready projects ready to go. So that was the rationale.
I guess my next question would be, given the citywide impacts of waiving that policy, was there any internal conversations with the community social services and particularly the housing branch about what the impact of waiving our disposal policy would be?
We were following the direction to make this financially sustainable. So that was the primary direction. Yes.
Thank you. My next question, so there's a chart that's in the report on page 120, and it outlines the various funding sources available for debt servicing. So the majority are revenue sources, so hotel tax, property tax uplift, ticket surcharge, etc. So this is what makes up the 16.4 million. The bottom portion of that chart lists there's 3 line items in it, and it's the 5 million that would then come from the city's operating budget to service the debt. So it's what we've come off revenue neutrality. This is that 5 million. And I was just a little bit surprised to see that the affordable housing contribution of 3.9 million is characterized as debt, because it's my understanding that our policy states that when we're selling land, and in this case air rights, 25% of that revenue that we're receiving, so real money, gets put into our affordable housing capital budget. So I would have thought in a project of this scope, when we're disposing of air rights, that staff would have just assumed that 25%, because that's our policy, was not available to be considered in this deal. That didn't happen. But now to characterize it as debt seems a little bit unfair, because that is real money from a policy that we have, so revenue, that shouldn't be debt. So we shouldn't be saying that 3.9 million is going to cost the taxpayer 8 million for affordable housing over 40 years, because really that debt's for the Lansdowne project and not for affordable housing, because we received revenue that. So I'm just trying to understand the characterization of debt.
Yeah, so maybe the description isn't very clear. It's really saying that the city has to take on that investment and not the partnership. So above it, anything that is not a city investment or coming through development would come through the partnership. And that's what we were agreeing to with OSEG, is that that is now considered city equity contribution. So if we can't get revenue from anywhere else, that is considered equity. And that's how we calculated the 53% that we're going to get from the partnership. That's how much, take out all the other sources of revenue. They didn't want our equity contribution to include the city policy to remove dollars from air rights to go against that equity calculation. So it's not that we're issuing debt related to affordable housing. It's just, it has to be a city investment, not a partnership investment.
Yeah, so maybe looking at the wording of that chart, because it just seems a little unfair to
Understood.
say to taxpayers that this is costing them more when it's our policy. I'll leave that there. My next question is a clarification, Ms. Jasmine, on something I thought I heard you say yesterday, and it was, I think again, it was Councillor Brockington who had asked about the $20 million that we have assumed in the financial strategy that we'll receive from upper tier governments. And I thought that I heard you say that if we don't receive that, the plan is that we'll plug that hole with $20 million from our capital reserve. Is that?
Yeah, we have the opportunity to do that. It would probably be a decision at the time where if we don't get that funding, it could either be debt or from capital reserves.
And can you comment on what we currently use that reserve fund for now?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that would be used for our existing capital assets. So again, Lansdowne is our asset. We use the citywide capital reserve for that. And if needed, if this funding doesn't come through, that will be a strategy that we would bring forward to council if that decision at the will of council needs to be made.
And do you, I don't know if you have this off the top of your head, but do you have the balance of the capital reserve now? Like how healthy is that reserve?
So obviously, Mr. Mayor, we're 4 days away, 5 days away from finalizing the budget that's going to be tabled shortly. So right now that projected balance at the end of 2024 is to be around 38 million. Don't quote me on exact numbers. My weekend will be filled with crossing my T's and dotting my I's, but that's roughly where we're at today.
Perfect. I won't quote you. I guess I'm just trying to understand that should that be a funding source for us? Are we going to have to make annual contributions similar to how we're making it into the reserve fund for debt for Lansdowne in order to make sure that at the time we might need to use that money that it's available? So I just wanted to understand if that was going to have an immediate impact on future budgets that we're going to see requests for increased funding to that capital reserve. Is that something that you think we might see?
Mr. Mayor, I think right now that's a risk that we can manage. I mean, we have, every year we go through a capital close process. We have over $2 billion in capital projects in progress at any given time at the city, over 1,700 projects and programs. Each year when we come forward in June timeframe with that closure report, we always find, dollars, whether it's money being returned back into the citywide reserve, reduction of debt, just the nature of the capital plans and infrastructure. As my colleague Sue talked about, when we build contingencies, when we finish a project, any residual reserve, any residual funding not spent returns to source. So that would obviously be our first strategy to kind of stick handle that kind of component.
And then my final question, as I know I'm going on a lot here, is around the third tower. And I don't know if Mr. Radke's online today. I don't think I see him in the room. But I recall during a briefing that we had on Lansdowne 2.0, there you are, perfect, that as part of the due diligence of Lansdowne 2.0, there was a request for interest done on the sale of the air rights. And I thought I had recalled, but maybe I'm wrong, that there was some concern amongst the industry that perhaps that parcel was not as attractive, or there was some, I don't remember. I just remember leaving with the impression that it wasn't something that the industry was burning to develop, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, it's not that the parcel is not attractive. I think it was or is an attractive parcel. It was the overall, a lot of things went into it, but one is the constructability and staff looking at the parking associated with that. Some of that parking would have to be part of the stadium. We also looked at staging and the years of construction on Lansdowne. So a multitude of things went in, but if I could summarize, a lot of it was to simplify the project, to remove that parcel as well. But it was a multitude of things.
And so did that due
Councillor Bradley,
diligence
that's your time. Very quickly.
Okay, did that due diligence inform staff's recommendation to remove that third tower? That's it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Did that, as a result of that due diligence, did that inform staff's decision to remove that third tower?
Yes, all the due diligence, correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And yeah, thank you to staff as well for the work. I know we agree on some things, we don't agree on everything, but we worked well together throughout the process and appreciate all the amount of work that has gone into this. And I also want to thank my community and community across the city, because they've really inputted a lot. Some of it was heard, a lot of it wasn't, but I do appreciate their efforts and in coming out and speaking with us in the last couple of days. And of course, over the last, it feels like this has been a year and a half of just constant effort and work to get here. So I wish we were in a better place, but I do want to thank you for the work and the relationship. I'm going to start with the Auditor General, Mayor, who I believe is online. And the question is just if the Auditor General can confirm that their office is doing an audit on the Lansdowne 2.0 project, and that an RFP has been completed to hire assistance for that audit.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Yes, I can confirm that we have onboarded our consultants and we have started an agile audit of Lansdowne 2.0.
Thanks so much for that. And roughly what time might this report out in 2024?
At this moment, my best guess would be our second audit committee of 2024, which is tentatively scheduled for the beginning of June.
Okay, thanks for that. And that's not that far from now. If there was a council ask to say if you might be ready before that second meeting date, like April, I mean, obviously it's your own work, but if you're ready in say April or March, would there be an openness if it was the audit committee's desire and council's desire to see a report earlier if it was finished on your end? Is that would you be open to that?
Councillor, I think that would first be a discussion I would have with my chair and vice chair of the audit committee. And then of course it would be dependent as to how quickly we could get through our work and what work it is that we are going to be doing, because we will first be commencing by conducting a risk assessment, which will help us really identify where we want to spend our time for our first audit sprint. And then at that point, we'll be able to narrow down our scope and a better timeline.
That's really helpful. Thank you. Obviously, this is a massive project and exceptionally complex, as staff have just pointed out. What advantage can an Auditor General bring to decision makers on projects that are this complex?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. I guess I don't want to toot our horn too much, but obviously as our office, we bring an independent perspective on all the work that we do. We come with a fresh set of eyes, so to speak. So whether it's something complex or whether it's just a general process, we do get to bring that fresh look. So I'd say that's first and foremost the advantage that we bring when we review any work of staff. That being said, when it comes to complex projects, I guess I could give the example of the Zero Emissions Buses project, which is our first audit that we have done in an agile approach. Again, just for members of council that aren't familiar, an agile audit is where we do a risk assessment and we continue to update that risk assessment throughout the course of the audit to ensure that what we're looking at is the largest or more significant risks. We feel that this is where we can add the most amount of value. And these are usually applied for projects that are long in nature because the risks evolve very quickly. So I would say from that perspective, we bring a fresh independent perspective, but we're also able to review these risks and determine whether or not they have been mitigated to an acceptable level. And then in turn, the recommendations that come from our reports, staff are able to take those into consideration and pivot whether they feel is appropriate.
Thank you very much, Madame Auditor General. That is exceptionally helpful, and obviously having an independent, fresh perspective on a file like this would be invaluable to council prior to making such a giant decision for the taxpayers of Ottawa. I am going to move on to the tally of potential lost costs, that kind of sunk costs, I guess, if we were to proceed. And I just want to make sure I've got it right from city staff. So to move the berm that exists now, that's well enjoyed by community, I understand because of the remediation cost, that would be about $8 million. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay. And then how much just roughly was spent on the 2014 renovations to the Civic Center Arena and the north side stands? I know most of it was south side and the field, but how much on those renovations was and the roof subsequently, the steel roof was spent on the north side stands and the Civic Center?
We have not been able to identify specifically how much was spent on an arena versus north side stand versus south. It was a project. We'd have to rifle through every invoice to figure out what was what, and even an invoice incorporated a combination of all of them. So it would be very difficult to do, but we can say that the most significant piece was that 23.5 million for the arena.
For the steel roof on the arena.
Correct.
Okay, so we got the 23 million on the steel roof. I know we didn't construct the J block, it was constructed outside, but the J block that has small businesses that was also built in 2014 would be torn down if this passes. And I want to confirm this, the Lansdowne 2.0 proposal also seeks to take $600,000 every year from the parking reserve, as I understand it. So if there's a loss on that parking annually, the report says 600,000 from the parking reserve. Is that correct?
So we looked at the overall over 40 years, if we issue debt for the parking and the lease revenue over those 40 years, it averages out $1 million. Well, the debt is set, but the 400,000 is an average over those 40 years. But once that debt is paid off, we continue to receive lease revenue. It's paid off after 40 years.
After the 40 years. So during those 40 years, we expect to recoup 400,000, but $600,000 in potential payment from the parking reserve. Can I just confirm that it does say that?
It would come from parking revenue.
Okay. So there's that piece. There's also potential proposal to move the Good Life into the horticulture building. And I guess just to the public side of Lansdowne, Mr. Shinya's group, like how much annual revenue would the city also be losing potentially as a result of that move for the events we host in there on a regular basis?
Mr. Mayor, based on current operations, the horticultural building brings in about $350,000 a year. My understanding, should the scenario that the councillor describes, is that OSEG would be paying rent, which would likely be at least that amount, I expect, but that would be a negotiated item.
Okay, that's helpful. The no cash in lieu on the buildings that developers normally would be required to pay, what's the total amount that would have been coming into the city that we would forego in this case?
Mr. Mayor, we've calculated approximately $4 million.
Okay. There is no any longer mandatory affordable housing in the buildings. But I believe staff have done the calculations of what 10% in the buildings would be if they were by unit count. So I think it's just under $500,000 per unit. I think it's $486,000 per unit. So if we were to say stick with the 486 per unit, 10% deeply affordable, we'd be looking at somewhere around 35 million, I believe, on the 75 units.
Mr. Mayor, so the analysis, I can't do that math very quickly, but in the report, we talk about there's a premium of $40,000 per unit. So if you built it somewhere else, it's costing you 40,000 more to build it here. And that equates to, if you took 10% of the unit, 75 of them, that would be $3 million extra that we would have to contribute.
3 million extra, but if it was built on site and as council had directed a year and a half ago that they be deeply affordable or to try to get to deeply affordable, that would have been about a $36 million or $35 million value of the units. I'm not talking about the difference between developing somewhere else. I mean, the value of the units on site. So, and then we're also diverting 75% of the property taxes that could have otherwise been spent in other wards and on citywide priorities as well. What is that annually as well, the 75% of the property taxes? Is it 3.6 million or
is
it more?
3.4.
3.4 million. Okay. And then I also read something in the report that there's, is it $10 million in like leasehold holdbacks for the transition that we would for retail that we would assist with, or I was trying to understand what that was. There was some holdback to, I think, make leaseholders whole. I don't.
It's a lease disruption. So during the construction, if there was any lease disruption costs, lost revenue due to construction, we would be sharing in that cost.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I just thank you for that. Is there any other tally of kind of sunk costs or costs we would forgo as a result of the development that we're talking about here that I am missing, that the city would be kind of I guess subsidizing or not taking on or not receiving? Anything else?
Mr. Mayor, they've all been captured in the report.
Okay. Okay, thanks for that. That's a huge amount, Mayor. Am I out of time? Okay, I'll jump back up.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
And I will, Mayor, I'll probably have questions for the next time we meet as well. I assume there'll be questions there for people. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my council colleague points something out. Next Friday, it'll be great to have our possible partners as well as the city staff here to really answer those questions. I think there's going to be a lot more questions, and I'm not going to I just want to thank staff and thank Mr. Greenberg and our partners. There's a lot that's been thrown at you. I'm not going to ask you to make wild guesses and try to work through math on a calculator right now. That's why I think we made the right decision to refer this to next Friday. And I'm just looking for, obviously, our amazing staff are fully committed to working with our OSEG partners over the next many days. And if you can confirm, Mr. Greenberg, you're quite committed to working with our staff. You've been burning the candle at both ends, by the way, so I appreciate that. With all the things that have come out in these 17 motions, would that be fair to say, Mr. Greenberg?
One could say that the good news is we don't have a football game this weekend to worry about, so we have a little extra time. But that's
great, and I appreciate that a lot. I also did want to make a quick. There was a couple of delegations that came out that were just concerned about the impact on their local markets, whether it's a farmer's market or 613 flea. And I was getting the sense that there's just going to be big gates put up and that's it. And, you've done a lot of work. You'll work with our groups to ensure that that's not the case. We want to continue success, not shut a whole site down for many years.
I mean, Mr. Mayor, that's one of the things that, we were hoping to have an opportunity to comment on, because it certainly struck us as very odd. The sense from the farmers market and from 613 that somehow or another access to their operations as well as all of our other retailers would be negatively impacted by the construction on the site. Construction takes place in downtown of cities all the time. We're building some major projects in downtown Toronto, on Church Street as an example. They don't close down Church Street just because we happen to be building there. Life continues on. You figure out a way. There are construction sites all around the city. So it would be our expectation that during the time when the arena is under construction, none of our retailers will be forced to shut down at all. And when we move to start construction on Block J, then yes, those tenants will obviously be affected, but everyone else should be able to continue working and having their business operate as if nothing were going on, including farmers market and local 613. So I mean, that's a commitment that we have, these are our tenants, these are our customers. And even though some of them are in city facilities, we would make that commitment that, we will do our level best to make sure that their operations are not affected by the construction that takes place.
Okay, great. And thank you for that commitment. And again, taking the extra time is important because I don't think anyone realized the introduction of the possible reintroduction of the third tower was going to be pretty much one of the hotter topics. And we got a lot of good feedback from people when it comes to intensification. So I won't ask you any questions on that today because you got to crunch numbers come back. But I do want to give kudos to my colleagues. There's about 3 colleagues that came up to me and said, hey, Tim, now that we're really talking about this, what about this idea? What about that idea? And I'm fully committed all weekend, all next week to feed into that process, what that looks like. So OSEG and staff can work together and come back and see what that would actually look like overall with today's numbers and today's situation of housing in general. I think there's a big impact right now. We just had all those swaths of land removed from outside the green belt. So now there's going to be even further intensification. And I think we all recognize that apartment buildings don't build overnight. They take a very long time. And I think we're already seeing a low vacancy rate. So again, I just wanted to thank you guys all for coming out, going through 86, Mr. Mayor. I think it was 86 delegation, 81, sorry. We could have had 5 more if we tried. But thank you very much for attending and your participation, and look forward to the discussions over the week.
Thanks, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Gower.
Thank you, Mayor. The Ernst & Young analysis recommends that the city conduct a risk workshop. And I think that's covered in some way in recommendation 7, which is the identifying benefits and drawbacks to the delivery models. Is that correct?
That's the work that was part of the recommendations and the follow-on for the procurement model that we will use.
So that hasn't been done yet, but it's still forthcoming?
That's the follow-on work, yeah.
Okay. And I know Councillor Johnson was asking a number of questions around contingency, but it's come up a lot with several of the delegations and many of the emails around our use of a Class C. And there's considerable concern that this is not necessarily an accurate estimate and that the price undoubtedly will go up. So could staff just explain Class C to Class B to Class A and how that contingency planning is done, and how likely are we to see the price go up as we get to a more refined class estimate?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The class categorization is intended to reflect the level of detail and the level of work. As I mentioned in my earlier remarks, Class C is thought of as a planning level estimate, a ballpark estimate for planning purposes. We have a good idea of what the functional designs are. We have some information about the details of the environmental conditions or the site conditions. And we do, because there's a lot we know about Lansdowne already. That planning ballpark estimate, the city was a council approved document that guides us to suggest that we should be applying 20 to 30% contingency to a planning level estimate, and that would be accurate plus or minus 20%. We would do more work. We would advance the design work from a conceptual functional point of view to a preliminary design. That would be our next step. And as we do that, we would learn more about the specifics and the particulars. We would learn more about the constraints and the conflicts, and we would do more effort to try and resolve and get a clearer picture. And this is where we would say, you know what, at this level, we're going to call this Class B. We're at a higher level of detail. We have more confidence. We knew there were some unknowns. We've investigated some of them as much as we can. And so the cost column should be getting more precise. And because our list of unknowns and risks is shrinking, the contingency should decline. We should end up with the 10 to 20% contingency. And that's a little bit more accurate. The guide suggests plus or minus 15%. We'd continue to advance the design if we're still within our envelope and everything is still meeting our expectations, and we'd get to a Class A. And this is the farthest that we go, and this is a pre-tender estimate. And this is where we've done as much effort as we need to be able to accurately define the requirement. What are we asking for? What do the drawings say? What does the specification say? What are the penalties? What are everything? And that's where the contingency is, again, less, because our defined list of costs should be much more robust, much more defined. I think one of the ways I think about it is the view from a plane. And so when you are at a Class D, you're at a certain height, you can see the site, you have an idea of what's going on, but you can't see the details. And so you continue to get closer and closer to the ground. And at that point, your sight and your level of detail is improved. And that lets you have more confidence in your knowns and costs, and the need for contingency declines over time and with additional effort.
Okay, thank you. That's a lot clearer. On transportation, for the major events, there are 400 series buses that all use Bank Street. Would it be more efficient to use Queen Elizabeth Driveway? And what are the limitations we're facing on Queen Elizabeth Driveway right now? Or Colonel By, for that matter?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, one of the limitations would be the city's ability to use the QED with our buses on a regular basis, right? We would need to work with the NCC to have approval to do so. Sorry, and the second part of your question was?
Well, maybe that's the answer. I guess, would it be more efficient? Like, if we were able to use Queen Elizabeth Driveway or Colonel By, would that be a faster way or a more efficient way to get people to and from the site on transit? Or is Bank Street the best way?
I think on a high level, I don't know if he was going to jump in, on a high level, knowing there's a capacity on a QED, it's certainly an opportunity that could be explored. Or
okay.
Would you, I could add a little more.
Councillor Gower, I see Pat Scrimger is on the line if you wanted to hear from him.
Oh, hi, Pat.
I could just add a little more if you can hear me okay. To say that while Bank Street has the perhaps disadvantage of the buses interacting with other traffic and with more pedestrians, it has the advantage of connecting more directly into the rapid transit network, for instance, at Billings Bridge. And to your points downtown, the Queen Elizabeth Driveway is a little harder to get to. And when we've used the Queen Elizabeth Driveway for some events in the long ago past, before the redevelopment of Lansdowne, we had to get to it by using some residential streets where, let's say, transit service was not popular or welcomed.
Okay, that's good to know. It's something I'd like to explore a bit more, but I'll leave it for now. I think my next question is for Mr. Ruddy, and it's number of delegations brought up things like, well, the Sens in 67 should be co-located in a new arena. And I think the difference between us and Calgary and Edmonton might be that Calgary, at least, I think, owns the junior hockey club as well. That's a difference. But also, so that's one thing I wanted to ask you about. And the other was about the concern that if there is a new arena built in central Ottawa for the Senators, that it would significantly change the business case or viability, I guess, of the Lansdowne entertainment and sports business.
Happy to answer both. So firstly, they're two different arenas. Even Mr. Andlauer, the new owner of the Ottawa Senators, was quoted a little while ago about how happy he is to be out of the First Ontario Place, or whatever it's called, in Hamilton, because it was a very large arena, and for a hockey team that will, normally get perhaps 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 fans, the fan experience is not very good. So he has temporarily moved to Brantford, and he's now looking at trying to, because it's a smallish arena, about 3,000 fans. He's looking to build a 5,000 seat arena in that area, if he can, or try to work with the city. I believe it's in conjunction with the city of Brantford. to get them to look at a new standalone arena. From our perspective, the two don't compete with each other. If you look at the continuum of opportunities for these kinds of events to take place, you have the NAC at a very smallish level of 2,000. You would have the new multipurpose event center in the 2,000 to 6,000 fan arena, and then you have Canadian Tire or whatever they decide to replace it in the sort of the 8,000 to 20,000. So I don't see them as being competitive. I see that if there's the opportunity for an arena on LeBreton Flats for the Senators to be there, I don't see that as being a problem whatsoever to compete with the business that we're trying to do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess one of my comments, first of all, is that I think what we're seeing here is very good evidence to Councillor Tierney's point that we absolutely needed this time to just talk and not actually look at motions and amendments. There's a lot of information here that I don't think we fully understand based on what the amendments might do. I think all of the 500 briefings we've had so far, I think we all have most of the information we need on what the staff recommendation is. But these amendments change the game significantly. The Canada North staff created a chart for me. I see at least 30, unless they've separated them into parts, but 30 motions. And like, just to give you an example, 7 at least are on housing, 11 are on transportation, 3 are on the roof, and then others are just on various other topics. However, all 30 have financial implications. And so, when I think about what we do at the audit committee and the auditor looks at whether decisions were made properly and process was followed, I think, what about the impact of us making a decision, one motion after the next, without fully understanding the financial consequences of this? So the reason I say all that is I'm wondering when we go to council, if there isn't a way to ensure that staff can, not necessarily motion by motion, because I'm envisioning councillors working together on similar topics, because so many of them involve the same topic, right? Obviously 11 on transportation. So councillors working together, figuring out something, and then staff being able to say definitively what the cost implications are and that OSEG and staff would agree with that. Because I think otherwise it honestly would be irresponsible of us to just go motion by motion without understanding the cumulative effect of one motion after the next, right? If one motion impacts and changes the cost by millions of dollars, then what about the next motion? Does that mean then we shouldn't be putting forward any more motions because we're already at a price now where this is unmanageable? Like this is not a simple thing, 30 motions just willy-nilly coming about. So I'm really looking to you, Mr. Mayor, for your thoughts on what we can do.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Thank you, Councillor Curry. I think I would hope that in the intervening time that we would be able to work with staff and work with our partners and the councillors would be able to work together on consolidating some of these motions and moving towards, in some cases, potentially consensus around, okay, on each of the main themes that these motions cover, that there's one solution that we can bring forward. So I think we have the opportunity to use the intervening time effectively.
Okay, and that's great. I would just ask that the concept of the third tower versus 2 towers that are taller, I would like definitely a clear statement from staff and OSEG on that, because that is the one I hear most about from certainly Canada. I think a lot of people hear a lot about that. And I would like to really, instead of asking more questions here, I would like to ask that there be a very clear explanation to us if we went with changing the north side stands to have a cover or shading or whatever it is, how we would go about even doing that. Because I don't imagine we'll just say we're going to approve that on next Friday, but what the process would be so that we're very clear based on the 3 motions that involve the roof and shading the north side stands. That's just my request, please.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Truster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And I do agree. I'm really grateful to have some more time. And I know those of us who are interested in doing something bigger on affordable housing will certainly be meeting this week. So hopefully we can come to some consensus. Thank you for being here, Mr. Greenberg. And I do appreciate all of your time. It's been a very long couple of days. I just had a question about the ticket surcharge, because looking at the proposal, the numbers that I saw said that they would produce an average of $700,000 annually, but there's no information on what that surcharge will be. And I'm just concerned we could be leaving tens of $millions on the table, and that we could be passing costs on to the taxpayer that could be alleviated with the surcharge. That's closer to the industry standard. So I'm just curious, is the surcharge percentage, is it percentage based? Is it a flat fee? Do you have a sense of what it might be? Because my understanding is that the industry standard can go anywhere from $5 to $12 per ticket. And I think we really need those numbers to understand how a surcharge could help fund this project. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I can answer that question. So, yeah, because we worked out a complicated model. So it's actually $300,000 from the ticket surcharge, and it's based on $1 per ticket. So it's a flat fee that goes up by 50 cents after 5 years. 500,000 is land rent over and above that. In terms of are you looking at the guaranteed fees? They're called guaranteed fees. That's all combined.
Possibly. I have to go back to the document. I just have my
And so there's also an additional 500,000 in land rent.
Okay. All right. Well, I would posit that that's low. $1 per ticket to me seems very low.
But Councillor, if I may just jump in for a sec. This may not be perhaps a wise statement to make, but we charge as much as the market will bear for our tickets, as much as we feel that our market will spend to come to enjoy the events. The ticket surcharge, in effect, is a priority payment to the city. That's part of the negotiations that we agreed to give the city a priority return out of the water, what would otherwise have gone into the waterfall and shared. It's a priority payment to the city to help pay for the facilities that are being done. So if you want to double the ticket fees, for example, then that would reduce what's going to go into the waterfall by that amount. And that's where the negotiation came to agree to the concept of it, because it was a request from the city, which we agreed to at a certain level that we felt comfortable with. But it's part of that very, very tricky balance between the returns to the city and the returns to OSEG.
Yeah, so based on the research my office did, much smaller cities are charging $5 to $12 a ticket. And I think we should just be really realistic here, because this is the equivalent. The amount of debt that we'd be servicing over 40 years is equivalent right now to a 1% tax levy every single year. And that would go down with inflation. So, by the end of the 40 years, it could be close to 0.5%. But putting it that way, we're asking every resident of Ottawa to pay for the cost of a stadium that they may or may not enjoy. And meanwhile, we're raising user fees on things like transit, which is something that is a necessity for a lot of people. So again, I don't have an issue with the site plan or with the desire to rejuvenate Lansdowne. I think those are our great goals, but this is a huge amount of public debt, and it's a huge amount of public debt that's being made mandatory for every taxpayer. I would rather see a higher ticket surcharge, because this is not a must-have. This is a want-to-have, and I think it's great. Even doubling the surcharge to $2 a ticket would bring in double the amount of revenue. I just think it's quite immoral that we're willing to say, we're going to raise transit fares, which is essentially a tax on the poorest people in our city who cannot afford any other form of transportation. But we're saying that paying into this stadium for entertainment, for something that is wonderful, but it's certainly optional, that is not optional to taxpayers, that this is something that is mandatory, that we are budgeting over the course of 40 years. So this is really where my concern lies, and not having the transparency or any sort of, again, it comes down to this, what will the market bear? Well, the question is, what should residents bear, right? I'm really still struggling with this, and it's not for a lack of excitement about Lansdowne. I do agree that the first iteration has vastly improved the site, but again, it comes down to a must-have versus a nice-to-have, and I'm just not there yet on the must-have with this one. Thank you.
So, Ms. Mayor, if I could clarify, we did do a market comparison of all the tickets in other stadiums. What you're seeing, the $15, we're adding $1 to an already existing ticket surcharge. So we did a comparison of what other stadiums are built are charging, and it was around the same amount. And it's not just the dollar that's being charged on this ticket. There's a lot of service charges included in that number. So it does compare to other stadiums.
What's the existing ticket surcharge?
Yeah, so it depends on what it is. And, you know, we've heard over the last couple of days how bad we are at a bunch of stuff. We're really good at charging ticket surcharges. So we have 3 different surcharges that go on tickets. And just for kicks, Councillor, I picked up our Charlotte Cardin show that is on sale. So we have a CRF, Capital Replacement Fund, which is what Isabel's talking about in terms of, because we have newer facilities now, we're going to be able to put a bump on top of that. And that's the dollar that we're talking about over here. We have a fulfillment charge and we have a service charge on top of that. So for a $55 Charlotte Cardin ticket, when you go to checkout, it's $74.55. So that's a 36% ticket fee. Isabel and I kind of looked at a couple of alternatives, and we know this, a couple of alternatives with NHL teams in Edmonton and Calgary, and we are the highest in terms of ticket fees. So once upon a time in the old days, if you remember, if you bought a ticket, it was $25, and all of a sudden you go to checkout and it's 30 something dollars, and you're emotionally attached, and people would continue on with that purchase. Legislation passed a couple of years ago that all of those ticket fees now have to be on your advertisement and on your website. So all that's transparent now, and we are the highest, I think, in our league, and I think probably at or above market.
And then just to make the point very clear, that revenue is coming into the waterfall and is shared between OSEG and the city to pay off all the activities that we've been doing. So it is already being collected. This is an additional surcharge that's going to go directly to the city, not into the waterfall. It's a priority payment to the city, just like the rent is. It's a priority payment to the city before either party gets any sharing of the net gain.
Okay. You know, the thing I like in our city budgets, for example, is we have a very clear transit levy. It's very clear what that money is going to. And I just think if this is costing the equivalent of a levy, maybe it should, you know, from a financing perspective, I'm just curious if city staff ever thought, instead of funding this through debt, of funding it through a tax levy that is quite upfront about what it's doing. Was that ever considered?
Mr. Mayor, no, I mean, in this perspective, what I would say is this is an asset that's going to be amortized over 40 years. So it would be something that I would suggest debt would go on. Debt is a very good vehicle, and this is a prime candidate for using that vehicle for.
Okay. I just think we consult on tax rates. We consult on sort of public acceptance of an expense this high. And yeah, I'm just feeling the weight of this will absolutely be the biggest expense that we decide on as a council. So anyway, I appreciate the chance to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to my colleagues for their questions. It came up about OCH. Of course, it says in the report that you have consulted with OCH in the past as a city staff. And that's when it was decided it wouldn't work. But I spoke, our tech staff, Stéphane Giguère, the CEO, they're always willing to talk. You know, if you want to make a new arrangement, you want to have a new discussion, they're open to potential partnerships. So that's you know, that's it. That's the viewpoint. I don't know if you have any comments if that's workable. Can we go back to the table and discuss affordable housing with OCH?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to clarify the work that we did with OCH was to understand the costs associated with putting in deeply affordable. It was just the costing. We did not talk about a negotiation and who would buy what. That was not part of this report. It was more of the, what does it cost to build deeply affordable housing? And that's the feedback that we received from OCH.
Okay, I'm aware. Oh, sorry.
So I just say that there's still an opportunity to negotiate, yes.
I mean, they did work out an arrangement with Zippy, so we got affordable housing there. So and you know, that's kind of the same idea. It's a higher end development, yet that was workable. So I think there's still possibilities. And I can't tell from the report. I assume that the report is talking about after you've taken out the third tower. If we put the third tower back, does it change things? And because it's the negotiations would be a little different. In terms of OCH. Hello?
Sorry, what was the question? Putting the third tower back with OCH?
Yeah, because
we're taking that, we can't answer that question right now. We have to go away and understand what the financial implications would be of that.
Understood. But but what I'm saying is the report is based on 2 towers, correct?
Correct.
And so if a motion went through and saying throw in a third, that would change it because the formulas would change. So correct. Would it open the door to another conversation for affordable housing?
We would have to, yes, we'd have to report back on that should that decision be made.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at, because it was discussed based on the 2 towers, and so and I realize that you can't do that on the back of an envelope, but my understanding is OCH is always willing to talk about partnerships, so I just wanted to make that clear that that's an open door. So thank you on that. In terms of the green roof, I know we're not talking about motions yet, but there was support there, and from delegates, we heard about that. Is it still possible to have that in the cards?
Mr. Mayor, yes, it's an option, and that would have to come through through the motions in terms of what council committee and council decide on that.
Okay. Well, many of my questions were answered in terms of transit. I'm hoping we can improve transit. I think if it's Bank Street, and it was good to hear the clarification on the Queen Elizabeth driveway from Pat Scrimger, and about, you know, that it's not as straightforward as people think. I was thinking it might be, since we used the Parkway for years and years and years, and that's NCC, but we made deals. So I thought it was a possibility. But I would like to see something along that. When I've been to another city, I went to Miami, and they have a free bus that just does the core, and that's it. It's kind of touristy, but regular citizens use it too, of course. There's just a way to get people to those main sites. So I think it's something we should look at and consider if these are things that are major attractions, especially when we're tying it to downtown, back and forth. So the rest of my questions have been asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a kind of quick question. So my understanding of this report and what's going to council next week. So staff are going to proceed with negotiating with OSEG based on the plan and whatever amendments we throw in through motions, and continue with additional planning works, which is then subject to future council approval, right? Say like when you're done negotiating with OSEG, you're going to come back and say, this is what we got. This now we need your approval. That's correct, right? So when those do come back, I'm assuming as Class B, or it should be a Class B estimate, and it comes back as something outrageous. What are the implications for the city legally, maybe financially, maybe legally, even if we reject it at that stage?
Mr. Mayor, so the two gates, I'll call them, that we'll report back on, the big ones, are the procurement model that we'll be reporting for council decision on, tentatively Q1 2024, and then we'll be going out with the procurement, and we'll be reporting back to council whenever we have that procurement completed for council's acceptance and decision on. So that would be the final gate, go no go in terms of if council decides to award the contract. So if costs are whatever the costs are, staff will report back on those for council's decision for us to proceed with entering into the contract with the winning bidder.
Yeah, Council or Mayor, there was also kind of a question embedded in that around, is there, as I understand it, is there legal risk in the event that, for example, in that scenario, the costs come back at a much higher level or something like that, and council decides to say no and not proceed with the redevelopment. And I guess, in answering that, I would, on the question of legal risk, I think I've been in this long enough. And I've learned that it would be imprudent for anyone to suggest that there's either a guarantee of something or that there's no risk at all. So in the context of, is there a legal risk of that eventuality? I'd put it in context, and that context really has to do with a kind of a move in the law that happened at a Supreme Court decision in 2014 on the issue of reasonableness. And since that time, the courts have imposed this obligation of parties in contracts to have an element of commercial reasonableness when they administer, where they consider their legal rights. And the reason I say that there is risk, but it's very difficult to quantify, is because in the legal world, kind of those 8 or 9 years is a heartbeat. And so that area of the law is still developing. And what that's going to mean going forward is an issue of ongoing debate and ongoing legal development. I don't know if we get a signal. I think someone referred to the LRT commissioner, Commissioner Horrigan earlier, in terms of what the expectation may be in the context of parties to a long-term contractual relationship. But you will recall, after some criticism of the city kind of retreating into the insistence on its strict legal rights, there was some criticism by the commissioner in that regard. And what he put out in his recommendation was that collaboration needs to be at the heart of any relationship, any kind of public-private partnership between the public entity and that private sector partner. So I don't want to suggest that can't speak for OSEG. I would never want to give them ideas. And I certainly wouldn't suggest that there's kind of been any threat of legal action or anything like that if the city doesn't proceed. I would not want to leave that impression. But could I envisage a scenario where someone might look to advance a claim or defend a claim based on that issue of reasonableness and the requirement for collaboration or the expectation of collaboration, or to defend a claim of default, for example? I think that's within the realm of possibilities, and that may be where the law ends up. So can I quantify that risk? No. Is there a legal risk? I think there is one. But I just think it's too early, given both the state of the law and what we know about just kind of the circumstances that we find ourselves in, for me to propose to quantify that.
Okay, I think I get the gist of it. No, seriously, I know. It was a long answer, but I get it. There's a lot of hypotheticals with any situation. There are a lot of hypotheticals to consider. And you don't want to open yourself up to anything by saying, oh, this will happen or not happen. So thank you. The other question I have is so from a staff perspective, are the off-ramps that one of my colleagues alluded to, are those actual off-ramps, or are they more like truck escape routes where it's really difficult to kind of get that truck back on the highway? It's a weird analogy, I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, when we report back after the step of bringing forward the winning bid through the procurement, it would be council's decision to go or no go.
Okay, and then one of the delegations alluded to, oh, perhaps we can let OSEG fail in default for the city, and mostly, I guess, for the record, like what are the implications of that for the city of OSEG if this doesn't pass? We fall back on honoring the 1.0 contract, and that scenario were to arise.
Mr. Mayor, just bring it back to that. We're in a partnership to make the partnership more sustainable. The costs to keep the event center and Northside stands are going up. We're not receiving any more revenues generating the premium seating and other events. So those are going down. And we're before you today to present a plan that is saying that this would make the partnership sustainable going forward.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the accessibility elements, there are a lot of improvements to accessibility if we were to go ahead and redo the north stands in the arena. AODA has a lot of there are elements within the AODA where cities and entities can be fined and for not meeting accessibility requirements. And given that this is a city asset, do we open up ourselves to risks of fines from that? It's another risk question.
Mr. Mayor, the facilities today are grandfathered. So as we run them today, we're in a position we're fine.
Okay. And then last question for real. So when we issue the debt, so the debt's going to be issued upon the completion of the arena and the stadium, which means whatever delays happen, we just pay for those construction cost overruns and whatever. So that'll be on us. But then if there are delays in the construction of the private element of this project, so the condos or apartments and the retail, what then happens? Because if that is delayed, then the full uplift doesn't start at when we think it will.
Correct. So that's the funding strategy where we're protecting ourselves. Once we issue debt, it's a commitment. We have to pay that debt no matter what. And so that's why we're increasing that Lansdowne debt reserve to be able to meet those debt requirements, whether the revenue comes in or not. That revenue, when it does come in, that's when that goes to other city services. It helps to offset that cost, but it gives us that flexibility, make sure that we're safe to at least cover our debt servicing costs.
Would it be too early to ask like how much flexibility that gives us? Like, what if it's delayed by 5-10 years? I know it's 5-10 years.
100%.
Okay.
We're already covered. It's just the when the revenue comes in gets delayed.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Just before we go to a second round, I just wanted to clarify what you were speaking to, Mr. White, just as I think there was a potential for there to be some confusion out of that answer. And so my understanding is that if we approve this project at this stage and then circumstances change and we as council change our mind at a later date, that our legal position does not worsen as a result of having approved the project at this stage. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes, Mayor, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So I'm going to go back to the staff reports and some of the finances and just make sure that I understand it correctly again. I'm going to page 115 of the report in which we talk about building up a capital reserve ahead of actually issuing the debenture. That capital reserve, is that over the course of 4 years or 5 years, would be built up to $18.3 million, 2023 to 2028.
So the capital reserve gets built up to 18, in 2030.
Yeah, so, and sorry, is that, that starts in 2024?
And that's when we assume that the debt servicing will start.
Okay. So how much is that in absolute dollars being contributed to that reserve each of those years?
So we're adding 1.3 million each year to the budget. And so you see just below that, what is being contributed each year as part of the budget. So it increases to 2.5 in 2025, 3.8 in 2026, and so on until you get to 16.4 in 2036. And that's an annual contribution, but we're building up that budget pressure just very slowly over those years. It's taking 12 years to build it up. So we're not,
And the proposition is to build up that debt reserve within whatever council's tax targets are. So currently 2.5%. So what is your characterization of the pressure that creates on the rest of the budget?
so we already have a debt servicing budget. And so each year it's sometimes debt matures. And so if debt matures, we actually get positive, call it positive or depressurization. And so each year it may differ. Some years we may have room to just add the 1.3 and it adds no pressure. In some years, if we are at our max of our debt servicing, then it would add that pressure. But we have that debt servicing budget that is approved every year. But as debt matures, the requirement on that debt servicing budget changes over the years.
In order for the finances to come down to that 16.4 million, some of that positive news on the debentures, the debenture premium is also being calculated on top of whatever that debt service contribution is. So I still want to understand the nature of the pressure of that 1.8 leading up to however many, $2 or $3 million in year 6. What kind of, is that a substantial pressure on the budget? I think what I'm hearing is that there's enough wiggle room that we can make those relatively small contributions each year to build up what will ultimately be an $18.3 million capital contribution to offset the debt.
Correct. And we have forecasted every debt issuance that we're projecting over the next 10 years. We have a model that does all that. We issue we approve 300 million of debt every year as part of the capital budget process.
Yep.
And so that is also forecasted and projected out. And based on the model, we would not be exceeding more than 4.6% of debt servicing as a percentage of revenue.
Yeah, that was a question that was raised. I cannot remember. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be able to find the paper quickly, I don't think, by one of the delegates yesterday. Was he called into question the adherence to the debt servicing cap. Since, can I ask you to respond? I cannot remember his assertion, but I'm sure you do. You know what? I'll come back to it. So that then comes to the total funding requirement, which, if the Class C estimates are currently correct, is $312 million in debt requirement. After we've sold the air rights, we've taken some of the revenue from those air rights and put them into the Affordable Housing Fund. You've taken advantage of the debenture premium from Lansdowne 1.0. We've got a capital envelope that's been built up to $18.3 million. The province or feds come in with $20 million, hopefully more. And then there is $312 million in debt over 40 years at 4.25. That builds us our arena and stadium. I think what we're asking the residents of Ottawa then to accept is that there are offsets to paying back that 16.4. We're on the hook for 16.4 no matter what, whether there are offsets or not. And that total contribution that's required from the city that we've been asserting is only $5 million. That's if the rest of the model works out. No matter what, we gotta pay that loan plus the VIG every year at $16.4 million. So one of the key pieces of paying back that debt is the return of city equity from the waterfall. $6.3 million of that 6.4 is estimated to come from city return from the waterfall. And that's where I'm still concerned that we're being asked to vote without a lot of insight on your assumptions over the course of 40 years about what that is going to look like. Is that our share on a yearly basis of the net income from the combined operations of the stadium, the sports, and the retail?
Correct. It's the entire closed financial system. The net positive cash flows would be distributed 53% to the city, 47% to OSEG.
Okay. Bear with me, I'm
It's
just.
all
using-
4 components.
I'm doing math, but I'm using a calculator. Cause like there's numbers with decimals in it. So in total, over the course of the 40 years, we're assuming that there will be 252%, $252 million in net income from the combined operations that will come to us, and slightly less, I guess, 260 or something like that, would go to OSEG. So we're assuming, I'm sorry, I've lost track of the math already, but 530 million dollars in net income from the combined operations of those operations, the combined income.
So I actually had a slide on that that showed all the numbers. And if you have a copy of the presentation, it's a really good breakdown of how that will be distributed.
Could I ask? Yeah, could I ask that be brought up? I'm just, I was watching for that and I don't remember that I saw
Okay, it was
sort of 40-year assumptions around, X
So-
loss on sports plus X, Y profit.
That was the previous slide. So there's also a slide that talks about the projections over comparing 40-year to 40-year development, no development, and then adding the extra 12 years brings in an extra. So it's adding the 12 years that really brings in a lot of the extra.
I saw that slide, but what I didn't see was the mix. Like,
Yeah,
it's a consolidated operation. There are 4 lines of business within that mix. Some of those lines of business are losing money. Some of them are profitable. Some years are all profitable. Hopefully no years they're all negative. They're just pulling the slide up now, I think. Because it's a lot, like 6.3, we're counting on $6.3 million every year. Is that number's going to go up in in the.
It starts lower than that.
Yeah.
That's an average over the 52 years. Well, extra 43 years. We've already a few years in, but yes.
And do we have that number broken out year by year, year 1, year 2?
Document
projection?
11 has all the details. So document 11 was included as part of the report and it shows 5-year chunks, actuals to date. And so this is where you can have confidence in the projections is we have 8 years of actual performance. And what's included in the projections, it's not what 1.0 was. 1.0 was, we think we're going to make this much from these 4 components. It's not even built yet or operating. And it was just expert opinion around what it takes to operate these sports teams and retail. Now we have 8 years of like actual experience, and all we did was project the actual experience going forward. And so EY could, I think EY is actually on the call too. They could speak to it in terms of the analysis that did, but Steve described all that they looked at in terms of each component, looking at the current and extrapolating that out. And for the Red Blacks, they actually ended up reducing that projection quite a bit. It was like 460 million in May 2022. We were projecting 460 million in net profits for Red Blacks, is now 150. So that was pared back, and most of that is coming from premium seating and increased attendance due to the better experience. And 67s is still operating in a deficit going forward in the projections. Stadium is the one that is not profitable, even in the projections, but it's also very conservative. The potential on the stadium is significant in terms of more events, better events. But right now, the projection is just based on the additional premium seating. It's a calculation. We know how much extra premium seating is there, and there was a number associated with that. Retail actually went down. Redevelopment does not increase retail. Redevelopment decreases retail because we have to rip out the podium and put in a new podium.
Right.
And the cost of building that podium versus the lease that you can get from it. And so it's not a huge amount that it reduced by, but it didn't, like redevelopment didn't increase retail significantly. It's really on it's the experience from the stadium and the sports.
Okay, is that slide available? What's on which slide
Oh,
is the
sorry.
year by
Yeah,
year
it's
breakout?
right, oh,
of
they're not numbered, lovely.
Retail income.
Year by year.
Sorry?
No, but
Document 11.
no, keep going. Next slide, Yeah, that one.
Okay.
So that's the slide that shows each by red, black, 67 stadium retail comparison, 40 years, no development with development over 40 years, what the 12 years added. So the 12 years added 360 million. And that's where you get from the 260 million to the 716. And then what you have to remember with the retail, yes, it brings in 1.1 billion, but it also has to pay for retail financing and capital and also principal repayment. So that 1.1 billion does have to repay some of the other numbers below that are in a negative. And those distributions also take into account the fact that OSEG is contributing 165.5 in the early years.
Okay. I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna look at some stuff and I'll let you move on to the next speaker. Thank you, Isabel.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. So I do have a line of questioning relating to the retail, but I think I would be also interested in going back to the asset that we will be building and the partnership with OSEG. So as I understand what we've been reading, the life cycle of a base facility is a lot longer than perhaps the life cycle of a now I might have to ask Mark from OSEG to help me with this because he helped me to understand it in our meeting. But in the Rossetti report, it suggests that the life cycle of a sports facility that is responsive to industry trends is closer to 10 to 12 years. But there is a difference between what we are paying for at the City of Ottawa when it comes to the base facility in the commitment, while OSEG would be responsible for paying for what the upgrades are to ensure that we continue to respond to industry trends. Could you help elaborate on that email exchange we had, please?
Yeah, what the Rossetti report in specifically the page you were referencing was talking about is that the life cycle between having to do the leasehold improvements in the building is kind of getting narrower. It used to be you build it and 25 years, it looks identical to what it was. Now you're seeing just things are accelerating like everything in the world, right? So you see that concession stands that you built, public spaces that you built get turned over, and I forget what it was, 12 years, 15 years, whatever that was. It's not talking about building a new building. The building, the structure lasts 50, 60, 70 years, whatever that is. It's talking about kind of the leasehold improvements that you do inside of that structure. So, you know, in this, and I'll let Isabel answer for herself, but the city is building their building. We lease and occupy the building, and all of the cool stuff that happens in it becomes our responsibility kind of through the term of the leasehold stuff. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. I did want that to come forward at committee because often in this conversation or with residents, I'm being asked, well, what does OSEG bring to the table? And I think that's an important distinction. When people are talking about Lansdowne 3.0, Lansdowne 4.0, I'm not necessarily imagining different towers, but how do we ensure that what investments we make now are going to be sufficient for us to be able to maintain this asset to our standard of performance as a city asset without having to be in your business of, you know, every bell and whistle that's going to help you to remain competitive in the market. So I think understanding how that breaks down in the partnership agreement would be really useful here. Could you help me to understand that, Isabel?
It's part of the assessment of the facility. So I don't know, Sue, can you respond to that?
Mr. Mayor, I think, and apologize if this is oversimplification, but I think that when Mark spoke about that all the internal, once we construct a new event center and that has gone out for tender. We've constructed it. If our P3 partner sees advancements in technology or something that they think they want to add to enhance their revenues or experience in it, that's on our P3 expert partner. So as a city, if we ran the facility like some Ontario Hockey League municipalities and we operated it, those cities may not be as have the revenues or so forth to do these types of things without their P3 partner to make that investment.
Okay, so if we were to use the example that came up yesterday, with the the attractiveness of the stadium for the Grey Cup, and we know right now that, or from what I understand from the conversation that we had around the table yesterday, that we would actually theoretically be using temporary stands to house the overflow of a Grey Cup. And then it was sort of mentioned around the table, perhaps by yourself, Mr. Moore, that whether or not that might impact the ability for us to bid on a Grey Cup. So I just wonder, knowing that right now, before we've constructed the facility, is the city, like, is there an inherent risk to the competitiveness of this facility that we can already identify? My concern is that we are chasing a carrot strapped to our noses with a stick. You know what I mean? It's late, but where the idea is there, oh my goodness, there's a sports analogy. Are the goalposts going to continue to move as we continue to invest in this facility? And how do we as a city of Ottawa ensure within the project agreement that will not happen? Because for me, I really am trying to understand that within this private-public partnership, that I have protections and gatekeeping and safeguards for the public purse. And so I'm not saying I'm suspicious of that. What I'm saying is I do want it to be clearly articulated. And so I'm just wondering how in our arrangements we are clearly articulating that inability to happen.
So, Mr. Mayor, just like we are coming to council today, council decides those things. We have to come to council every time there's a major decision. The partnership doesn't make those decisions. And so like we have, or maybe I'm using the wrong terminology, it's not major decisions, but if it's something like this where we have to invest, those are decisions made by council.
Mr. Mayor, if I could also just clarify the question yesterday, and maybe I heard it wrong. The answer I gave was for during construction when we tear down the north side stands. I interpreted it as could we host a Grey Cup? So it's not after the new north side stands are constructed. Then that question we have now full complete stadium, and I don't want to speak for OSEG and their bids and their how competitive these bids are with the other CFL teams, but we would then be in a position, yes, we have our new stadium. I was interpreting that during the time of construction, we have to put up temporary stands, and what would that do to a Grey Cup bid during the interim construction period?
Yeah, so all of that Rossetti stuff that you talked about, that's in our budgets, it's in our capital budgets over the next 40 or whatever years. If we host a Grey Cup or whatever festival or other thing we do, that's all on us at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. I think there are, examples of other arenas where, the goalpost can continue to move. So I appreciate your reassurances that this is something that's been well negotiated in the partnership. Thank you.
Sorry, could I just clarify a couple of things? Mark Gowdy, if you don't mind coming back to the table just for a second. I just on this Grey Cup, I don't, because obviously we want to bid on more events in the future. And I know that the location of the arena and the size of the stands could potentially have an impact on our ability to bid on events and put up temporary stands. First of all, is it not accurate to say that in past years when we've hosted the Grey Cup, we have used temporary stands to supplement the existing permanent seating? Is that correct?
Yeah, for sure. And we won't be able to go as big as we have in the past. I think we were 35 thousand supplemented last time. I think with our new configuration, we might be able to get to 30, but we're going to be able to use the event center as well. So those people that want to be down as part of the experience for Grey Cup Day in the Aberdeen and maybe don't want to sit out in the snow, we'll have an option to be inside with 6,500 people inside as well, watching it on the screen and that.
You're not suggesting it could snow in late November in Ottawa, surely. And again, just to be clear, I'm not sure if there's a number that could express this, but our chances of hosting the Grey Cup currently with porta potties in the north side stands would be less than zero. Is that correct?
Really hard. I mean, I think the Grey Cup that we had here was awesome, right? And it was regarded as awesome, by CFL and by the other visitors that were here. So CFL wants to get back to us as soon as we can. Difficult to do right now. It's just, it's not a great environment, but our market is prime for a Grey Cup. So we're back in line. What we were hoping is that when we get these new facilities, knowing when they're going to be ready, that we could bid in a Grey Cup maybe the year they're opened or the year after that they're open.
And would it be accurate to say that typically the Canadian Football League and other leagues tend to work with teams that when they have a new facility that's about to open or a renovated facility, they try to get there with a big event within the first couple of years? That's normal.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I think if I may jump in, I think there's a point that to clarify what the councillor was asking for. Any additional costs that are incurred to allow us to be able to bid and to hold a Grey Cup would be more than exceeded by the extra revenue that comes in. If you look at our years historically, the best year that we had was the Grey Cup year because we get extra revenues in that year. So we would never bid on having a Grey Cup at Ottawa if we didn't believe that the additional revenues more than compensated, for example, for the cost of the extra the temporary stands. The last time that we did it, we were able to double up because you may recall we also, with the additional stands, were able to have an outdoor classic. So we were able to make even more money than we normally would have because we were able to pair the two together. But absolutely, if there were, and just to clarify one point, we can't bid right now on having a Grey Cup game because we can't guarantee the availability of the stadium because of these discussions. We don't know. They're giving the contract is being given 2, 3, 4 years out for the Grey Cup, and we can't guarantee whether we're going to have a north side stands. We cannot have a game when the north side stands are being rebuilt. We have to wait at this point now until they're rebuilt. We'd have the new north side stands. We'd supplement it with additional stands, temporary stands, and we would make more money for the partnership when that would happen. Is that a little clearer for you? I hope.
Yes, thank you. Most certainly. I do want to see investment in the facility. I think that's understood. I find it has been very compelling to understand all of the ways that this facility is not currently serving our needs. My concern, of course, is just that we don't have the controls and safeguards in place to ensure that the investment that we make now does not balloon in the future in a way that we as taxpayers can't afford. And so that's the line of my questioning, and I'll continue along that line. But certainly, I do intend to make the right choice and care about I care about children playing sports today and many other things we've heard about today. I do care about all those things and still want to make sure we're making the right decision for everybody.
Absolutely, Councillor. If I can also emphasize, we do meet and we do report to City Council every year on how the facility is doing and where the weaknesses are and where the strengths are. We've been identifying since 2018. We were new when we came in, we started. We got badly fooled by the status of the Civic Center when we took it over. We completely misunderstood the challenges with it. But every year we've been at City Council since 2018 and have identified that the 50-year-old facility was becoming functionally obsolete. And every year, as we had more experience, we saw that. Hopefully, when we get a new facility, and we continue with these annual discussions, the city will be every bit aware of what's going on, and we can maintain a functional ability to keep going with the latest in the marketplace by continuously looking at this. It's not like we go to sleep for 10 years and then wake up and say, oh my God, we don't know what's going on here. So part of what I would say when you also made the comment about what do we get from OSEG, I think if you look at, again, I have to be careful. I don't want to be saying ill will of our previous administration that was running things. But if you look at the number of events that take place now at Lansdowne, city staff, as good as they are for a lot of things, they're not entrepreneurial. They don't have the ability to run a municipal stadium the way we do. And so what we brought is how many we report on this every year. The number of new events and new activities that are taking place. Those are activities that we bring to the table, the skill sets that we bring to the table. Sponsorships. That's a skill set that we bring to the table. We bring extra dollars into the partnership. That's why, in essence, the city outsourced the day-to-day management in 2010 when we made an agreement. That's what we bring to the table, is a skill set to manage, to bring more activities, to bring more sponsorships, more dollars to manage it. It's not what the training, with all due respect to city staff, it's not what they're trained to do. So that's what we bring to the table. One of the things, one of many things.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor. Two quick questions, and then that's it from me for today. So gentlemen, I just wanted to pursue my line of questioning about transportation modes and the challenge with traffic and transportation. Have you pitched or requested any changes, modifications to the city, to OC Transpo, to the NCC about how to improve all the flow of all modes to and from Lansdowne? Is there anything outstanding that you want to raise today?
Yeah, Councillor, not specifically. I think what we are in the process of doing is we're working with a big US sports stadium traffic flow group that's kind of helping us think through, if we were in a big US city in the urban core, what kind of things should we be looking at doing? And there's not one, right? There's going to be a whole bunch of ways to be able to, deal with what we have in terms of traffic. I will recall back when I would go to Rough Rider games with my dad, Bank Street was congested. We would park at Billings Bridge and kind of walk the rest of the way in. So this is no new phenomenon that's kind of happened since 2014. And there's no easy answer to that. It's going to be a whole lot of things. Not losing, access to the QED would be super awesome, as one of only 2 weeks or ways to get into Lansdowne. But it's everything, right? I think we have one of the most comprehensive transportation systems in place for Red Blacks games, right? And I think Councillor Troster, you're talking about big events being able to get free transportation. Every ticketed event at TD Place, you get free transportation on a bus. So whether it's a 67s game or Panda game or a Red Blacks game, every time you've got a ticket, you get free transportation on OC Transpo. Any enhanced service that OC Transpo needs to put on, we pay for. We've got park and rides that go into place. We've got the 400 series that goes into place. We know the email and the cell phone of everybody that buys a ticket to one of our events, so we can communicate with them the day before and suggest, different modes to get down to TD Place and active transportation, particularly in the summertime and that. So I think we've got a pretty robust system, but I think this is one of these things that's evergreen. We're going to be working on different ways as different technologies, as different modes of transportation evolve. I'll give you an easy one. Scooters that people have very visceral reactions to. They turn off at 11 o'clock, I believe, right? So we've got people, if they're leaving a Red Blacks game, that might otherwise take a scooter, after they've gone to a bar on site out of the core, they can't because those things turn off. So looking forward to, I think you've seen it come up in our research, you've seen it come up in the delegations, the desire to make transportation in that core around Lansdowne as good as it can be, and look forward to starting to pursue some of the things that we can do to make it better. Hoping that, we can start looking at new ways of doing things proactively with the city as well. And maybe it's not the same things that we've done for the last 40 years.
Can you just let me know? Throw in one more point just to emphasize, Councillor, sorry to interrupt. With that, I don't mean to sound like it's diminishing the current transportation problems that there are existing. Lansdowne 2.0 will actually lessen those transportation issues because the peak periods will be less, because the facilities deliberately deliberately by us are smaller than what the existing facilities are. You heard that the arena is roughly, I think it's 9,600 is the capacity, and we're talking about 5,500 for a normal 67s game. And the football games are 24,000, dropping down to 23 and change or something. So they will be somewhat, I'm not trying to suggest that it's a huge difference, but it will be a difference in the traffic demand.
What percentage of all visitors to Lansdowne over the year are attending a ticketed event that has the built-in transit feature?
Yeah, we do about this year we're probably 700,000 or so, and I heard different numbers this morning when we were talking about that, but 700,000 people come with a ticket to an event over in that of that 4 million.
Okay, thank you. And my last line of questioning is regarding the Women's Hockey League that I guess is tentatively coming to Ottawa. And I don't want to talk about this for too long, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around why an agreement would be signed with them on the condition that a new arena be built. Why?
Yeah, it's not a condition, Counselor.
okay.
It's a concern that they had. And when we, it's a concern that they had before they said yes, that they would come here. So they wanted to understand, what the long-term viability or what the long-term plans for the stadium are. And we went through our plans. We went through Lansdowne 2.0 and what that kind of entailed. Where that got to, and where we haven't finalized a lease with them right now, but where that got to is they didn't want to sign a long-term lease because they didn't want to be locked in case there was no kind of new facilities that were going to be coming down the path. What will likely end up happening is not a long-term lease with an out. It'll just be a short-term lease.
So what are they looking for? What is a hockey team looking for that the current Civic Center or TD Place does not offer? I understand the age and some of the issues we've discussed. It's a larger arena. You've got a great market here in Ottawa. What's the net difference that would be the qualifier on them signing long-term?
A dressing room would be one. Right, they don't have a dressing room. We have like about 3.5 dressing rooms in the arena right now. We use kind of spaces to make dressing rooms when we have local hockey teams playing, but there's a lot of pipe and drape, and it's not facilities with showers and the like. So, the dressing room, some sort of medical room, and some sort of training room. So pretty Spartan, not a lot, but stuff that we just don't have the space. We don't have the facilities to be able to do that right now.
All right, thanks. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I'll just start with the questions to OSEG. You are building sorry to keep you there. You are building a change room now for that new women's hockey team. Is that correct? You're building some facilities for them at the moment?
We are building temporary facilities. We booted the guest services staff check-in and uniform room out of their space and put them in a closet to be able to use that space for the women's team for the next bit.
Thank you. And then during the pandemic, the city made changes to the Lansdowne partnership plan, which longer term on the partnership, some of the access to the capital repair fund, and some of changes to the retail leasing side of those businesses. Some of that benefited OSEG in exchange, or one of the things that you had committed to at that time was that you'd be keeping the teams in Ottawa for 18 years from the inception. So the teams would stay as a commitment until 2032 through that commitment. I'm wondering, given the discussions we're having around the table, is the 2032 still the commitment? Are you willing to extend it to the end of what the current LPP is, which is 2066? Like, why weren't we saying, yeah, the teams are going to stay until the end of the partnership? Give the timeline didn't line up.
We were asked for 10 years. We thought about it, we considered it, and we agreed to it. So that's the reason why it's where it's at, and it's never been raised since then.
Okay, so you'd have no problem making some agreement to extend them to the end of the partnership?
I wouldn't say we have no problem. I'd say if it's something that we're going to negotiate and we're going to get something in return for it, it's something we can talk about.
Okay. Yeah, I think obviously the changes made during the pandemic, there was some, I think, impactful changes there on the retail side, especially as I recall. The $160 million you've contributed on the operating side, which is above and beyond what you had anticipated contributing, that would normally go back into the waterfall and be paid back on the equity and an 8% return. Now, I understand that might change in the future to 8% to 5% to then the equity changing in a new deal. Just to be clear, is that your understanding of the way that $160 million works too? That's paid back over time through the waterfall, though there might be some changes on the percentages and the total equity in the new deal?
It's actually quite a fair bit more complicated than that, and I would probably suggest that Isabel should be the one to put it so that we know it's very clear what we've agreed to and what we.
Yeah, so they've given up the 30 million minimum equity. We have paid back 23.5 million, so it's actually 137 million. They're giving up 30, so it's 107 million. That would and we're stopping the 8% interest as of this point. Going forward, it would be 5% for any additional contributions of equity to cover net deficits.
And that'd be paid back the rest of that funding.
So that's what makes up their 47%.
Isabel, I think we should say though that once construction is finished and we have stabilization, at that point, the concept of interest disappears. It's a sharing, and this is a huge difference two huge differences from the deal that we have today. That number one, we've written off a substantial amount of our initial equity that we put in, so we're not seeking any kind of return for that or an equity requirement on it. And then number two, there is no preferential waterfall. Once the project is stabilized, we share with the city based upon the equity that each of us have put in. City for its part, our reduced amount for our part. We share in every year on the waterfall payments that come out. There really is no waterfall. It's a sharing of it. The city will get its priority return on the ticket revenue and on the leasing payments that we've made.
The rent. No.
That comes out first to the city, and then what comes out after that is shared. Let's just say for now, I think your model has 51-49 or something, if I'm not mistaken.
53-47.
52-47. Okay, so yeah, I mean, that was my understanding too. And I think at the end of it, we're predicting 310 million for OSEG through that, and then 350 odd million for the city at the end of the long-term 40-year deal. I guess the question that I have for you also is just, would you support having a roof over the north side stands if the proposal goes through?
So Mark and I might have a difference of opinion like that. So I'll give you mine first of all. It's been fascinating to see the response. There's a hardcore of people who absolutely want to see a roof on the north side stands. I understand that. But if you're at a Red Blacks game, which is the only time that it really is impactful, because the soccer fans are all on the south side where there is no roof. So they're fully in the sun, they're fully subject to the rain, etc. The north side roof only comes to if you're above the 26th row. So in theory, if the rain falls straight down, you're protected from rows 26 to 55. But if there's swirling wind, as often happens the case, then I don't think you'd be protected until you're row 45. If you look at the Red Blacks game right now, because of the different ways in which the two sides are constructed, the fans on the north side in the upper corners are very far away from the action. And if you look at most games, what people have been doing is buying tickets up there, but then watching the game along the drink rails and in the corner on each side on the south side. I'm looking at it this way because I'm a south sider. So I see that the two areas there are packed with fans. They're not under the roof. They're not under the south side stands bring the fans much closer to the action. and people want to walk around and stand. They don't want to be in the north side stands. So we're trying to, in our minds, trying to sort of look at it and say, well, why is so many people want a roof on the north side stands when it's half? It only covers half. It used to be more, but with the snow loads, it was cut back in 2012. Why is there such a strong reaction to a roof? From our perspective, we're agnostic. This is a city asset. It's a city cost. If there's a desire to have a roof, that's up to the city to decide. It's not really our decision because this is a municipal asset, not our asset.
Okay.
So we're hearing what the fans are saying, but if you want to incur that cost.
That's helpful. I hear different things from different people. The fans that email me that go to the games, that's the number one thing they've said to me, and the berm. And then the people that aren't necessarily speaking as a fan, they're concerned about the finances. And so on the finances piece, it's been 9 years now. We've not met our waterfall projections in one of those years. And even when we had the Grey Cup, we were still behind in our total amount that was supposed to come back. There's expenditures there, but we didn't meet our targets. So we have a lot of predictions on the waterfall side here now. And I guess the confidence level that people have in the waterfall doing what we say it's going to do based on past performance is very low. And so what was the problem in the first 9 years? Because, and I'm not even talking about from inception, like Isabel, you mentioned inception, but like we made predictions after inception and those all came wrong as well. Even from our 2021 predictions of the waterfall were wrong in 2022 and the most recent annual report of having 7 years of experience. So I guess what is needed there to get to the waterfall predictions that we're saying are going to come? And why, when we said those things were going to happen in the first place, we had extra projections from other companies as well saying, yeah, good to go. I think even the Auditor General said, we looks good, the numbers look good in the past, but they didn't come to pass. So what's going to be so different this time in terms of the retail projections, the projections on the stadium and the stands bringing in that funding, and the 67s on those lines of business for what it will be less tickets and potentially less people going through the site because of the different size of the stadiums. Playoff games for 67s are pretty full. So, I'm questioning, I guess, what's the difference?
So this is the first time we've had an external review of the projections at a detailed level. The past external reviews were on the actuals to date, not on the projections. We've never had an external. And so this is what we've been working on since May 2022. Now, I wouldn't say we've been working on that entire time just on the projections, but it has taken a significant amount of time. And I asked Steve Lefebvre from EY to talk about the work that they did, but this is the first time we had an external party come in and look at the projections. That was never done before.
And just like your confidence of the return on the waterfall. And I do have a question. I'll get back on the list, Mayor. Like, I could just keep going. I don't know. Like,
you don't
want to let other people go.
I'll raise my hand again then.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, do we want EY to speak or we don't need? No.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, thanks. The retail portion of the net operating income over the 4 decades, the profits obviously makes up 80–90% of the total. So, and that's the easiest part to predict. We have in place rent and leases and contracts that go out 7–8 years on average across the whole center. You have NOI, or I should say cash flow, projected for this first year that we're in now of over $12 million. And so over 4 decades, we feel like EY, based on the adjustments you made, we've actually been pretty conservative. The compounded annual growth rate of that cash flow from year 1 right now to year 43 is only just a little bit over 2% per year. So, I mean, there's all kinds of things that can change with consumer habits and trends in retail, but investing in Lansdowne and having 4 or 5 million people come there every year, EY in the end felt confident that the rents could continue to grow, and it's a unique enough asset to see profits well into the future. I don't know if that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
I'm getting back on the list, so I'll come back to you.
Just before we leave the topic of the roof on the north side stands. I just wanted to clarify and emphasize a couple of things. So I guess my reaction, and I just want to hear your thoughts on this. The experience, there is no roof on the south side stands, correct?
Correct.
And my experience in the south side stands is that because of the nature of the south side stands and the way they've been constructed and the amenities that are available there, if you're sitting in a seat in the south side stands and you start to find that it's cold or raining or whatever, and you feel uncomfortable, you go back into the area that's covered and spend some time there until you warm up, and then you go back out. And I'm assuming that the new north side stands would have a similar kind of dynamic to it, which would allow people to move in and out, which the current, I mean, I know there's a sheltered portion of the north side stands, but it's not like the sheltered portion of the south side stands.
Yep, correct. It'll be very similar to the south side stands, and that's what you see people moving back into the concourse. And I'm not sure councilors are aware or not, but staff has asked us to look at some options for roofs to the north side stands. And, you know, maybe we'll likely come back with some options that aren't rigid metal north side stands. Like there's a lot of cool canopy kind of roofing things that are happening in the States right now. So we'll come back with some other ideas of what that looks like. If we can figure out a roof, some sort of a roof to the north side stands, I think that'd be awesome. We've heard that a whole lot, as Councillor Brockington brought up. But it can't put this whole project at risk because we're talking about that.
Okay, and I don't know if you've done any research on this, but I asked somebody to look into it today. And I just want to know if this is consistent with what you've experienced, or if not, if you could perhaps look into it and confirm these. But somebody did a quick look around, and my understanding is that 4 out of the 8 CFL teams do not have a roof over their stands, and that 18 of 32 National Football League teams do not have a roof over their stands, and 126 out of 133 US college stadiums that host Division I football do not have a roof over their stands.
Yep, correct. And in the 2 in the CFL that have roofs, Winnipeg and Saskatchewan, they're partial roofs. So I think Saskatchewan, the stadium is 33,000 big. It covers about 5,000 in the upper bowl, and it's more of a wind screen than it is a roof. So that's accurate.
And then when people are going to a CFL game, they're going to be outside, right? They're going there to experience the elements and enjoy the game.
Yeah.
But Mr. Mayor, I think what you're hearing from, there are a group of people who have been longtime supporters and have deliberately chosen to sit on the north side stand so they could have that protection. And so those are the ones who don't like this being potentially removed, and that's who you're hearing from. 80% of the current fans going to a Red Blacks game don't have a roof over their heads. So you're not hearing from them because they don't have one now. So they don't really care. But you're hearing from a small vocal group who have been terrific supporters of the team, and they'd like to have it back.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to follow up on a question from my colleague, Councillor Lowe, with respect to the sale of the air rights. I just thought he raised a good point around, this is a unique situation where we're having a city asset and we're going to have residential on top, which Ms. Jasmine had indicated yesterday. Is there going to be provisions within the sale of the air rights that they must develop at the same time as we're doing the north side stands? And if they don't develop within that time, that there's a buyback provision of the air rights, like just so there's some protection there, because I know I have a lot of applications for housing in my ward that have been delayed due to construction costs. So I'm just wondering if there's a risk here and if we're mitigating that through the sale.
Mr. Mayor, the staff proposal is intentional to separate the stadium from the air rights parcel. So in our sequencing, the stadium would be, the event center would be first, then the north side stands construction, and then the parcel for the air rights builder would be separated. So, and then also to your point, yes, there is potential in the RFO that we could have timing sequencing from the city.
And I guess too, if we're counting on revenue, I know we're building a buffer there, but if we are counting on revenue at some point, if they choose not to build to a timeline that's really not in line with what our projections are, is there a buyback provision?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Correct. My next question is around the hotel. I was trying to read through the report and figure this out, but it wasn't clear. Maybe it's an easy answer. So is the 111 hotel rooms in addition to the 770 residential units?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the estimation of hotel rooms would be, whatever hotel rooms we get would be in addition to the 770 residential unit cap that staff are proposing.
But within those 2 residential towers as it's currently proposed.
That is correct.
Okay, and then for the that chart that I referenced earlier on page 120, the funding sources for debt, there's 2 categories in the first section of the chart. One is around property tax uplift, and it says property tax and hotel tax uplift. And then the second line says the revenue from the accommodation tax or the hotel tax. Could you, in that first line where we have the property tax uplift, is there a difference? Like, is it, I'm assuming it's a commercial property tax. So what is that breakdown in that 3.3 million annual that we'd receive?
So it's when the hotel units will also, or the hotel will also be paying property tax, and that was equivalent to a condo. And so when we did the split for property tax uplift, we're assuming 2/3 rental, which brings in less property tax, and 1/3 condo, which does bring in more property tax. And so we were very conservative in that estimate, but the 110 unit is equivalent to a condo.
So I'm assuming there's no guarantee the hotel will be built, correct?
Correct.
So how does that impact those 2 line items? So obviously the 500,000 will go away, but what would happen to that 3.3 million?
So that was the risk factors that was in the slide. So we showed the plus minus. So there is a plus minus 10%, 20% on the property tax risk on the mix, the type. There's a whole bunch of what ifs that could happen within just that number.
Great. And then my last question is just around our credit rating. So I know we have a AAA credit rating with Moody's and a AA credit rating with S&P. Is there any risk with taking on $330 million plus of new debt that might affect those credit ratings?
No, we just actually got recently, we were recently established by S&P, and they identified the fact that we would have to have 120%. Well, so right now we're at, I think it's close to 90% of, I can't remember what the number is, but we've got a lot of room. We could issue at like 800 million more of debt before they wouldn't consider changing our credit rating.
Great, thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So the planning considerations we haven't had a lot of questions around the planning considerations. One of the decisions that we might come out of this with is a decision to amend the official plan and the zoning bylaw. I am interested, I've got to assume that if we pass the proposed official plan amendment, that this will go to the Ontario Land Tribunal. I want to make sure that it's relatively bulletproof. If the 3rd tower were added by way of motion, does that increase our risk at the Land Tribunal? Do you think that the tribunal would be willing to?
Mr. Mayor,
Mark
Mr. Mark is going to address this.
I know the Urban Design Review Panel had suggested that the 3rd tower not be part of the proposal. I, for one, I'm willing to consider that 3rd tower if it's put to the service of affordable housing. Others may be amenable to a 3rd tower simply for the sake of added density, which is always a good thing. But if we add that 3rd tower, Mr. Mark, is that problematic from the tribunal's perspective?
Mr. Mayor, you have the advice of your
Monsieur le maire, vous avez le conseil du personnel par rapport aux minutes relatifs de la proposition et tout ce qui s'y rattache. Je laisse à eux de répondre. Du point de vue processus, je ne serai pas préoccupé. Tout cela a été discuté et je ne crois pas.
Adding it back in, Mr. Mayor.
Obviously, the planning staff are satisfied with the proposal with the 2 towers, with the unit cap and the heights that are proposed. But how satisfied would you be with adding that 3rd tower back in?
Mr. Mayor, staff aren't recommending the 3rd tower be added back in. Staff went ahead and did our due diligence, including not just looking at the heritage with heritage staff, but with the public, but we also looked at wind and shadow studies, and we looked at constructability, and staff recommendation is the 2 tower approach.
Do you consider that it raises problematic official plan considerations from a challenge perspective?
So the official plan, we did do the initial zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment based on 3 towers. That was what, but we went further, and through that due diligence, we are recommending the 2. And I don't know how else to answer your question. That's kind of where.
Yeah, like, do you
staff's
consider that
recommendation.
that 3 tower proposal that was put forward originally, assuming you felt confident in that at the time?
So that was a council direction to initiate the applications under the Planning Act based on the 2022 concept.
Okay.
So that was initiated based on council's direction, and through circulation and review and going to UDRP and looking at the heritage aspects and so forth, and working with the Ontario Heritage Trust and others. That and the other side, I've said the financial due diligence and so forth. We've come back with the 2 tower approach. So initially we went forward based on council's direction.
Okay, I'm glad I asked.
So just to add, Mr. Mayor, I don't think it's an OP conformity issue. I think you're getting at that. But it's staff's recommendation that the benefits of going with a 2 tower approach are significant based on our engagement, additional public realm, and all the reasons Sean mentioned. And that formed our recommendation.
It's interesting because from a plan perspective, of course, we're the applicant. And so it's not like you have a very clear, refusal recommendation or approval recommendation to council because we're the applicant. So I want to follow up with you to find out how problematic adding the 3rd tower would be, because assuming that we do that, I assume that would then become grounds for a challenge. And I want to understand what that challenge looks like and what grounds opponents were likely to have. So I'll have that discussion with folks over the course of the next week or so. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Leeper. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So this is my line of questioning on the retail. And I'm just referring to, the recommendations from the LRT inquiring relating to complex infrastructure projects. And I think, we've done a nice job in this report in trying to capture the optimism bias and showing those plus minus differentials to try and respond to some of those recommendations in the inquiry. So I think that I just wanted to say thank you for that. I think that does show, the sensitivity of the projections to an optimism bias. I think that was really well captured. As someone who has inherited the oversight of this project since Lansdowne 1.0, I am curious to understand from staff's perspective, just generally overall with the partnership in front of us, whether, the partnership as it was conceived to plan this infrastructure, would it meet the test of what we now know in terms of procurement process from the LRT inquiry? I don't know the genesis story of how this partnership came to pass. And I wonder, whether there were certain, transparency or multiple bidders or all those types of things, the various models conceived, all those different things that are listed in the LRT inquiry that we know now as a council. Would this Lansdowne 1.0 have gone forward in the same way, knowing what we know now?
Mayor, I think there are elements of the LRT construction and the complexity that is involved with the integration of the various systems that underpin many of the recommendations that came out of the OLRT inquiry. With respect to Lansdowne 1.0, I would note that it was the subject of legal challenge, and part of the essence of that challenge that was not endorsed by the courts was with respect to the process that council adopted, and the arguments of bad faith on the part of council. And the process that council went through for Lansdowne 1.0 and the extent of public consultation and public involvement, that was all the basis on which the court rejected those challenges to the original partnership proposal. So I think on one level, I think the technical element that drove some of the recommendations from Commissioner Horgan just is not the integration between real technical systems just doesn't exist in the context of the construction of real property in the same way. But I don't, so some of them don't apply, But in the context of, review of process, I think that review was undertaken by in fact, the Ontario Court of Appeal, and council's processes were endorsed in that way.
Okay, that's very helpful. I wasn't sure, I don't know how old I would have been at the time, so I appreciate the overview. So looking at the planning complex infrastructure recommendations, there's a couple that I do think in my layperson understanding of this deal might apply. So one is this idea of uniqueness bias. So the belief that the project being planned is unique and not comparable to others, public entities should identify similarities to established projects and learn from the outcomes of those projects. The part that's really complicated for me is the aspect of retail, and retail income revenue, of course, is one of the main, the deal is very sensitive to the retail performance. And I understand that EY is very solid in that, but it does seem to be a bit of a convoluted deal whereby you have, the success of this, facility with a third partner running the CFL team and the OHL team and the city owning half. And is it unique, or are other similar deals in other cities supporting this type of relationship?
Ms. Mary, you could point to the report that EY provided where they compared to other districts like that. This is the actually, maybe we had foresight, but this is the trend to create a full community mixed use, because it supports itself. Retail is dependent on sports and events and sports are dependent on retail. It's a microcosm that is very dependent on each other, and one can't operate separately from the other. The other reason initially that retail was included is the only way to make it financially sustainable, because it is hard to make sports profitable. And so it is a full package.
Thank you for that answer. I actually think that that is indeed, some of the central questions about this deal is, are we designing a Lansdowne to ensure that the partnership is successful, or is the design in front of us in the public interest for all the various reasons that are important? So I guess I just wonder then, I feel like as a board member here, I do have a stake in retail performance. And that's why I was asking about, the various class implications for the retail on site. One of the cited districts in the EY report is the Edmonton Ice District. And from what I understand, in speaking with representatives from Edmonton or former representatives in Edmonton, in fact, you're right, the district does perform quite well. I mean, that the viability of retail on site is quite well. As you move outside the district to other parts of downtown, they're not seeing necessarily the uplift that well, maybe I can't use the word uplift in this case because it has a specific meaning, but they're not seeing the tide that lifts all boats. And I think that that's a reasonable conversation when we're assuming debt for one particular area, whether that concentration of impact is within that one area. That's why I asked the Glebe what their vacancy rate was like. So I wonder then if the city of Ottawa will be investing in retail in order to facilitate this district, whether we will also maybe under PRED, Don, I'm not sure, but perhaps Mr. Herwire, are we going to be sort of analyzing the larger impacts of retail performance as we invest in one area? Will we have an analysis of the class A, B, and C on neighboring areas and sort of watch whether there's improvements that could be reasonably assumed to be part of our investment at Lansdowne, or not? I wonder if we might be able to track some of those trends, considering it will be part of our business case to continue the partnership.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councillor. I think that's a good suggestion, and we can take that away. I'd be happy to discuss that with our economic development team. The whole issue of downtown revitalization is on everyone's minds, and what could assist with, that broader downtown renewal. So, yeah, happy to have further discussions.
That would be great. I think that would be wise at this juncture. I do believe that Edmonton perhaps has seen some unintended consequences or however you might call it. And so we might be able to benefit from some hindsight in other places as we make this investment. And I just to follow up, Mayor, and then I'll leave it. When it comes to the retail mix on site at Lansdowne, how many of those retail spaces are of the various classes? Are we seeing more of the, I mean, just by observation, they appear to be mostly larger scale, maybe class, I don't know if there's office space on site. Yes, I think there is office space on, so maybe class B and A, but less so C. Is that something that we're speaking about as we, perhaps EY knows, something that we're speaking about as we're creating this investment? And have we analyzed, you know, what's missing in that vacancy rate to make sure that we're, you know, aiming in the right direction for these developments?
Mr. Mayor, I think Steve Lefebvre from EY could speak about some of the recommendations that they made in that area.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Johnson, you're asking the right questions and thinking about the big picture. And the retail strategy at Lansdowne is one that, you know, evolves with changing trends in the market, and is one that just takes a lot of time. I'm not sure if you mean classification with tenants with regard to big national chains versus local businesses, or you mean quality of space, but Lansdowne certainly, you know, attracts some of the bigger names and anchors that you know, Cineplex and Whole Foods, Sporting Life. It represents, and there are other smaller chains and restaurants that go there, and it's a very different mix than what you see on the traditional main streets like Bank Street. It's very more akin to a shopping center, right? A big power center in the suburbs. You know, and so has different trends and different kind of attractions than you might find on a traditional main street like Bank Street. I think what we see, and maybe just my observations as being in real estate and living in Ottawa, is it's benefited the businesses along Bank Street. They're not so much in competition as we're starting to create a symbiotic relationship. And I think that's also happening with all the events and some of the new investment that may happen at Lansdowne to continue to kind of see, to use that word, uplift of the whole area. That's the hope.
Thank you for that. And I wonder, when it comes to the behaviors of these larger scale retail spaces, are their leases longer? Is the turnover less volatile? Are there any relationships between those two things?
Yeah, exactly. Statistically, bigger tenants, anchor tenants, are more likely to renew. There's a lot less risk involved in retail centers that have strong covenant tenants that are able to always pay their bills, and you can expect to be there for a long time. They're very less likely to move because you have an established market. You potentially have more density coming in, you know, with this redevelopment concept. All those things, and the economic base around Ottawa, and especially the central areas of Ottawa, all those things lend to those tenants wanting to stay there longer and establish their brands and improve business.
Thank you. So I do think that's important for the residents of Ottawa to have that transparency on what kind of retail we will have at that space, because it does move away from that urban village expectation of Lansdowne 1.0. We are trying to make sure that the whole of the project is viable through retail, which might end up creeping away from the vision that the residents of Ottawa engaged with in the first place. And that is a risk that we're willing to entertain in Lansdowne 2.0 for financial viability. For transparency's sake, that's now on the table, and I appreciate that from everyone.
Okay. You're good? Okay. Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Will the city retain ownership of the land before, during, and after the development of Parcel A?
Sorry, Councillor, could you repeat the question?
Yeah. So will the city retain ownership of the land before, during, and after the development of Parcel A?
So there was a number of communications yesterday on that point and how that would unfold, and the city manager also responded. So yes, there will be at grade, the city will retain ownership, subject to, you know, mechanical and access elements that will travel through the retail podium to the future residential overbuild. And then there's also the underground component. So much like in Lansdowne 1.0, there are elements that will be conveyed to private owners but the city will retain that control as outlined.
Okay. My understanding is there's an in-between period though, where we're selling off the property rights to allow for that separate development from the stadium. There's an in-between period. And in that in-between period, while this property rights have been sold off and the developer is building the towers, the retail podium and the subterranean, we wouldn't have ownership of that entire piece of land.
That's correct. And it's to facilitate the construction, but we would have the right to get that back.
And I guess the question goes to that piece. If there's the in-between period of no ownership, would the city be obligated to purchase the land back, or would it just have an option to repurchase it?
Certainly our recommendation is to take it back, and Isabel can speak to the reasons and the financial benefit of doing so, but that is the staff recommendation to council.
Okay, and if that in-between period is occurring of where no ownership is happening, which we know will occur, would the developer be able to obtain financing on the parcel A if it's expected that we're going to be purchasing back the retail podium?
Not aware that was identified as an issue through the REOI process. So my assumption is yes.
Okay, and I just want
to ask Mr. Suchin to speak to it if.
Yeah, that would be helpful because I understand that we have an option there to either purchase back that podium or to lease the space. If we lease the space, we don't own it. And so if we're purchasing back, I understand we own a portion of it. So this is important because of the public ownership of Lansdowne Park. So maybe Mr. Suchin would like to elaborate.
I'm going to the mayor. Councilor, could you clarify what you're looking for?
Yeah, so I guess, Robin, in the in-between period where we sell off the property rights for this area, we will not own the land, subterranean or the air rights. The developer would be given those over to build onto. We would then, in the plan, either purchase back the retail podium or lease it back. And I guess it's that in-between period where it becomes a concern, where if there's an issue with the developer goes into receivership or the responsibility for the construction with cost overruns, they don't do it right away. There's all kinds of issues that come in development all the time. Is there a chance the city does not purchase back that land, that we just lease it back, and then therefore the land would be obviously completely out of the ownership of the city of Ottawa?
When we sell land, we have various tools in our toolkit through our disposal process. We can covenant the title to come back to us if certain performance measures are not met. We do that often in our industrial parks and other parcels of land that we sell through Ottawa Community Lands Development Corp. So there's no real risk to the city of losing control of the site should a developer not perform. We would have means to acquire it back should we choose to exercise them.
Right. And I guess it's that question is, are we going to exercise it? We'd be selling the land. We say the air rights and the subterranean rights, and that parcel would be worth 39 million.
When we sell the property, we will ask for a significant deposit. So the developer will have skin in the game. So that's the first step, that they would not want to leave their money behind. But as I said, we would exercise our option to acquire the lands back. And usually in the purchase and sale agreements, there are defined terms and conditions on how that would be transferred back and at what price.
Okay, do you have direction now to purchase it back, or is it still a question about whether we would lease the land or buy it back?
I'm unsure what you mean by lease, but we were asking for direction to dispose of the land through our normal disposal process, which would include that toolkit of means of acquiring it back in the event of a default, if it goes sideways.
I guess, I mean, when the podium is reconstructed, the instructions that I've seen is that we would potentially purchase it back for $34.1 million.
You mean the retail component?
Yes.
We will work with the winning proponent to work on a retail development on the podium. Our architects figure that is roughly about 26,000 square feet, which we use to cost in the amount you're making reference to, that we would have an agreement in place on the sale that we would require them to produce that and that we would buy it. It would actually even help them in their financing to know that they would have the ground floor built and paid for already.
Okay, and it'd be bought back through an OSEG loan, a re-mortgaging of the retail loan that exists now on the rest of the retail is what I've read in the report.
That is correct. We would anticipate that OSEG would refinance the entire retail package, including this retail, and remove enough equity out to pay the city back its 34.7 million. Correct.
Okay, and so I guess that's back to the question, do you have direction now to repurchase the land? Or is there still a potential that we may just lease that land after on the road, on the retail podium side?
Yeah. Well, the recommendation 6C or C is to repurchase the property. That's what we're asking for. Yes.
Okay, I just want to be clear on it. Thank you.
So may I just jump in to clarify that? Does that mean that if this recommendation, this whole package is approved by council, then that is the direction to purchase it back? Is that correct?
Yes, that
Okay,
gives us
thank
the
you.
authority to move to purchase it.
So you don't have the direction now because we haven't even approved this proposal, but if we approve the proposal, you will have the direction.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, just an important clarification, given the history of the site. We valued the air rights at $39 million. I looked into the air rights that we sold originally, which I believe was sold to an OSEG partner originally, correct? It was Minto?
Yes, we sold to Minto Residential.
Okay, and that one was a total of $30.5 million. That was only for 280 residential units, and that included 11.3 million for the residential and 19.14 million for the parking stalls and podium to create the podium at a total of 30.5 million. Is that correct? Do I have that right?
Those numbers sound roughly correct. Yes. In Lansdowne 1.0, the city took on the risk and the responsibility of building the parking garage and the podiums to create the air rights. That was very expensive. It cost us over $20 million, and which we sold for 19 million. So it wasn't that profitable. And then we sold the air rights over top of that for the 11,300,000, if I recall. And we're trying to avoid that this time out by just selling the land and letting the developer build their own parking and the podium, which we would buy, and then they build their air rights. So that's the nuance difference between 1.0 and 2.0.
Okay, when I look at that and the potential unit creation and the subterranean rights, $39 million seems very low for the value of that land in comparison to what we did in 1.0. And I think we mentioned in the report that this could be low and it could be higher than what we're anticipating. Is it low? Is it quite low?
You'd have to compare that 39 million to the 11 million that we got for the air rights in 1.0. So it's 3 times the amount, almost four times the amount.
Okay, the subterranean rights that we would be selling beneath it with the parking beneath it isn't.
It's
part of it?
included, the costing and the appraisal work was done based on the residential yield, which assumes a certain amount of parking space with it. So it's a blended dollar amount representing both the subterranean and the air rights.
Okay, so 39 million is for the air rights and the subterranean or only the air rights?
It's both. It's a blended amount to include the subterranean and the overbuild air rights.
Okay, so the blended amount in 1.0 for 280 residential units and the parking beneath was 30.14 million, 30.5 million. That was
No, but we incurred those $19 million in costs. We're not incurring them this time. We're getting $39 million for just the air rights. In 1.0, we got 11 million just for the air rights.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to understand because we're selling off the air rights, which has implications for affordable housing and obviously the whole plan and financing it. And the 39 million is for both parcels above and below, and I guess the land at this point, right? Because we're changing it to property rights in the motion that Councillor Kitts had brought. So it's all three.
It's all strata
39.
title, Councillor. We'll be acquiring or selling off layers like cake layers. We will be retaining the ground level retail component
On the purchase back, but the
Yes.
39 million, like with the change of what we're talking about, that's for everything. The air rights, the subterranean, and the land that it sits on, because we're selling all of that off at once, potentially. And every
Yes,
person.
it's one package that the developer would need to acquire so that they could finance the construction of their building. But we intend to sever it. It's complicated, but we will hold the subterranean underneath the parking garage. Our intent is not to sell off the lands underneath the parking garage. So basically at about 10 meters or 9 meters below grade, our property will start again.
Is that the same thing that we did in 1.0 under the
Yes.
Minto Tower? Okay. Yeah, that's.
So Councillor, I'll just point out that we're at time, but if there's nobody else waiting to speak, if you want to ask a few more questions, that's fine.
Yeah,
but
I think I have
we
two
could-
other lines of inquiry and then I'll
Okay.
end. I'm not intending to draw this out. They're important
Yep.
questions I've had.
And of course, we will all have the opportunity to ask staff questions in the coming days outside of the meeting, but go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So just, am I right that the $39 million is quite low compared to what we might get?
We had multiple appraisal techniques done on the land. We think it's a reasonable expectation for value for the 770 odd units that are expected. It's based on a unit per unit yield basis and cross-referenced against other methodologies of per square foot and a development approach by various consultants and our own appraisal staff.
Okay, yeah, I just look at the other one with the subterranean rights, the air rights, with only 280 units, so about a third, and it yielded $30.5 million 9 years ago.
No, but we had to spend 19 million to get that 30 million, councillor. So we only ended up with 11. This time we're not spending a dime and we're ending up with 39 million. So
Well, we would spend, it would be the debt of the city on the retail podium purchase back through that loan though, right? Like we would still spend $34 million to get back the land.
well, you're getting
The retail podium.
that, yes, but you're getting back a built building.
Yes.
You're getting back 25,000 square feet of retail space with your 34 million. And sorry, it's 49,000 square feet because it includes the second floor.
Okay. Will OSEG be allowed to bid on the, or like OSEG proponents be allowed to bid on the air rights, just given how tightly wound they are in this deal? Will their developer proponents be allowed to bid on the air rights here?
We have spent a considerable amount of effort in separating out the air rights package as a separate entity, piece of city asset, separate from the development of the stadium. So it's not intertwined with OSEG. We want to see competitive tension with builders. By separating it out as a development site, we expect to get multiple bids and a significant amount of interest on the property. And OSEG could be or not OSEG, excuse me, a partner of OSEG could be a bidder on this site to build it.
Okay. And I don't know how you insert fairness through the process. I know there's fairness commissioners, but this is obviously they got the towers in Lansdowne 1.0. Seems like they might get the towers in Lansdowne 2.0. Let me put it plainly.
In 1.0, they were the highest bidder by far.
Mm-hmm. So, and I guess the request for expressions of interest that was done by the city in advance of this, can you reveal who those requests for expressions of interest were from?
We had more than one.
We have more than one. Okay, so we can't say who they are, but it's not public information.
I don't think it would be prudent to discuss it at this point. But there was more than one councillor.
Okay. I do remember seeing that there was a low ball that was pretty low, that 39 million. I want to come back to it. I'll ask questions offline there on that piece. I do want to go to the risks section here in the EY report. So just if our EY person is still on the line.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. I'm glad you're here. I'm just looking because there's so much riding on the estimates here in the risk, but in the net operating income for 2023 in your due diligence report, it was stated as 12.7 million. That's on page 14. That's for this year, for the annual net operating income. But it appears that the actual result reported in the annual that was just released was lower than that. It's 10.9 million. So it didn't line up. So I just wonder, was there a reason why it didn't line up, and has the model been updated to include those types of projections over 40 years, which obviously would be a pretty big difference?
So our model, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the question, Councilor Menard. Our model started with the current year we're in, projecting forward 43 years. So I understand the 10.9 million in NOI from the retail component was fiscal year in March 2023.
Yeah, correct. So you were off in the estimate, I guess, by about $2 million.
I'm not sure which number you're referring to, but our cash flow, I mean, again, this we went through iterations of concepts and square footage and everything, but our first year, this fiscal year that we're currently in, projects over 12 million. And it's just based on in-place rent. So it's 97% leased, stabilized assets, pretty straightforward calculation. And so, you know, there aren't a lot of assumptions going into that number.
Okay. You had identified a lot of risks in the waterfall distributions. I just want to go through them and understand them. The stabilized growth rate of operating expenses and revenues, that was a major risk identified. Why is that a risk?
Just quite simply, if we go through a higher inflationary period for longer, if we go through a recession that's worse than what we've expected it'll be over the next 5 or 10 years, that's going to have a compounding impact on the total waterfall distribution calculation. Okay.
And then you also identified a big risk of the number of new events. So I guess we're saying we're going to get more new events in, but you're saying that's a risk.
If I'm thinking of what you're referring to, we adjusted upward the number of events we thought possible in the new event center up to 30 per year. I was like I'd use 24.
Okay. The sponsorship and naming rights was another risk identified.
Yeah, I mean, it represents a really low part of the total waterfall distribution. I think it's around $1 million a year. We didn't see a lot of variability in that number. I mean, plus or minus 5 or 10% perhaps. I don't think it would have a material impact on kind of the 4-decade analysis that we were looking at.
Okay, and then the average mortgage interest rate, I guess, is one of the big kickers, depending on where that goes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, nobody has a crystal ball on where that's going. We maybe feel like interest rates have peaked, and signs that Bank of Canada are going to ease up on interest rates. It's anybody's guess if we stay in an elevated state for longer. That's certainly a risk.
Okay, thank you for that. Just lastly, on accessibility, we did hear this as a concern for some residents today. I just wondered, the city has 570 public-facing buildings in every ward across the city. And you've evaluated, I understand it, the AODA, the accessibility needs of those 570 public-facing buildings. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and how much is the cost to upgrade to get to that accessibility level that we would expect in those 570 public-facing buildings in all wards of the city?
As of January this year, Mr. Mayor, the cumulative total of the accessibility needs across all of those 570 public-facing buildings was about $160 million.
Okay, thank you. That's a big number, Mayor. That is in every single ward and an important figure. I'll leave it there for now and forward to more discussions.
Okay, I just have a couple of follow-up questions and then we can wrap up. I have a question for the OSEG folks, if you don't mind heading over to the microphone. But while that's happening, I just wanted to follow up on this issue with the transaction. And maybe I can ask you, Mr. Herwire, there's nothing unusual about this process of reacquiring the land, and it would be locked in that we would be reacquiring it, and it would be part of the original transaction that this would all be laid out. Is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Mayor, subject to, council approving the recommendation 6E as noted. The control is with the city.
And again, we own the land today, and when this transaction is complete, we will own the land.
That's certainly our recommendation, yes.
And council would be approving that recommendation if we approve this.
I hope they would be, and
Yes.
yes.
Yeah. Okay. And in terms of, I don't know, Robin Sushin, if you could come back for a minute, just in terms of, or it doesn't have to be you that answers it necessarily, but on the issue of bidding for the air rights, if fewer companies are allowed to bid, would that reduce the ability for us to get a high amount for the air rights if we restricted it so that a fewer number of companies were allowed to bid?
Mr. Mayor, we would like to get the best price possible for the property, and the more bidders, the better. If we get more than 39 million, we would just give the money to general revenue is what we normally do when we.
Yeah, but I'm asking specifically, if we reduce the number of people who are allowed to bid on the air rights, the likelihood of getting a high amount would go down. Is that correct?
Yeah, it would put downward pressure possibly.
So the more
on
people to
price.
bid, the more likely it is we'll get a fair or even above fair market value for it.
Correct.
Okay. And I just wanted to ask the city manager, if you don't mind, to just has there been an initial assessment of the motions that have been put forward so far, and are you able to provide some impressions on the motions that have been presented so far as we prepare to discuss and work on them over the next few days leading up to the council meeting?
I'm not going to specifically walk through all 28 of them, but we have taken a first look at the motions. Staff are working on them. We are involving our partners as well at OSEG to understand whether the motions as written are implementable. I can say that some of them at first blush we cannot support, but we will be working with members of council to see if they can be changed or reworded with some friendly amendments to make them. So we're going to do that over the next week.
Okay, thank you. Just a final couple of questions for Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group. And I during the course of the delegations, we've heard people referring to Lansdowne 1.0 as having been a failure. And I just wonder what your reaction is to that, or what criteria you use to measure the results of Lansdowne 1.0.
Yeah, I think it's back to kind of how I started back 4 or 5 days ago, whenever this meeting started. It went from a site that was attracting 300,000 people a year, and now we're 4 million plus, right? So I think the proof is in the pudding in terms of it's reclaimed its status as Ottawa's gathering place. It's the #1 destination in Ottawa for people to go to. Back to boring old stats with like $300 million a year plus in economic activity and 4,000 jobs, like, right, 165 ticketed events that we will do this year. Like, it's the place to be and go and have fun and do cool stuff. So, that's what we're in the business of, making memories. And I feel like we make memories every day there. So to me, that's what the city needed. And I think in spades, that's what the city got with where we are with Lansdowne.
Mr. Mayor, I'd pipe in from my own perspective, because I kind of cringe a little bit when I keep hearing that, the city has lost a lot of money. In fact, that's not the case. I think from the city's perspective, they've gotten everything to date that they were scheduled to get. The city has saved north of $5 million a year that he was paying to maintain Lansdowne in its old decrepit position. That's off the table for the city. They've saved $50 million in the 10 years that we've been running it, #1. #2, the city wanted to sell air rights, and they got the money that they had projected to sell for the air rights to help pay for the cost of the improvements. And #3, the city put in a certain amount of equity that was actually debt financed at an interest rate that was below what was projected at the time when the deal was made. And the city is receiving its payments from the realty taxes from the retail exactly in accordance with plan. So everything that the city put in, they are getting back in accordance with the plan. The one thing that's not gotten back, and by the way, the city would not have received any payments under the waterfall to this point, the 10 years. Their payments under the waterfall were after OSEG was to have gotten back its receipt. But the waterfall was to provide city with a profit, a sharing of the profit from Lansdowne in the event that there was a great success. And so if there was no Lansdowne 1.0, the city wouldn't have received that profit. So the city is no worse off, in fact, much better off for having at least a new south side stands and parking, and it's saved all that other money that we've talked about. So from my perspective, on top of everything that Mark has just said, I think it's been a tremendous success from the city's perspective. It hasn't been a great success from our perspective, but that shouldn't be the city's worry per se. I would like to, if I may, just jump in with one more point, because I think there's been some confusion. The investment in Lansdowne is by Roger Greenberg personally. It is not Minto. Minto is comprised, it's a family business, and there are other family members that are in Minto. So it is separate and apart. I am not the CEO any longer of Minto, so I'm not the controlling mind in any way, shape, or form of Minto. I am involved in OSEG in a personal capacity. So to call Minto a partner of OSEG or any other classification is simply false. Minto bid on the air rights. It was a very fair market process, and Minto was the high bid. Why shouldn't Minto win the bid if that's in the best interest of the city? And also point out that it was OSEG that said right at the very beginning of our discussions of this process, when there are going to be air rights in here, it needs to be the subject of a third-party independent RFQ that has to be monitored by the city. We're the ones that suggested it for the protection of the public interest, as well as our own interest, so that we forestall the kinds of insinuations that we're having here, that somehow or another Minto has an unexpected benefit to be getting from this. If Minto bids, Minto bids. If Minto wins because it's a high bid, the city is the beneficiary of it. Why would you not want to have that? As Robin just said, you want to encourage more bidders, not put restrictions in and have less bidders. So I'm sorry if I.
No, that's okay. So
jumped
just to
in
be
there.
clear, if we had disqualified Minto the first time around, we would have had to take the second highest bid, which would have been lower than Minto's bid.
Correct.
And we would have gotten less money.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you. I'll just mention again that if members of the committee or councillors have questions of staff, you have time between now and the council meeting to ask them. And again, I'll ask that if you have motions, please submit them if you can to the city clerk's office before Thursday at noon, so that there is time for staff to consider them and be in a position at Friday's meeting to offer their comments on them. We do have one order of business, which is to receive the 2023 Lansdowne Annual Report that was presented to us yesterday. So is that received?
Received.
Thank you. And can I have a motion to adjourn?
Mayor, can I just one question on the report? Sorry about that. Just to Mr. Chenier, because I think the public side has done such a good job at Lansdowne. And so, Mr. Chenier, how many people do you bring in annually from public events at Lansdowne?
Mr. Mayor, it is increasing as during the pandemic, much like a lot of businesses, we did lose our audience, but about 500,000 if you count, the rentals, the large festivals that we have, often in partnership with OSEG, depending on the scale of it, and it is growing. We are. I mean, I think part of the main theme of this year's report is really recovery from those losses.
Okay, and
okay, sorry, the report's been received, so I.
Okay, well, I got one more question, and then you can. I mean, you did it lickety split, so I'll just ask the last question here.
You could speak to Mr. Chenier after the meeting, but the report.
You don't want to let me ask one more question, Mayor? You're really going to cut it off? One question?
Well,
I mean, honestly,
and so then
you
let
did it so
everybody
fast.
else. Let everybody else ask questions too. There's a point at which we can drop.
Yeah, I know, but I want to ask one last question, and it's just about.
And it's a question you can't ask after the meeting. I mean. Okay, motion to adjourn, please. Someone?
Carried. So moved.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.